Good morning, everyone. My name is Mike Terry. I'd like to welcome all of you here to this regular monthly meeting of the Cobb Planning Commission. For those who haven't been with us before, let me just remind you, the Planning Commission is an advisory board appointed by the Board of Commissioners. It's our job to investigate every zoning request that is filed with the county and to make recommendations to the Board of Commissioners. But all final and binding decisions are made by the Board of Commissioners at their regular hearing, which is typically 2 weeks after this hearing, and I believe this time it will be February the 17th. So if you're here for a particular case, you'll need to come back on the 17th for that hearing. It's our custom to invite a member of the local clergy to come and open these meetings for us with some words of wisdom or a prayer, and it's my pleasure at this time to introduce Reverend Mac Riley. Pastor, if you want to come on up to the podium. He is with St. Andrew's United Methodist Church up on Canton Highway, and we're awfully glad to have Mac with us today. When he finishes his remarks or his prayer, will be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by Officer Ott. He'll come to the center of the room. When you see that happen, please stand as you're able and join us in the pledge. Pastor?
Thank you.
Good morning.
Thank you for the invitation. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this beautiful, fresh new day that you've created, a day in which we've never experienced before, but you have given this day to us, and we thank you for it. Lord, we thank you for the great nation of America, that we are proud to be Americans, and the freedoms that we enjoy. Sometimes, Lord, we take those for granted. Forgive us for that, but we have wonderful freedoms, and we thank you, Lord. Also, I thank you for persons who have dedicated their lives to service, for giving us servant hearts, and we pray today that you would give us wisdom from above to make right decisions. Bless us all now, and we pray this prayer in Christ's name. Amen. Amen.
States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, gentlemen. First on the agenda this morning will be our consent agenda. These are cases that the Planning Commission and the zoning staff have fully investigated and are satisfied that all the pertinent issues have been dealt with and for which there is no known opposition. Our zoning administrator, Mr. John Peterson, who is raising his hand for me over here, will read these cases into the record, and he will then ask if there's anyone present in opposition wishing to speak for that particular case. If there is, we may elect to pull the case from the consent agenda, and we would then hear the case in its entirety in its regular numerical sequence. Next, we will hear cases that were either held or continued from a previous zoning hearing. And then lastly, we will hear the remaining cases, what we call our regular cases, again, in their numerical sequence. Applicants will be asked to identify themselves and come forward and be sworn in. That's typically the attorney that's been hired. Then the opposition will be asked to identify themselves and to be counted for the record, and also to be sworn in. When a case number is called by Mr. Peterson, if you do wish to address the board on that particular case, you need to present yourself to our officer of the day, Mr. Jason Campbell. Jason, raise your hand right here on the front row, and Jason will take care of getting you signed in and sworn in so that you can testify. Be sure you do sign the sheet that Jason has there. That's so we can get the correct spelling of everyone's name for our record. That's very important. Most importantly, listen carefully to this. Each side gets 10 minutes collectively. That's not 10 minutes per person. So if you elect to give us some testimony, and we hope many of you will, I know that's why some of you are here, just be mindful of the length of your comments. If you speak for 9 minutes, that means those behind you have 1 minute left. So we do try to adhere to that to keep things moving along. And it's very important this morning because we do have a very full agenda today. We started out with about 34, 35 cases. We have whittled it down just a bit, but that's very unusual to have that many. So we're going to try to be mindful of that 10-minute rule. As you speak, At that point, there is no rebuttal process. When you speak, that is not a time for you to engage us in conversation. You just get up and tell us what you'd like us to know. If we have questions, we may invite you back up in the rebuttal process, and we'll do that at the appropriate time. Mr. Peterson, do you have other instructions for us this morning?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is one case on today's agenda which has been withdrawn and will not be heard today. That's case LUP1, James Kaiser. That case has been withdrawn and will not be heard today. There are 4 cases on today's printed agenda which have been continued or held and will not be heard today by the Planning Commission. First case is rezoning case Z2 of 2014, Isaacson Living Communities, LLC. That case was continued and will be heard on the Planning Commission's March 3rd, 2015 hearing date. Rezoning case Z16, Georgia Kids Project, LLC. That case was continued by the staff and will be heard on the Planning Commission's March 3rd, 2015 zoning hearing. Rezoning case Z17, E-Rock Development, LLC. That case was continued by the staff and will be heard on the March 3rd, 2015 Planning Commission zoning hearing. And lastly, rezoning case Z20, BK Properties, LP. That case was continued by the staff and will be heard at the March 3rd, 2015 Planning Commission zoning hearing. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, there are 2 cases on today's printed agenda that need to be continued, and the applicant has requested a continuance. Rezoning case Z86 of 2014, 01 LLC. The applicant has requested this case be continued until your March zoning hearing, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. So we need to vote on that to continue that.
Okay, before we go any further, I want to be sure I got all of these. The cases that John just read into the record will not be heard today, so if you're here for these cases, listen up and know that we will not be taking any testimony. Z2, be sure I get them all right, John. Z16, 17, 20, Z86.
And we need to vote on Z86.
Okay, so those will not be heard today. They're all being continued. Whose case is Z86? Gaunt, you want to make the motion?
I'll make a motion that we continue Z86 until our March hearing.
Okay, can I get a second? A second by Judy. All in favor of the motion? Okay, so Z86 will be continued to the March cycle.
Z2 of 2014, not Z2.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We have 2 cases numbered Z2, so Christy's absolutely right. The Z2 that is being continued to March is the Isaacson Living case. That will not be heard today and will be heard next month, hopefully. We've continued it several times. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant for rezoning case Z1, Forster USA Real Estate Group, has asked for that case to be continued also until your March zoning hearing.
Okay.
So we need to have a vote on that also.
All right. So Z1 as well. Z1, Skip, that is yours. I need a motion from you,
I'd like to
please.
make a motion that we continue Z1 to the March hearing.
Okay, can I get a second? Second by Judy. All in favor? So Z1 will also not be heard today, will be continued. That's 4-Star USA. Okay, that's the OSC out on Mars Hill. If any of you are here for that, it will not be heard today. Okay, and by the way, this is Skip's first full meeting. He was with us last month for a very brief time, but Skip is our new representative from District 1. We want to welcome him. Mr. Gunther is joining us and will handle all cases for that district, and we're glad to have him with us.
Glad to be here.
Thank you. What else, John?
We need a motion on the consent agenda. I'll make a motion
Okay,
that we
you're
approve
right.
the
Wait.
consent agenda as
Hold on.
presented. Or do you have something else?
It needs to be read first. So
Oh, I'm
Yeah, we
sorry.
have
a little bit ahead of me.
That's okay, John, go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to ask the people in today's audience to please put your cell phones on silent mode. The ringing does interfere with the broadcast and presentation, so if you have a cell phone, please put it on silent mode. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, there's a request for an early head count. Can I get a show of people here who are opposed to Z6 and SLEP1, 3700 Roswell Road, LLC? Please raise your hands.
Keep them up, folks, so we can get a count. Those 2 cases will be heard together. The county requires a special land use permit. We call it a SLUP for this, as well as a zoning case. So keep their hands up. Let's get us a count.
Let the record show there are 15 people here opposed to rezoning case Z6 and SLUP1.
Okay.
And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to start reading the consent agenda.
Let's hear the consent agenda, please.
Thank you, sir. Cobb County Planning Commission zoning hearing consent agenda for February 3rd, 2015. Rezoning case Z3. Paul Amina and Pradeep Gupta request a rezoning from R20 to R15 for the purpose of 3 single-family houses in land lot 196 of the 16th District. The property is located at the southwest intersection of Trickham Road and Brandon Court. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Site plan received by the Zoning Division December 1st, 2014. Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. Fire Department comments and recommendations. And Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z3? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z7, Inga Auto Center request a rezoning from GC and R20 to GC for the purpose of auto sales and auto service in land lots 211, 212, 221, and 222 of the 17th District. The property is located on the north side of Leda Road, west of South Cobb Drive. Staff recommends deletion to CRC, subject to the following conditions. Site plan received by the Zoning Division on December 4th, 2014, with the District Commissioner approving minor modifications. Used vehicle sales and repair for the applicant only. Any other users to be approved by the Board of Commissioners. Parking lot trees and 35-foot landscape buffer adjacent to the apartment property to the north to be installed per county standards and approved by the county arborist at plan review. No junk or inoperable vehicles on site. No repossessed vehicles kept on site. No outdoor storage except for used vehicles. No parking or unloading vehicles in the right-of-way. All vehicle repair to be done inside the building. All exterior lighting to be designed to eliminate any stray light onto adjacent properties. No outdoor speakers or pagers. Fire Department comments and recommendations. Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. Water and Sewer comments and recommendations. Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. And the owner developer to enter into a development agreement pursuant to OCGA 367113 for dedication of system improvements to mitigate traffic concerns. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z7? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z11, Destiny Development Corporation requests rezoning from R80 to R40 for the purpose of a second single-family lot in land lot 1001 of the 17th District. The property is located on the northern terminus of Timberland Drive, north of Hallmark Drive. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Allowance of no public road frontage for the 2 lots. Water and Sewer comments and recommendations. Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. And Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z11? Was that 2? Let the record show there are 2 people opposed.
If I could interject something here, would you mind, Mr. Tooley, or where are you? Stand up. Okay, I see you in the corner. Would you mind going with Mr. Tooley out back and discuss this case? We'd like to see if we can leave it on consent agenda. If they're just issues you two can't resolve, we'll leave it on consent. But could I get you to go out back, see if you can't talk to him and ask your questions? Would you? Why don't you try that for us, though? We can't take your testimony from there. Try that and see if it works out. If not, we'll pull it and we'll hear the case. I'd like you to talk to Mr. Tooley, if you would, please. Okay, what's next, John?
Yes, sir. Rezoning case Z13, the Vest House LLC requests rezoning from NS to NRC for the purpose of retail, restaurants, and offices in land lots 909 and 952 of the 17th District. The property is located on the west side of Mountain Street between Paces Ferry Road and Spring Street. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Site plan received by the Zoning Division on December 4, 2014, with the District Commissioner approving minor modifications. Letter from Mr. Garvis L. Sams Jr., dated January 27, 2015. Historic Preservation comments and recommendations. Fire Department comments and recommendations. Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. Cobb DOT comments and recommendations, and the owner-developer to enter into a development agreement pursuant to OCGA 367113 for dedication of system improvements to mitigate traffic concerns. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z13? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z14, Davis Ice Cream doing business as the Ice Cream Warehouse. Request rezoning from NS to NRC for the purpose of an ice cream warehouse in land lot 15 of the 17th district. The property is located on the west side of Austell Road, across from Hicks Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Site plan received by the Zoning Division on December 4th, 2014, with the District Commissioner approving minor modifications. Fire Department comments and recommendations. Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. And Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z14? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z15, Maria Fiorio requests rezoning from R20 to O&I for the purpose of a veterinary hospital in land lots 167 and 179 of the 18th district. The property is located on the south side of Veterans Memorial Highway, west of Nickajack Creek. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Site plan received by the Zoning Division on December 4th, 2014, with the District Commissioner approving minor modifications. Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. And Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z15? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z19. Tuan Tai Lam requests rezoning from NS to NRC for the purpose of retail office in land lot 1006 of the 19th district. The property is located on the at the northeast intersection of Elmwood Drive and Austell Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Site plan received December 4th, 2014. Applicant to submit a parking lot plan that meets county standards prior to any new business using the property, to be approved by the District Commissioner after review from zoning staff. No outdoor storage or displays. No automotive repair establishments or tire shops. Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. And the owner-developer to enter into a development agreement pursuant to OCGA 367113 for dedication of system improvements to mitigate traffic concerns. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z19? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z21, DDR Corporation requests rezoning from NRC with stipulations to NRC with stipulations for the purpose of neighborhood retail in land lot 107 of the 16th district. The property is located on the south side of Sandy Plains Road, west of State Route 92. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Site plan received by the Zoning Division December 4, 2014, with the District Commissioner approving minor modifications. District Commissioner to approve the building architecture, water and sewer comments and recommendations, stormwater management comments and recommendations, and Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z21? Let the record show there's no one opposed. And moving into land use permits on the consent agenda. LUP 5, Shiloh Hills Christian School, request a land use permit renewal for the purpose of an educational program in land lots 210 and 211 of the 16th district. The property is located on the south side of Hawkins Store Road and on the north side of I-575. Staff recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Site plan received by the Zoning Division on December 1st, 2014. Fire Department comments and recommendations. Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. And Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 5? Let the record show there's no one opposed. And moving into special land use permits on the consent agenda. SLUP 2, Enga Auto Center, requests a special land use permit for the purpose of used auto sales in land lots 211, 212, 221, and 222 of the 17th district. The property is located on the north side of Leader Road, west of South Cobb Drive. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Site plan received by the Zoning Division on December 4th, 2014, with the District Commissioner approving minor modifications. Used vehicle sales and repair for the applicant only. Any other user to be approved by the Board of Commissioners. Parking lot trees and 35-foot landscape buffer adjacent to the apartment property to the north be installed per county standards and approved by the county arborist at plan review. No junk or inoperative vehicles on the site. No repossessed vehicles on the site. No outdoor storage except for used vehicles. No parking or unloading vehicles on the right-of-way. All vehicle repair to be done inside the building. All exterior lighting to be designed to eliminate any stray light onto adjacent properties. No outdoor speakers or pagers. Fire Department comments and recommendations. Water and Sewer, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. Water and Sewer comments and recommendations. Cal DOT comments and recommendations. And the owner-developer to enter into a development agreement pursuant to OCGA 367113 for dedication of system improvements to mitigate traffic concerns. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to SLUP 2? Let the record show there's no one opposed, and that completes the consent agenda, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners.
Well, it's about time. You see what I mean? We're just getting started here. We have quite a few cases to hear today. It's not unusual for some of these cases to have some last-minute additions and changes either by the staff or by Planning Commission. So I want to ask, do we have any of these cases that need some alterations? You want to start with Galt?
Okay, I have 3 cases. Case Z14, additional stipulation, front facade, design and color to be approved by the District Commissioner, and 8-foot landscape enhancement strip to be installed to county standards. If a fence is used, it must be to the interior of the landscape enhancement strip, and heavy landscaping used such that it will substantially shield the fence within 5 years. That was Z14. For Z15, all debris, including tires, to be removed from the property prior to the issuance of a land disturbance permit. Code enforcement to inspect the property to ensure compliance. Existing structure to be demolished. Architecture to be substantially similar to the elevations provided by the applicant. Note that the elevations were prepared for different sites so that the directions are incorrect. In other words, it says west when it's really not. Front elevation of the building facing Veterans Memorial to have a minimum of 30% brick or stone, remaining to be cement-based siding. Side and rear elevations to have brick, stone, and or cement-based siding. Exterior colors to be approved by the District Commissioner. Use limited to veterinary hospital only. Zoning will revert to R20 if land disturbance permits are not issued within 12 months of the Board of Commissioners' final decision. And no banners shall be displayed on the property. That's Z15. And could you pass this down to the clerk so she has these elevations? And for Z19, all parking and paving to be removed from the front of the building and curb cuts to be removed. 8-foot landscape enhancement strip to be installed to county standards. All parking to be to the rear of the building. 20-foot landscape buffer to be installed along or near the rear property line. Color of building to remain the same or District Commissioner to approve color. All signs to comply with current Cobb County standards. And those are my additions.
Okay, Christie, did you have any? No? Skip, you had one, I believe.
Yes, I'd like to acknowledge that the zoning division has received regarding Z7 and SLUP 2, Inga Auto Center. The zoning division has received a revised letter of stipulations from the applicant dated January 28th, 2015, which agrees to a 20-foot wide enhanced landscape buffer to be approved by the county arborist with a 6-foot high wooden privacy fence both along the northern property line. The January 28th letter will control as it relates to the northern property buffer line. In addition, I would like to read into the record 2 minor additions to this revised letter of stipulations as follows. The first has to do with minor modifications. It would become item number 10, I believe. changed to read, "The district commissioner shall have the authority to approve minor modifications as the development proposal proceeds through the plan review process and thereafter, except for those that A, increase the density on the site, B, reduce the size of an approval buffer adjacent to property that is zoned the same or in a more restrictive zoning district, C, relocate a structure closer to the property line of an adjacent property that is zoned the same or in a more restrictive zoning buffer, and D, increase the height of the building that is adjacent to property that is zoned in the same or in a more restrictive zoning district." In addition, I'd like to add a reversion clause as item number 11 to read, "The property will revert to its original zoning classification if not developed within 24 months of BOC approval." That concludes my comments.
Okay. John, we got all that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now we have the consent agenda with the alterations also added. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented? Christie?
Make a motion to approve the
wait.
Okay.
And a question.
Okay. We have a
And just to
motion.
clar- and just
Let's
clar-
get a second for discussion. So we have a motion to approve. We have a second from Galt. Discussion. John?
And just to clarify, we're approving the consent agenda except for that one that was pulled off.
Right. Which was Z11. Z11 was removed from the consent agenda. Are those folks back inside yet for Z11? Mr. Tooley? No, they're still talking. See, I knew they could get together. Okay, we'll give them a little bit longer. We'll see if they come in just a few moments. Okay, now, we do have a motion. We do have a second. Any further discussion?
I just had a question.
Yes, go ahead.
I wondered if all the additional stipulations had been discussed with the applicant.
They have, but you can verify that. Yes,
Okay.
yes, they have. They sure have. Okay, anything else? All in favor of the motion? Okay, consent agenda is approved as presented and as amended. Now, we do have Z11. Can we proceed and then come back to
Yes.
to Z11?
We can do that.
Okay, before we get into our regular cases, I do have one announcement, John, if you'd allow me. We have one of our zoning attorneys that's here for several cases today, Mr. Kevin Moore, has a real conflict. He must be at the Georgia State Supreme Court hearing in Atlanta very soon. He's been summoned. We cannot overlook the fact that it is the Georgia Supreme Court. So he has asked us if we would move his cases up in the agenda and hear them earlier, and so we're glad to do that so that he can make his appointment with the Supreme Court. He's a lead attorney on a very important case, in fact, down there, and must leave very soon. So we'll, John, if that's all right, I believe the two cases of his that will be moving forward are Z18, is that correct?
That's
and
correct.
Z22, which is combined with SLUP 3.
That's correct.
So those are the two that we will be hearing early. So, John, would you want to read those first?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Rezoning case Z18, Vanquish Property Partners, LLC. Request rezoning from R20 to RA5 for the purpose of detached single-family residential in land lot 310 of the 16th District. The property is located on the northeasterly side of Trickham Road, north of Shallowford Road, across from Easy Circle. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z18? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Okay, Kevin, if you'd allow me, before we get started, we have 2 or 3 cases on the agenda today, 2 I'm aware of, possibly 3, that have attracted an awful lot of attention. I want to remind everyone here that we do appreciate and ask for your courteous and respectful behavior at all times. I see people with signs. We do not allow those signs to be held up and waved, so let's don't do that. No outbursts, no applause. You can make your cases known at the podium, and we'll hear you loud and clear. We don't need to do anything more than that. It's very disruptive, takes up time, and it accomplishes little, so we'd appreciate proper decorum at all times if I could ask for that. After your case is heard, if you choose to leave, that's fine. In fact, it makes room for those that are standing in the back. But when you do leave, please leave quietly and save the conversation for out beyond the double doors, if you would, please. We'd appreciate that. Okay, Kevin, go ahead.
Thank you, and good morning. For the record, my name is Kevin Moore, here on behalf of the owner and applicant in this rezoning application. First, I did want to thank you, Mr. Chairman and Planning Commissioners, for allowing my cases to come forward so I can be sure to make the appointed court time this afternoon. So I appreciate that courtesy and consideration. This particular property is located on Trickham Road just north of its intersection with Shallowford. It is a property that's 2.69 acres. I think the first thing you're seeing, yes, up on the screen is the GIS. It's currently zoned R20, and the rezoning application is to rezone it for a single-family detached small infill subdivision consisting of 8 lots to the RA5 category. And you can see this property, in particular its positioning. It is surrounded on adjacent sides by PRD, a planned residential development, Cambridge Crossings, and we had a really good positive meeting with that homeowners association last week, and went very well with that meeting and the discussion with those neighbors. You can see immediately to the south is PSC. These are some old categories for us here in this particular area, which is a planned shopping center. That's an older shopping center as well that fronts back out onto Shallowford at that location at Trickham in that particular intersection. This particular property has been sitting there. It is in a position, though, adjacent to the shopping center and adjacent to a PRD, a single-family residential subdivision, that puts it in a place where it can provide for an excellent transition if done appropriately. And I'm going to turn to the site plan and show you why we think this has been done appropriately, and why we think, number one, for rezoning such as this, you don't see the opposition standing here. I think there's a reason for that, given the area. This is the site plan. You'll see this is Trickham Road and the 2.69 acre site with the shopping center adjacent here and the surrounding PRD. That particular planned residential development or subdivision comes in at just over 3 units per acre. Very nice subdivision. What we're proposing here is a total of 8 homes, which is a 2.9 units per acre. So it's actually less on a density or a per unit basis than the adjoining subdivision. We have 8 lots. We are proposing with an entrance and a central park in the middle to provide for a nice entryway for residents and potential new home buyers. The discussions that we had with the neighbors in Cambridge Crossing are reflected in a February 2nd stipulation letter. We had a meeting with them last week and developed those stipulations with them, and that is what is reflected in the letter, which included an increased house size to a minimum of 2,800 square feet, as well as some other very specific stipulations as it relates to there being a homeowners association that will have maintenance responsibilities. This will be a really nice entrance feature. You'll see there's open space. Really, it's an open space park, kind of passive park landscape area, so that you can really see how nice the subdivision will be as you pull in for this infill development. As it provides, as I said, a transition, and staff noted this in its report as well, a transition from what is the rear of a shopping center located about where it says PSC to the surrounding neighborhood. And what this does is then really put a line in the sand that once you get past the shopping center, you're now into an area of single-family detached homes, and that's what the transition provides. Next, we've also attached as part of our stipulation letter elevations to the proposed homes. We felt it was important. RA5, all lots are a minimum of 7,000 square feet, though a good many of these lots that are proposed here are over 10,000 square feet. So what we wanted to do, though, because of the nature of that, is provide for a real detailed level of the type of homes that are going to be proposed here in terms of their architecture and look and appearance, so that you can see the type of quality that's being brought to this location. This was also a certain level of comfort to the surrounding neighborhood, that what was going to be constructed here would be of like quality and would provide a good location for their new neighbors. These cottage-style homes, you can see, have the appropriate elevations and materials, and again, those are attached to the stipulation letter in detail as part of the applicant and proposed builder's agreement with the adjoining neighborhood. And you can see just from those elevations and looks, it's a very good quality subdivision, and one that fits appropriately from a transition standpoint. With that, I'm here. I can answer any questions that you might have. as well as representatives of Vanquish Property Partners who are here as well, the applicant. Our letter dated February 2nd, while I know we prefer to have it earlier, the meeting that could be arranged with the Homeowners Association was not arranged until the middle of last week, and so we needed to make sure we included the request that they had and that we had made agreements and commitments to as a part of that. But with that, we would respectfully request your approval of rezoning to the RA5 category, subject to the site plan I just shared with you, and importantly subject to the stipulations and conditions which we put forth in our letter dated February 2nd. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moore. Is anyone here wishing to speak in opposition to Z18? Trickham Road? Okay, not seeing and hearing any. It's back to this board. We'll close the public comment portion. This is in District 3, and so our discussion will be led by Ms. Trombetti. Christy?
Thank you. I'm not surprised that we don't have opposition because this RA5 is a nice transition, I think, between the commercial development on Trickham and Shallowford and the residential development next to this property. I like the site plan. Some of the variances requested, I think, are necessitated by the additional green space that they included on the plan that I think will be a nice aesthetic. The elevations are also a good thing to have added to the stipulation letter, so I appreciate that very much. The staff has recommended approval, and I think with the additional stipulations presented in the letter and the lack of opposition, this would be a good candidate for the board's consent agenda. Again, the variances that have been requested, I think, have everything to do with the configuration of the property and the design of these lots, and it does not take away from the fact that there's still an impervious limitation on each of these.
Correct.
So we're protected as far as that is concerned. So if there are no other questions, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Christy, I guess we talked in our work session about runoff control and that so forth. Are we okay with that?
The staff comments for stormwater, I think, will prevail at plan review. They have provided for some detention, and they may have to rearrange the plan just a little bit once they get into plan review, but the stormwater management staff assured us that that's something they can handle during permitting. So I'm
Okay.
satisfied with that.
Okay, good deal. For those that don't know and are here for the first time, plan review is what happens after it passes us, gets to the Board of Commissioners. Assuming it gets approval there, one of the next things that happens is what we call plan review, where the applicant and all of their engineers and designers come in, sit down with all of our staff, and they go over the real fine details. So lots of things are worked out there that we don't necessarily hear about here. Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, Christy.
Again, really good stipulations in the letter, so I would like to make a motion that Z18 be recommended for approval, subject to all staff comments and recommendations, the letter from Kevin Moore dated February 2nd, and that this be placed on the Board of Commissioners consent agenda.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Any other discussion? All in favor of the motion? So that's approved 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, stay up there. I think you have one more,
Yes.
Z22.
Yes.
Rezoning case Z22, and Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, we're going to hear the zoning and the SLUP together, if that's okay with the board. Rezoning case Z22, Butler Brothers Tire Company, request rezoning from GC to NRC for the purpose of automotive and related retail uses and used auto sales in land lot 1080 of the 19th District. The property is located on the easterly side of Austell Road, on the north side of Roberta Circle Extension, on the westerly side of Roberta Circle, and on the north, south, east, and west sides of Stallion Parkway. Additionally, SLEP3, Butler Brothers Tire Company, request a special land use permit for the purpose of a used auto dealer in land lot 1080 of the 19th District. The property is located on the eastern side of Austell Road, on the north side of Roberta Circle Extension, on the westerly side of Roberta Circle, and on the north, south, east, and west sides of Stallion Parkway. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to these two cases? Please raise your hands. Let the record show there are 3 people here opposed to these 2 cases. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
If you're going to testify on these cases, or you think you want to testify, come on up and be sworn in. If you change your mind, that's okay. We'd like to get the swearing in done all at one time. We counted 3, but I see 5.
They were for another case.
I think the record needs to say 4 opposed. Is that correct? 4. Okay. We're a stickler for these things, folks. We're going to record it as 4. Okay, Mr. Moore, whenever you're ready, please.
Sure. Thank you. And again, I'm Kevin Moore, here on behalf of the owner and applicant, Butler Brothers Tire Company, in this application for rezoning. And as part of this presentation, I think also some explanation certainly is necessary. While I'm familiar and staff is familiar and you as the commissioners are familiar with some of the history with our zoning and zoning code, it can be confusing for anybody, especially that's not familiar with some of the changes that have occurred over time, especially within the last 20 years, which necessitates really this zoning application. And we'll start, you'll see that the GIS map has been placed up on your screen, and this, again, is property. The totality of it is about 10, just right at 10 acres, located at Austell Road, and probably the best location in terms of, if you're wondering where this 10 acres is located, it's located just north of South Cobb High School on Austell Road, almost, and just nearly across from the South Cobb Government Center that's located there on Austell Road as well. What you see is this property is highlighted in red. That's GC, stands for General Commercial. The Butler Brothers location and building, which is shown on the GIS, has been there since the late 80s, so almost nearly 30 years now, just over 25 years. They've owned this property and have had their location there and operated there, as well as the adjacent piece that they own, which was primarily used for light automotive repair and a car wash that's been there for quite some time as well. And that's been since 1988, and they, in fact, originally developed it. You have Stallion Parkway, which swings around through this property. They built the detention pond that helped address some of the stormwater issues that had been present back in those days. Under Cobb County's ordinances in 1996, the Cobb County Board of Commissioners revised their zoning code and revised our zoning ordinances and changed many of the zoning categories, and we've called it phased out categories such as general commercial. It's still a category, but it's only a category that can be used in conjunction with a use that was in existence as of 1996. The remainder of the property that's located here for Butler Brothers is Zone GC. It's not been developed, and under the ordinances, it has to be brought back for rezoning before any development can occur, even though it already has general commercial zoning, which is why this is necessitated bringing this forward at this point in time, because the owner is Butler Brothers Tire Company. Can't do anything. Can't turn over a spoonful of dirt or build or expand or renovate or improve these properties or put in new uses for these properties until such time as they're brought back and they're rezoned to some new category, hopefully consistent with the future land use plan. And so that's kind of the history lesson for that, and why this has to be brought back is because currently the owner is prohibited under Cobb County zoning ordinances from using the property for anything. So that's why it has to be brought back. And I know that y'all are familiar with that, but I think it's very helpful to set the context for the application itself. I'm going to turn to the site plan and go through that with you. Now just turning to the site plan, Austell Road, as we spoke about, and I mentioned Stallion Parkway. That's this road that goes through the property here all the way to Roberta Street Extension, and then here's a detention pond that was developed as part of this property many years ago. In terms of just location-wise and to orient you, here is the existing Butler Brothers Tire Company location here, and what was the car wash use that's located adjacent to it. The property consists of this tract here, which is almost 3.5 acres. That is not developed currently. It also consists of this almost 2-acre lot that's located here on the backside against Stallion Parkway. And what we're seeking is rezoning to the NRC classification. This is within a neighborhood activity center, so that would be appropriate for these 3 tracts here that will allow those to move forward with development at the appropriate time. As you might well imagine, Butler Brothers is not proposing to expand or build these locations at this point in time, but there is there's no interest when a property has no entitlement whatsoever from any type of potential user or work with any potential user, which is caused for coming forward with the rezoning application now. And this would also apply for its existing Butler Brothers Tire location here. What's proposed for this location where the car wash was is that car wash can no longer compete from a business standpoint. The desire for the use of that one parcel, which is 1.5 acres, is to allow for light automotive repair and used car sales. It meets the requirements for used car sales. The proposal, and this is where the special land use permit portion comes in, or the SLUP, which is required under Cobb County ordinances for used auto sales. It would be used for that purpose. That's been the interest that has been generated year over year is for use of that property for used car sales. And that's what they would like to use it for as well, in conjunction with the light automotive. It won't be a major used car lot. That's not what he seeks to do. And in fact, we can agree to limit how that would be used, such that no more than 5 cars would be displayed for sale in the front of the property, and then all other inventory of used cars must be located to the rear of the structure and shielded and screened from view from public right-of-way, so that the parking would occur back in this area here. And it's really just a limitation on the number of cars, so that you're not creating a used car lot there, but allowing for more in the sense of allowing for used car sales. The rest and remainder of the property would be zoned, proposed to be zoned to neighborhood retail commercial. It's been brought to our attention, there is an existing fence that was put in place along many years ago that has fallen into disrepair. That's been brought to our attention as far as wanting to address that, and the applicant, the owner, Butler Brothers Tire Company, has agreed to repair and replace that fence as directed, so that it can not be an eyesore, and that fence is generally located on the backside of this property as you reach to a residential neighborhood that's south, or actually east of this property as it sits. With that, we believe the application that's being brought forward to rezone this property to NRC, but allow for limited used car sales here, allows the property to move forward. Right now it's stuck. It's zoned to a category which is not usable under Cobb County zoning ordinances. It needs to move past that so that it can be improved and new users can be brought in, and potentially new development can be brought in at the appropriate time. But the first domino has to be getting it zoned to a category that's usable. That's what we're proposing here today. So with those limitations, I'm here to answer any questions that you may have. Mr. Alan Dobrin, principal and owner of Butler Brothers Tire Company, is here. He can answer any questions that I might not be able to answer. We'd respectfully request your recommendation for approval with those limitations that we've agreed to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. We'll hear from the opposition at this time. If you folks want to make your way up. If you will, give us your name.
Good morning. My name is Charlotte Sweetland. I'm a resident and homeowner. My husband and I live in the neighborhood behind Butler Tire, and I just have a few observations I'd like to share with you this morning, and then I'll cede the floor to my neighbor. As far as the proposed used car and truck facility there, I believe they're already engaging in this business. Just as a point of context, I've lived in the neighborhood for about 15 years. We observe a lot of things that go on in the neighborhood because we're so close. And what the site plan doesn't really reveal to all of you too much is that there are houses right here, and I don't have the site plan, but those little carve-outs that are right behind this proposed, the former car wash and now proposed used car sales are homes. The other thing I just wanted to bring up is we're opposed to the used car and truck sales. Currently what's going on is a lot of cars are there. We see the turnover. They're not tagged. They're, or if they are, they're expired. So anyway, I've talked to several neighbors in our neighborhood, and we're opposed to that. As far as the rest of it goes, I believe he did mention the fence. If you all are proposing to entertain this seriously, we would ask for more than a fence. I think maybe a landscape buffer would be in order. The housekeeping that goes on with Butler is pretty much non-existent. I have several photographs I'd be happy to share with you, but I don't want to take up time. I'm sure Mr. Porter has been to see this, and he understands what goes on there. There hasn't been one bit of housekeeping done on this site for about 10 years. So, again, if you're really seriously going to entertain this, we would ask that they do something more than just let it go. Otherwise, I don't have too much more to say other than just a repeat of what I've said. Again, as far as the NRC for the parcel that shows the potential retail building, I presume at some time, whenever they actually come back for that, there would be another hearing. Is that correct? Not necessarily on the zoning, but on the actual development portion. Probably not. Well, then I would ask that you all take into account special stipulations to protect the neighbors and all the homes that are around there. It's just pine trees right now, and I realize people like to develop their property, and I get all that. But please be mindful that we have homes back there, and this is our neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Charlotte. Next speaker, please.
My name is Elliot Fuller. I live at 1751 Virginia Circle, which is downstream from Butler Tire Company, about 3 blocks. And in 1967, this property was put up for to be built by Butler Tire Company, and it was brought before the commission, and they turned it down because of runoff of water at watershed concern for this property. In '88, it was brought back up before the commission, and it was granted that certain things would be built. The retention pond would be built to hold all the water to keep from running off to the neighbor. It says the neighbors now, not me. For all of the neighbors downstream, there's in the thing there, it shows you that Butler Tire Company swore that it would not affect the downstream neighbors, and it was signed off by the Cobb County Commission, signed it off and everything. And they said it would never do this. It has always had a problem. We cannot get it corrected. The last time that we tried, Commissioner Kestings made them hold a meeting down there and to correct the problem for good. It was voted on, and they said it was going to fix the problem. It has not. I'll show you some places right here. This right here used to be, you could walk off into it.
Elliot, we have a microphone he can hand you. You'll need to use that if you would, please.
This place right here,
That's good.
you can see how wide it is. That was about ankle to knee deep. and flat across the area. This area right here, see that cross tile right there? That used to be a walkway for the school kids to cross the creek over there. And there's a cross tile down on my property, which is 3 blocks away from there, and it finally washed on down the creek. And this right here is some of the water, showing how it's flooded and everything. Here's another place right here that is flooded at full bank, and that is about I'd say 4.5 to 5 foot deep right there in fast water. This place right here is in 2004. It came a rain, and it washed. There's the 5 trees right. That's not bushes now. These are trees that was washed down in one time, and you could walk off of that, and it was about knee deep to start with. Now it's about 14 foot deep and 20 foot wide, and it's not been corrected. And they won't talk to me about it. Don't even talk to nobody about it. A lot of people have just given up, moved off. But my next door neighbor, Miss Pinkerton, she's downstream one place from me, and she said, before I die, I hope to have it fixed. She's dead. It's not fixed. And I'd like for y'all to take attention and somehow get the county or Butler Tire is responsible for it, to get this corrected. And now they want to build more stuff. And that what he showed us there a minute ago is water runoff in addition to that. And the detention pond has never worked. And we've tried everything we know how to do. And Mr. Donahue over here, he lives down there about two more blocks south of me. And it washed his fence, slapped away, and ran water over the top of Seas Road, and violently, several years ago. You can raise your hand and signify that.
Okay, we're down to 2 minutes. If there's anyone else wishing to speak, you might want to wrap up.
Thank you all anyway.
Yeah, thank you very much. Give us your name, please, sir.
Tom Donahue. Basically, I have the problem with the runoff. I guess it's about 6 feet from the top of where the depth is from the base of to the top of it's like a 6 foot deep hole. And the water has come over a few times every time we get a large amount of rain. It come over the one time that we were talking about, where basically it just took down my whole fence. The street was out for about 2 hours or so. And that's about it real quick. But the retention pond is another problem. I've seen that, and it looks like a garbage pit. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, John. Anyone else wish to speak to Z22? We have about a minute left. Okay, not seeing or hearing any. We'll wrap this portion of it up. This is in District 4. Galt, you want to lead our discussion, please?
Certainly will. I think I'd like to start by asking Dave Braden from Stormwater Management to come up.
Yes, sir. Dave Braden with the Stormwater Management Division.
Okay, I guess you heard the comments the
Yes.
neighbors made. Maybe you can comment and enlighten us a little bit and talk about the detention that's there. And
Our division manager, Bill Higgins, in Stormwater has been out many times over the past years for this area. And what most people don't realize is that, can you pull it? Oh, you're showing it right there. Sir, that area that Jim is showing there, that entire parcel is a detention pond. This pond was sized significantly larger than would have been required for this development years ago because of the existing problems in the site. And the issue is not the Butler Tire project in general, it's that South Cobb High School is below here. Austell Road was widened from narrow lane GDOT to four lanes, and it runs huge distance in both directions that drain to this area. So there's a significant amount of drainage area and impervious coverage that's off the site that drains through here that's not controlled by this pond. Pond's as big as we could have made it. And so, you know, there's counties talked and looked at issues, but there's areas that we can't control, and we can't control what GDOT does on Austell Road. So there are issues, and but it's not something that we can make Butler Tire this project solve. So.
Have you been out there, Dave? You've seen it. What does it look like?
Yeah, there are some issues with the pond as far as debris and some things in the pond that need to be cleaned up. But
and whose responsibility would it be?
That's the owner's responsibility.
And in this case, that would be Butler.
That's right.
Okay.
Well, the overall project, right?
Okay.
I think there's probably a joint agreement for the whole development, right?
Okay. For this particular zoning, Z22, additional runoff that might be created there, would it also flow into this same?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And the pond was sized for build-out of all the parcels in this that we see on the site plan. That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. How much time would you think would be reasonable for them to do the cleanup they need to do in that detention pond?
We have just added some new code enforcement staff for stormwater, so we lost 2 individuals, so we were a little bit behind on that. But now that those positions are filled, we can have them go out and take a look at, because there may be some other issues as far as cleanup that might need to be done in that pond, and besides aesthetic maintenance, but debris that would be in the pond as well, and make sure that it's not impacting the functionality of the outlet control structure.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Would you think if we had a stipulation that it be cleaned up in 60 days, that's reasonable?
Sure.
Or?
Yeah.
Okay. Or is that too long? Or
no, I'm thinking that if we make it, if we maybe start that clock when they submit their plans to plan review, because there may be something in plan review that might need to be done in addition to that, and I would hate to have it.
Yeah, I don't think they're.
No, go ahead and say 60 days. That's not bad.
I was going to say, I don't think you're going to see anything immediately coming into plan review. What they have for buildings are things that they hope to build some years in the future.
Go ahead and make that. Then that way, in case it doesn't come in for a while, we can get somebody out there. That's a good idea.
Okay. Okay, but you feel confident that the runoff on this site's being detained in that pond and not.
The pond was way oversized. Okay. Yeah, but you couldn't make it. You can't do it to cure all the ills in the basin. That's
right.
That's for sure. Right.
Right. So you're saying most of their problems are coming not from this site but elsewhere, and it'd be worse if this site.
It's an old part of the county that didn't have any storage to speak of for all those areas. Right.
Yeah, and it would be worse if this site didn't have this big detention pond.
Oh, it would be. Yeah, it would be much worse. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you. That answered my questions. Anybody else have any stormwater questions?
Okay. Thank you, Dave.
Okay. Comment on a few of the other questions and concerns raised. I know one was that they're already selling cars at this location, and I suspect that's probably true. I observed many untagged vehicles there, and you know, I believe the owner's bringing in cars that he gets at auction or from individuals, fixes them up and sells them. So I think, you know, it's precisely probably what's happening there now. I don't know that for a fact, but it sure appears to be. And hopefully, whatever outcome this case comes, it will either be legal for them to do that or they'll stop doing it. Housekeeping, I would agree that, you know, Butler Tire has some outdoor tire storage that needs to be, you know, corrected. They shouldn't be storing any tires outdoor. I know they're used tires, but, you know, there's problems with rain and water getting in there and breeding mosquitoes and all those kind of things. So, you know, I'll ask the attorney Kevin Moore to make a note to talk to Butler about that and that There was also a question about the buildings. They're actually supplying a site plan that includes future buildings and asking for approval of that. And if those are approved, they wouldn't have to come back through zoning to build those buildings. So I do intend to make some stipulations that the building architecture and landscaping for the new buildings would have to be approved by the district commissioner so that there's some protection in place. But the way it's proposed now, they wouldn't have to come back for rezoning to build those buildings. If they wanted to build a different footprint of a building or a different kind of building, they'd have to come back, before the Board of Commissioners, probably as another business item, in which case there would be a public hearing. Let's see. I think that's all the comments I have. Anybody else have questions or comments before I make a motion?
Kevin Moore, step back up just a minute, please. The package that was handed to us and all the comments that were made had to do with one issue: drainage, runoff, erosion control, and so forth, especially as it relates to those that live downstream from this. What does Butler say about that? Can they clean out that detention pond so as to do the best that they can to control runoff from their side, even though we've heard that a lot of this runoff doesn't come from this side, it comes from the roadway?
Right. Two things with that. First, we will certainly have Butler Brothers will get with Dave Braden and Cobb County Stormwater Division Management to work through what needs to be done to the existing pond, if there is any cleanup or whatever needs to be addressed with that. We'll get with them immediately so that can be addressed, certainly. Beyond that, I think the second point that would be made is that when they did build that detention pond, as Mr. Braden noted, it was significantly oversized. They agreed to do that to try to provide as much stormwater help and management as could be had. You can see that it's almost a 2-acre parcel that's which now is essentially a regional stormwater management facility for this entire area, because that's the best that could be done at the time, which helps the whole area, not just Butler Brothers Tire site. So I do at least want to say that they did something very responsible, spent a lot more money, time and resources to do what is there, which, as Mr. Braden pointed out, would have not been required. That was something they agreed to do at the time as a good neighbor.
When was that?
Back when it was built originally in the late 80s, early 90s.
What I'm asking them to do is be a good neighbor, and it sounds like they haven't been the best neighbor in the last several years.
I don't know about that. I know that people have different stories about things, but I do know that they're very responsive, and if we can, as pointed out here, we'll be able to get with Mr. Braden and have that addressed right away. Feel very comfortable and confident with that.
Okay. Any other questions for Kevin?
I do have another question that I forgot. Dealing with the fence that's along Roberta Circle and Roberta Circle Extension.
Yes.
I noticed in your comments you mentioned, basically repairing that fence or replacing that fence. We did have some talks about possibly just replacing that fence with a landscape buffer, something like maybe a 20-foot landscape buffer along there. Is that something that you discussed with your client, and what was their thoughts? And
we would rather plant trees than a fence. I mean, I know at the time when that was first put in, fences were all the rage. But as we've seen, wooden fences, privacy fences like that, the best day is their first day. And so if we can replace it with trees, it helps. I think it provides a better screen, better buffer, and better aesthetics. So yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure you were still okay with that we discussed prior. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Well, I think I'm ready to make a motion then. Make the following motion regarding Z22 to recommend approval, subject to all the following: all staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. Site plan received December 4th, 2014 with the proposed office warehouse building being used for office and retail only. Applicant to replace the privacy fence at the rear of the property along Roberta Circle and Roberta Circle Extension with a 20-foot landscape buffer. Let's see. I also want to add that within 60 days of BOT or BOC final decision, the detention pond will be brought up to current standards and cleaned as determined by stormwater management. And also like to add, for any new building, district commissioner to approve building architecture and landscape design. And the following district commissioner may approve minor modifications except for those that increase the overall square footage of a non-residential project, cause a reduction in the size of an approved buffer adjacent to a property that is zoned the same or is more restrictive in its designated zoning, cause the relocation of a structure closer to the property line of an adjacent property that is zoned the same or is more restrictive in its designated zoning, increase the height of building that is adjacent to the property that is zoned the same or in a more restrictive designated zoning, change an access location to a different roadway. That's my motion.
Okay, can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second from Ms. Trombetti. Any further discussion, questions, comments? Not seeing and hearing any. Call for the vote. All in favor? Okay. Clean that pond up, folks.
Okay, now I have to do SLUP 3.
SLUP has to be separate.
Yeah. And with regard to that, the special land use permit for the audience is so that they can run the used car dealership. And staff has done a fine job of laying out why this really makes no sense in this location. We're within a neighborhood activity center, and none of the zoning classifications allowed in a neighborhood activity center allow for used car sales. And the reason is that it's considered to be too intensive a use for that type of area. Additionally, this site doesn't have the requisite 1 acre of paved area that would be required on a used car lot. I know the applicant has said, well, could we have some kind of reduced car lot approval size? And I think that might create a slippery slope for the county. So if there's no other comments, I'm ready to make a motion. So, with regard to SLUP 3, I make a motion that we recommend denial.
We have a second from Ms. Trombetti. Any further discussion, questions, comments? All in favor? So the SLUP for the used car dealership is denied. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you again for the cooperation and courtesy to
Sure, thank you,
move
Kevin.
these along.
Okay, just for the record, Z11, that was Mr. Tooley. Are those folks back in? Okay. Why don't you come to the microphone and let me ask you a couple of quick questions? Just you at this point. Give us your name.
Richard Tooley, Jr.
Okay, Richard, I know you stood out back and talked to those folks for quite some time. Were you able to resolve your issues, or do we need to hear the case?
I think that we made an agreement to allow me to come to their house. Judy and Dan live across the easement from where I will intend to be building, and there's some issues with the driveway and utilities that we need to discuss, and I think we made an agreement to meet this week and see if we can work that out to their satisfaction, and then if that is indeed the case, I will submit a letter of stipulation regarding our zoning. But they have some valid concerns that I'd like to work with them on.
Okay, so you're gonna meet with them.
I'm gonna meet with them this week and see if I can address their concerns. I don't have enough frame of reference visually without being there with them to understand what they're asking, but I would like to work with them and plan to do so.
Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't. What were their names again?
It's Judy and Dan. They're here.
Judy and Dan. Are you okay with that? Okay, so we're going to leave you on consent agenda then. You folks are going to get together and work that out before it gets to the BOC here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are we okay with that? No?
It's not worked out.
Well, we can, yeah, that might even be a better idea.
Why wouldn't we what?
If we just hold the case and then you come back to us in 30 days and we'll discuss it at that point.
I believe that we can work this out, and it just takes some hands-on time.
Why don't we just hear it then?
We wouldn't know that if we passed it without giving them the protection.
Well,
We have no way of knowing.
If that's how we feel about it, I'd prefer to keep it on the agenda today.
Okay, then we'll just hear the case. Let's
Okay.
just do that.
Okay.
Okay, John, why don't you read it into the record, and then we'll just hear the case and see what we can do with it.
You want to hear it right now, or do you want to hear it
Yeah,
in
well,
order?
No, it was
we need to do it in its regular, as I said earlier, in its regular numerical sequence, which
Okay.
will be in a few minutes. So just have a seat, Rick, and we'll call you up in just a few minutes and so forth.
Mr. Chairman, Board, I've had a request for an early head count, so if it pleases the Board, can I get a show of people here who are opposed to rezoning case Z8 Wingstone Properties? Please raise your hands.
Okay, keep your hands up so we can get a count, please.
Let the record show there are 30 people here opposed to rezoning case Z8. Can I get a show of people here who are in support of rezoning case Z8? Please raise your hand.
Keep them up, folks. Jason is meticulous and slow, but he'll get you.
Let the record show there are 31 people here in support of rezoning case Z8.
Any other head counts? Is that it?
That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, then we're back to the regular agenda. What is next? Mr. Peterson.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
We continue to one. That was continued, wasn't it?
Moving into the continued case agenda, SLEP 14 of 2014, Municipal Communications LLC requests a special land use permit for the purpose of a wireless communications tower and antenna in land lots 1085 and 1086 of the 17th District. The property is located on the southeast side of River Heights Crossing, northeast of Riverlook Parkway. The applicant's representative is present. Can I get a show of people here who are opposed to SLEP 14 of 2014? Please raise your hands. Let the record show there are 8 people here opposed to SLEP 14. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Before we get started, I know many of you had to get babysitters. You took off from work to come here. If you've been counted and you're not giving testimony, if you want to leave, that's fine. No problem. I'll just tell you that. We usually do have a few that like to slip out. If you just wanted to be counted for the record and need to leave, that's perfectly all right. Mr. Ney, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Members of the Commission, I'm Jim Ney, and I'm here today representing Municipal Communications, LLC. I have with me Mr. John Throckmorton to my immediate right, who's the Vice President of that applicant, if you will. Most of the people in the area where this telecommunication tower is proposed have terrible or absolutely no wireless coverage whatsoever. This is absolutely an extremely dangerous circumstance, especially in emergency circumstances where you're trying to call the police, you're trying to call an ambulance. It just leaves you in an absolute hole if you don't have coverage. People actually move out of these apartments because of the lack of coverage. This telecommunications facility will provide far better and significant coverage and service, which is absolutely needed for this area. To help you understand and to describe a little bit better the need and desire for this coverage, let me pass up to you a petition which you already have in your package, if I might. It's a petition signed by some 253 of our neighbors requesting the passage of this SLUP. We're overwhelmed by the number of people who want to see it passed. We think this is an absolutely significant showing of people who think that they need better wireless coverage. Let me pass up to you, and I have already done so in the package that came to your way, a report of Cityscape Consultants, Inc., Cobb's excellent outside telecommunications consultant. It draws a number of favorable conclusions, but more importantly, it recommends the approval of this matter, and it does so in a clear way, and it justifies it in several different respects. This is a well-researched, strong, and clear affirmative opinion that's being given by your outside consultant. Your fine planning staff has very carefully studied this request, and they did so and gave it a well-reasoned analysis, and after doing so, they recommend the favorable passage of this request that's before you. Now, this won't be a regular cell tower. This will be a monopine facility. It will be designed to look just like an evergreen tree. What I'd like to do is, if I could at this point, put on the board and show you a very clear picture of what it looks like. We have already installed here in Cobb County at 17 Hurt Road a lovely monopine that looks so delightful. It looks just like a tree. I want you to see it. We would intend to duplicate that at this site here. You've passed this once before. It would merely be the passage of that same facility, if you would. This monopine is very attractive. It will blend very nicely, particularly blend in every sense with the trees and the evergreen trees that are in this area. We have already passed up to you a booklet. I hope you have a chance to take a look at that booklet. I'd ask you to look at the key information and the info that's contained therein. But most importantly, I want you to look at page number 3. Page number 3 gives you a clear and direct diagram and shows you exactly what existing terrible coverage you have, and it compares with the excellent coverage that will be achieved when this new monopine is in place. I think it's important that you take a look at it. It's in the green and white. It shows you the massive gaps that are there right now, and in the second diagram it shows the coverage that will be achieved. It is massively different. We first installed a telecommunications tower at this facility because there's a massive coverage gap. Let me repeat that. There is an absolute massive coverage gap. We've been looking for 7 or 8 years for sites here. Over those years, we've sought 8 different locations. We've moved forward, investigated. For one reason or another, we have moved away from those 8 sites. We've taken 4 different balloon tests during that period of time. So we've spent lots of time and diligence. But most importantly, we've spent massive diligence and time and energy in searching out and coming up with a facility that we have before you today. And it's a very good site, and we advocate its passage, please. In May of 2014, we carried out a balloon test, and it was designed to show you and show the people in our neighborhood just how little and the visibility of this facility would be to our neighbors. This was important because the reaction of the community in general to this balloon test was very affirmative and very positive, and we were pleased by that, as a matter of fact. But the keynote is the neighbors who could see the facility could only see the tip top of it, and it's very carefully disguised as a monopine or an evergreen tree. So no harm or no injury whatsoever that was done thereby. It just was an incredibly good picture. Now, if you look at the photos in your booklet, and I hope you will take a chance to do so, that balloon test there in pages 5 through 20 of that booklet, which has been passed up to you, which you already have been supplied. As you'll see, the monopole is only visible from 4 pictures. It is not visible from the other 11 pictures. These were done at random by professional engineers. And the point that I'm making to you is it's rarely being visible. It's an attractive evergreen monopine, so when you see it, all you see is the top of a monopine facility that looks just like another tree. Cobb County's outside telecommunications consultant made a favorable recommendation, as I mentioned to you a while ago. They concluded three things that clearly justified the need for this facility. Let me repeat that. In their language, it is clearly justified for three reasons. One, the unique terrain changes in the surrounding area. It's an up and down area. The topography is sweeping and moving in every sense whatsoever. It eliminates the need for additional towers in the general area by having one well-done, appropriately done facility. Three, it supplies you with reasonable room on that monopine to have at least 4 carriers so that you'll get adequate coverage from all the carriers who need to come onto that facility. We have already passed up to you, and you have in your file, a letter from the Da Vinci Engineering, Inc. people. It describes to you how, and in the very rare instance there's a failure or falling of this facility, it indicates to you what will happen. This monopole has been and will be designed very, very carefully so that it falls upon itself and that it falls within a very limited area. So it takes away the issue of failure or falling, if you will. You may want to focus on that letter. We very carefully, it's an expensive process, but we think it's well worth the dollars that are being utilized there. In regard to the variance request which you have before you, it really is 1 or 2 requests, can be looked upon as a matter of fact. It pertains to the southeast and the west side of this property and this site. The provision which we're dealing with is somewhat in the alternative. You can either have 110% provision, which would mean that we had to be 165 feet away from any residential parcel, or we could have the other standard which says, as safety concerns may dictate. We clearly think that this is one that meets that second standard, going away and absolutely and unequivocally. The closest off-site buildings to our facility are 167.8 feet, 189.4 feet, and this is a 150-foot monopine. So there's just no way in the world it could fall and hit any kind of improvement off-site. So clearly it meets the standard as all safety concerns may dictate. With that said, we think with this 150-foot monopine facility, it's clearly safe, it's in keeping with and complies with the language of your ordinance. We've had the great pleasure of working with and showing on several occasions this facility to the East Cobb Civic Association. They've carefully reviewed this site, and they've come back with a favorable recommendation. We want to make sure you know that. They've asked us would we comply with some 3 or 4 conditions. We agree that we'll comply with each and every one of those conditions, and we've told them that in that regard. Please allow me at this point, if I can, to simply ask you to vote in favor of and to recommend the passage of this special land use permit and this variance which we have, or variances which we have. Let me close by introducing Mr. Harris Simpson, who's an MAI and CRE appraiser with Greystone Valuation Services, and ask Mr. Harris if he'll provide you with both a written, and you have that in your packages if you will, and an oral expert opinion, and he is an expert because he's an MAI appraiser, that there will be no harm to the values of our neighbor's property because of the location of this monopine. We'd like to reserve the remainder of our time for any questions you may have. Thank you. Bo?
Okay, we have about a minute left.
Okay. My name is Harris B. Simpson, and I grew up here in Atlanta, and I've been in the appraisal business for 25 years. And I do a lot of different work, including special studies, and I've been asked to form an opinion on this proposed monopine that's designed to look like a tree. And so I went and looked at the site. We research existing structures that are near neighborhoods to see if they have any impact on value. And ideally, we might find one where the subdivision was half built and a tower went up, and then the second half of the subdivision was built and sold out. So we have uniformity in homes sales and so forth, and we can study it in an ideal case like that. In other cases, we may just find a subdivision where a tower exists, part of the subdivision can see the tower, or it's very near to the tower and the other part can't, and that's what we did here. We found several case studies where we did that, and in that case we also interviewed a number of the homeowners to ask them if the data that we're seeing is actually what they experience. And so we went through those exercises and had conclusive evidence and support from our research and from the data that these type towers do not impact home sales, do not impact values, do not impact appreciation rates. And so this particular site, in my opinion, is a very good location, and I think the monopine is an extraordinary step to disguise such a structure. Even undisguised, I would have the same opinion that it will not impact homes in this area, and that is my conclusion.
Thank you, Harris, very much. We're about 30 seconds over. We'll add that additional time to the opposition if we need to. Jim, you have a quick wrap-up?
Nothing more, Mr. Chairman. We'd ask for your favorable vote, and we thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's hear from the opposition now. That's a record for Jimmy. He only went 30 seconds over. Good morning. Give us your name, please.
My name is Jennifer Pennington,
Okay,
and I'm
Jennifer.
with the law firm of Carvalho and Associates, and I represent the Willows Condominium Association with co-counsel Martin Shelton. The Willows condominiums are located adjacent to and to the south of the proposed cell tower location. The applicant has proposed, and this is a picture of the actual location where they've got their SLUP notice set up. They proposed building a 150-foot cell tower at the convergence of not one but 3 residential properties: the Willows, my client, the Walton, and the Riverview Outlook condominiums. And I've got a couple residents who are also going to speak, so I'm going to try to keep my time short. That's hard for a lawyer, as you know. But the proposed site is located at the convergence of these 3 residential communities, and at that convergence there's an outdoor recreation facility that the 3 communities use. Now, that outdoor recreation facility includes a playground, tennis courts, a picnic area, and a school bus stop. In fact, the bus stop, and this is not the greatest graphic, but I wanted to show you the measurements. The school bus stop is located just over 50 feet from the proposed location of the tower. Not the site, the tower itself. So as we discussed in our previous October 3rd letter, this applicant has failed to comply with the requirements of the Cobb County ordinance provisions governing cell towers over 35 feet. In addition, the applicant has not demonstrated that they meet the 15 SLUP requirements. Due to limited time, I'm going to focus on the portion of the Cobb County ordinance that deals with cell towers over 35 feet. And as you know, that ordinance section requires a policy of strict enforcement for new cell towers. And that ordinance is the county's way of balancing the need for these new technologies with existing residential uses. And these residential uses, the first requirement is a setback requirement. Setback requirements for cell towers located near a residential property. And here we're not just near it, we're adjacent to 3 residential communities. The requirement is that all cell towers and antennas in excess of 70 feet must set back a distance equal to the full height of the tower, 150 feet, from any adjoining residential parcel, and as my colleague mentioned, or as safety concerns may dictate. Now, they've spent some time talking about the collapsible structure, but quite frankly, they've not submitted a final design plan for this tower. Cityscape mentions it in their report that as a requirement for the Board of Commissioners to approve this plan, a final design must be submitted. There's no final design. They've submitted a letter discussing collapsible towers, but they have not submitted a design for a collapsible tower in this space, and therefore I'd submit to you that they must be required to meet the setback requirements of 150 feet. Now, there's another additional part to this ordinance that requires when towers are next to an R-zoned or residential parcel, They have to be located no closer to the boundary than the height of the proposed tower, plus a safety factor of 10%. So I'm an attorney, not a mathematician, but that says 165 feet of setback. On the southern portion of this site, they propose a setback of 10 feet without any justification. Again, they have not submitted this collapsible tower for your approval. And we would submit that they have not complied with either of those setback requirements, the 150 feet or the additional 10% safety. The applicant has not met the co-location requirements. That's also part of the cell tower provisions. The applicant has not demonstrated that co-location is not a viable alternative. In fact, there are 23 registered towers within a 4-mile radius of this proposed location, 23. And the applicant has not given a single bit of analysis as to why co-location is not an option. Again, this ordinance is balancing this need for new technology with existing residential uses. Most importantly, under this, the applicant has not shown an actual need for this tower. The Cobb County has set forth very strict requirements for demonstrating need. It says that no new tower shall be permitted unless the applicant demonstrates to the satisfaction of the board that there's an actual need. And it requires the applicant to show at a minimum 7 factors, 7 different types of evidence that there's actual need. Here, they fail to meet 4. The first 3, number 1, number 4, and number 5, deal with this analysis of existing towers. And I'm getting short on time, so I'm going to try to limit it. Again, that goes back to the 23 towers within the 2 miles. More importantly is factor 6. They must show that there's a significant gap in wireless service in the geographic area under consideration. And the code itself provides the different ways that the applicant can demonstrate a gap in service. Taking their word for it is not in the code. They have not provided what type of service has been dropped. They said they've got this massive coverage gap. But the only thing they've submitted is a map that shows that there is ample AT&T coverage in the area. So I'd submit that they have failed to show that they've complied with the cell tower ordinance. In terms of aesthetics, I'm going to let the residents speak to that, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Give us your name.
Good morning. I'm Cynthia Rimbold, and I'm a resident of one of the adjacent communities, the Riverview Overlook condominiums. I'm also on the board and represent the community, and I'm also an attorney, but not a zoning attorney. And the only thing that I would like to add here is that there's 419 private residences involved that is going to be impacted by this application. So I urge that you take it very seriously. We are very upset. Both communities, the Willows and the Overlook, were offered this cell phone tower in our communities, and I can speak for our community. We desperately needed the funds, and we rejected it because of the issues that have been brought up today. I will also add that I use a cell phone solely in my residence at the Overlook, and I also have an iPad, and I'm an attorney, and I work with clients 24/7, and I've never had cell phone coverage issues. I've never had a call drop. I've never not been able to use my phone, and that's the vendor that they're discussing here, and so I challenge them as to really the need of the cell phone in the community. And the third thing is that one of the things that we didn't discuss is that the cell phone is going to be located directly, just almost adjacent to where the children of the community, of all 3 communities, get on the school bus. There's a ton of children that come up there, and there's 2 buses for every school full of children up there. And this cell phone tower is going to be right where they get on. Now, I'm going to tell you, we have a pool that's locked up in our community, and we have a lot of problems with kids breaking into the pool and hanging out at our pool and tennis courts. I have it's going to happen here too, and there's nobody there that's going to be able to police this facility, and I'm very concerned about the safety of the kids and the community as well as the aesthetics. I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Nick Mazzolini. I'm from Cobb County. I live in the Willows. I'm a Georgia Tech graduate, electrical engineer, and I'm in the construction industry. So I'm not opposed to new buildings, infrastructure, bridges, but what I am opposed to is the importance of zoning things in the right places. I moved out here to enjoy what Cobb has to offer, and that is these state parks and these recreational centers. I moved up to a place surrounded by woods, and now I'm going to be stuck with this 150-foot tall tower next door to me. Basically, our buildings are 35-foot tall, and the tower is 150, so that's 4 times taller than my tower. I also have an issue with coming into a private residence and building a tower. I think towers should be on main roads, and I think we all see them on main roads, and for some reason, they're coming 2.4 miles off the main road of Johnson's Ferry and coming into a private neighborhood to build this. And I think that's a big issue for all of us out here. We don't want people coming into our private neighborhood to build these kinds of things. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nick, very much. We're going to have to close the public portion for now. Appreciate it very much. You guys did good. You did it right under the wire, so we appreciate that. Mr. Nate, could I get you to come back up, please? This is in District 2, so I'll handle this discussion.
By the way, Mr. Chairman, bring Mr. Throckmorton with me,
That's okay. Take your time.
please. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Couple of things. And again, when we ask folks, whether it's some of you folks or the attorneys to come back up and we ask a question, we need to stick to the answers to that question and not wander too far afield from that. But Jimmy, one of our folks here just said that the tower is 10 feet from a structure. I don't see that in any of the plans. Do you want to address that?
I'm so sorry, Mr. Chairman. That's just absolutely incorrect. It may be 10 feet from the side of the parcel, but we're 167 and 189 feet from any off-site structure.
How far is it to the, let's say, the playground that they mentioned?
Playground's probably 100 to 125 feet, as a matter of fact, something like that.
And
it's
what's the likelihood? I mean, I know if we have a very high wind, a tornado, something like that to come through, anything can happen. But what's the history of these towers falling?
I'm going to let Mr. Throckmorton join me in just a minute in answering that, Mr. Chairman. But I want to. It is absolutely incredibly good. And the type that we're building, if you've seen the one at 17 Hurt Road, it is substantial, strong. It does have the fall letter that it'll be designed so that it falls upon itself and can't fall in any distance, if you would. The record is absolutely perfect, not perfect, but almost perfect. I think here in Cobb County we've never had a cell tower fall at this point, and we're very fortunate that they've been operating in long periods of time. So we have an impeccable record. This will be well done and well built by an excellent company, just like the one on Hurt Road, Mr. Chairman.
I have seen that one. Okay, thank you. John, do you want to comment on safety of the tower?
Absolutely. There's 3 kinds of cell towers. There's a monopole, a guy tower, or a lattice tower. This is a monopole, which is considered the safest and has the safest track record. Nationally, there's about 200,000 cell towers, and our research over the last 11 years, there's been about 20 tower collapses or failures that we've been able to look at, and all of those are guy or lattice towers, which have multiple points of failure. On a monopole, it really only has 3 points of failure. Typically, the failures occur with your taller 400-foot or higher TV towers or radio towers, those kind of things. So the monopoles have like I said, a substantial safety record, both in terms of collapse or any kind of structural failure. With regard to the playground, we're sensitive to that. That is owned by and maintained by Walton Properties, and as Jim mentioned earlier, they provided the petition with 253 signatures in support. So the residents that maintain and insure that playground are in support of this project.
Okay, thank you very much. One of you can address this, the
Yes.
co-location. I know we do have a couple of dozen cell towers within a short distance of this area. Is co-location of new tower, is that possible, new antennas, is that possible
Let me
or not?
rectify that statement. I'm sorry, we do disagree with that. The closest tower is approximately 1.7 miles away, not close by. And remember, we're actually the experts in this area. We've been searching for 7 or 8 years trying to find a tower. We've been all over this area, looking all the way from Paper Mill Road all the way back to the river, if you will, and simply not available. Co-location is simply not an alternative. And I would ask you to cite your own consultant in that regard, who clearly says it's necessary and essential. He would have said you can co-locate on blank and blank had that been the circumstance, and that's clearly not what he's done. He said it's needed, but once it's in place, you should be able to avoid any other cell towers being needed in the general area, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me turn over to, John's on the telephone, but I want to ask either John or Deborah Mike can answer this. What is the county's standard for, let's call it a fall zone? I know it, in my mind, I've always been told it's the height of the tower plus 10% to what? To the closest structure, to, what's the clarification on that?
Mr. Chairman, the variant, it's required to be the height of the tower plus a safety factor of 10% from any off-site structures.
So a structure.
Structure.
Okay.
And at this tower, it's 48 feet adjacent to the southern property line and 110 feet adjacent to the western property line to off-site structures.
To the property line, but not to a structure. As Jimmy said, the closest building is 168 feet in one direction, 190 in the other. I'm rounding off, but is that what we found to be true?
And pardon me, Mr. Chairman, it is 48 feet to the southern property line and 110 feet to the western property line.
To the property
To
line.
the property line.
Not to a structure.
But not to the structure.
Not to the structure. That's
So
the
your contention is, then your measurement was 168 feet in one direction to a structure
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
and roughly 190 feet,
189, yes, Your Honor.
189.4 or something like that. I'm rounding off.
Would you walk it up there, Bo? I'm going to bring you, it's
So
very
you
small.
meet the standard is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, the standard is we meet the standards, quite frankly. There are no off-site buildings or improvements within the 165 feet that Mr. Peterson talked to you about, yes. And,
Okay.
and that comes under the standard language, or as safety may dictate. That's exactly what we're citing.
Okay. As far as the one contention that a final design has not been submitted, do you have a final design for this?
We have given
Monopole?
probably 4 or 5 designs, and our final one is, and we've shown it, we've indicated it. And it's in the interior design of the monopole itself, monopine itself, we have not probably supplied. But they wouldn't know what it was if we did so, but I don't mean that crucially. It's just, and we don't think we're required to do so, Mr. Chairman.
Will a final design be ready by BOC hearing?
Yes, we'll try to have it. Well, we'll make sure that we have it. We'll have it in days. We've given 4 or 5 clear pictures, Mr. Chairman, of exactly what it looks like and what it's going to be like, if you would. And they may not see every one of the interior design features, but we've done everything structurally. We're really very compliant in that regard.
Okay, all righty. Any other questions for Jim or any of the other gentlemen there?
I have just one. After visiting the Hurt Road Tower, I noticed that from a distance it looks great. When you get real close, you can see the structure, which looks a little funny with these fake pines coming out of it. What type of landscaping are you proposing to go right around the facility so that hopefully you won't see the very base of the structure?
I'm going to let John speak to that in just a moment, but before he does so, in the conditions that Mr. Peterson's office has put forward, he requires that the screening be done in a format that's satisfactory to the district commissioner, as a matter of fact. So not only will there be a 6-foot high fence followed by a top fence on top for security purposes, but it'll be then decoratively done with landscaping architect. Now let John add to that if you would.
Right. Yeah, that's correct. All of the properties in this area, they're very well maintained, very high end, and so Walton has asked us to work with their designer and landscaper to incorporate a fencing design that matches sort of the appearance of their property. And then if you've been to the Hurt Road area, you've seen that the landscaping, we work with Solterra, which has a lot of experience landscaping here, and so it'll be landscaped in a way that provides an appropriate screen and kind of matches the aesthetic of the communities up there on the top of River Heights Parkway.
Okay, thank you.
Will you have a landscape plan, a completed plan available to show at the BOC hearing?
We can develop that also.
Okay,
yes.
I think you should do that.
Okay.
Definitely should. Okay, any other questions for these folks? Okay, Skip?
My question has to do with the security. Cynthia, I didn't get her last name, Reynolds, I believe, the resident who spoke talked about, it sounded like children might be able to climb into this facility and maybe get in trouble somehow. What kind of safety considerations have you built around this?
I don't want to promise ever that nothing, it's impenetrable, but this is beyond being able to get into. It'll have a 6-foot fence all around it with a protective fence along the exterior with barbed wire so nobody can enter into it. Then it's going to attractively decorate it. It simply will not be something that someone can get into. It is absolutely secure in every sense whatsoever.
Okay. Thank you.
If I could add to that, it's also located right next to the property management building, so during office hours, they'll have a direct view of the location, and they could intercede, or the maintenance people could intercede also. And there's also other designs of anti-access so that we can put with some curved bars or something like that that make it more difficult than a normal pool fence or tennis court fence. So there's a lot that we can do, and we've already looked into it as to how we would prevent access, because we're sensitive to the number of younger people that are living in that
You
area.
have signage, I assume you would have signage on there?
There will be signage, and it's actually a federal crime to enter a tower facility because it's registered with the FCC. Now I know that doesn't always register with younger people, so really the fact that it'll be observable from the office management, and then also the anti-entry sort of curved bars or design that we can do should make it highly unlikely that somebody could get into it very easily.
Have you given any consideration to some sort of camera surveillance of any sort? Does that make any sense?
We could do cameras. We could do an alarm system that would sort of, like a standard home monitoring kind of thing.
How often does maintenance or anyone come to the site?
It's pretty infrequent. Once the construction takes place over about a 3 or 4 day period, and then maintenance is about quarterly, so maybe four times a year. As carriers install, that will also be another day or two of activity there on the site, and we're hopeful that this will, because of its location and just the difficulty of covering this area, we'll be able to get several carriers on here so that this won't come up again for this area.
Mr. Ney, how many other sites, I heard you say but I don't recall, how many other sites did these folks look at before they settled on this one?
Mr. Chairman, I personally began looking for this site about 8 years ago. We looked down at the Atlanta Country Club furiously. We've looked over across Paper Mill Road. We've looked at 2 parks on the other side. Altogether, we looked at 8 different sites. We have held 4 balloon tests in search of those sites. We have been, and we were really guided to this site as being an excellent location to go to because of the topography would be helpful in that regard. We have looked and looked and looked and made a valiant search to try to find something that would be inoffensive, but at the same time would provide the coverage that was so necessary and do it with only one facility, not having to do it with several.
When was your last balloon test?
It was probably about 2.5, 3 weeks ago, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so we've done several balloon tests, and we've looked at 7 other sites plus this one.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Any other questions for Jim? Thank you, gentlemen. You can have a seat
Thank you
if
for
you
your
like.
time.
This has been going on for a while. I've personally attended some of the balloon tests. I've personally heard from a lot of the people who live in the area. At one of the balloon tests, which was done on this site, I attempted to call home, tell my wife I was running late and I'd be there as soon as I could, and I couldn't get service. So that sort of piqued my interest, and so I began really looking at it. And then, since then, I have heard from a number of other people who do live closer to this than some of the folks that testified today, and they tell me that they really hope that we do something to alleviate their problems with drop calls and so forth. The need for cell towers is expanding exponentially. And while we don't like to put cell towers in residential communities, and though this is not a platted subdivision, this is their townhomes and condominiums and apartments all around it, as we heard. And we don't like to put them there. But you're going to get to a point where we really don't have a lot of choice. And we have to be very careful. And we have put these folks off, as you heard Mr. Ney say, for a very long time because they kept coming back with sites that we didn't like and the neighbors didn't like. This site was choice number 8. Out of all the 8 we looked at, this was the one that seemed to fill the bill the best. And we have a consultant that the county uses, and we've been using them for quite some time, named Cityscape, and I have their report here in my hands, a very detailed report. Cityscape Consultants is one of the nation's largest consultants for this very type of work. They come in and analyze where towers are needed, how tall, best location, all the detail, all the really particulars are spelled out in this report. We consider them to be the best. In fact, they are really the best of the best. They're headquartered out of Florida, but they travel all over the country doing this. Their report says that of all the locations that were looked at, this is the one, and it is absolutely needed. They said there's really no question about it, that if we don't do it now, we're going to be doing it soon because we keep having more and more people complain about drop calls and the inability to use their cell phones when they want, and their iPads and all the other apparatus that we're all so tied to these days. So we do have the report. We do have lots of people that have told us they really feel like we need it. The big issue for me was always the safety concern, and that's why I addressed that early on. The fall zone has to be the height of the tower plus 10%. And as John just told us, if it were to fall, and that is highly unlikely, it has to be that far away from a structure. And it is. It's more than that. If it were to fall, it's the latest design so that it breaks off at the top and it collapses onto itself. Again, highly unlikely that that would happen. They have done everything that they can with design and with distance to be sure that all these safety features are incorporated. Property values, it's very difficult, even though we heard this expert testify about property values and how they felt like it would not negatively impact property values. For every one that stands up and says there is, there'll be another expert that stands up and says there isn't. That's a very difficult thing to quantify and to discuss. I tend to think that in this particular case it's not going to affect property values, but I don't know. When nobody really knows, that's just my opinion. The tower is needed. I'm convinced that it's needed. We've been working on this personally about 2 years, looking at sites, doing balloon tests, talking to the neighbors, and this seems to be the site that everyone, the experts all agree, this has to be the site, and we need it. We really do need it. So that's my comments. Any other comments or questions from the board? John, you have anything else to add? Deborah, we cover it? Okay. My motion is going to be to approve SLUP 14, subject to staff comments and recommendations, subject to the site plan dated, I believe I get this date right, Jim, you'll have to check me, June 5th, 2014 was the latest plan that I saw. If that date's correct? That's correct. That's correct. Okay, so subject to that site plan and all the accompanying improvements that Mr. Ney and John mentioned to us, including the fencing, the landscaping, which I think is important. The applicant will provide a landscaping plan per county code requirements at plan review, so we'll need to do that. And that landscape plan, will need to be approved by the county arborist as well. And I believe that will cover it. Subject to all staff comments and recommendations as listed in our book. I think that's it. Have a second. All in favor of the motion? Okay, so that approves 5-0. Thank you, gentlemen. A little bit of work to do before you get to the BOC, Jim, and I hope that you'll do that for us. Thank you very much. Okay, John, what's next, please? Need a break? Yeah, we probably do need a little break. It's 11 o'clock. We've been at it for a couple hours. Let's take a little break, maybe 10 minutes. We'll be back at 10 after 11 to resume. Okay, thank you, folks. If you'll take a seat, we'll go ahead and get started. Mr. Peterson, I believe you have one request you want to make us aware of.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. The applicant in opposition for rezoning case Z11, Destiny Development Corporation, have agreed to continue the case until next month. So if I can get a vote from the board to continue rezoning case Z11 till next month.
Okay. Z11 is the one that was on the consent agenda, and the folks went back in the back and talked, and there still appears to be some things to work out. Can I get Mr. Tooley? Rick, where are you? Just give us your name for the record again.
Richard Tooley, Jr.
Okay, and is it your desire to continue this case for 30 days? Is that?
Yes, I have agreed with the neighbors that we will continue the case for 30 days to alleviate their concerns.
Okay, so we have a request to continue. This is in my district, and I'm perfectly okay with this. I'd make a motion that we accept the continuance for 30 days to the March cycle. All in favor? Got a second from Skip. All in favor? So we're going to continue that. Thank you, Rick, for working on that for us.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I do have an announcement for the people in the audience today. There's a gray Honda Accord parked on the second floor in the parking deck, license plate PFR 6020. That car is parked in a reserved spot. If it's not moved, it will be towed. So if this is your car, please move it. Mr. Chairman, I've had a request for an early head count for rezoning case Z12, so can we get that early head count in real quick?
Okay, if you're here in opposition to Z12, can we hear from you? Just raise your hands, please. This is the South Hurt Road zoning. If you're in opposition, put your hands up so we can get a count.
Let the record show there are 18 people here in opposition to rezoning case Z12. With that, Mr. Chairman, would the board consider moving rezoning case Z8 up on the agenda since there are so many people here?
We talked about it, break. Z8 has the most number of people still in the chamber today, and several of them have said they really need to leave for other things. So we're going to move Z8 up on the agenda and hear that case next, if that's okay with everyone. And that'll help out the audience a little bit.
Okay.
So, John, go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. Rezoning case Z8, Windsong Properties, request rezoning from R30 to RSL for the purpose of a residential senior living neighborhood and land lot 200 and 201 of the 20th District. The property is located on the north side of Stylesboro Road, west of Mac Dobbs Road. Can I get it earlier? There are 30 people here opposed to the application and 31 people here in support. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in. And Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, while they're coming forward to be sworn in, there is one correction I need to make in the zoning comments. There are two variances that are listed in the zoning comments. Variance request number 1 is incorrect. That was the one where they're reducing the landscape buffer from 30 feet to 20 feet. 20 feet is actually per code, so that's not a variance, and that was a mistake on my part. So I apologize on that.
Okay, so noted. So the landscape buffer variance is incorrect as shown in the report. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I was going to say afternoon because I thought I was going to be here in the afternoon.
Almost.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Parks Huff of the law firm of Sam's Larkin Huff and Valley, and I represent Windsong Properties in relation to this rezoning application before you this morning. The property, the location and the orientation of the property is very important. And first, I've got a slide presentation. I'm going to show you the property that we're talking about, and it's on the north side of Stylesboro Road at the signalized intersection with Paul Samuel Road. The just catty corner to the property at the intersection with Paul Samuel Road, there we go. You can see the fire station. That's Cobb County Fire Station at the signalized intersection, catty corner from the subject property. Adjacent to the property, in one of our cellars, is an institutional use of a church. And then if you go further west on Stylesboro Road, at the intersection of Old Stylesboro Road, there's Stylesboro Biscuits, which is a long-established biscuit business. And then just down Old Stylesboro Road is a combination of middle school and elementary school. So there's a lot of other uses other than low-density single-family residential going on in this area. My client, Steve Romine, Windsong Properties, has been in the business of building active adult communities for 12 years. They have a tremendous track record, build very quality projects that have been in Cherokee County, Paulding County, and in Cobb County. And when he looked at this property and looked at the demographics, and when you looked at the people who raised their hand in opposition and in support to this application, one of the things that stood out to me was pretty much most of the people that were here are the demographics that would move into this neighborhood. The location is perfect because it is in close proximity to going to Marietta, going to the avenues, going to Town Center, going west to Brookstone. And if you look at the aging demographics in the area, that makes it even much more attractive. Given the fact that you can have access to a signalized intersection, makes it that much more appealing. So the location is excellent for this product. The signalized intersection makes it great. And the site plan, which is the next slide, shows you how this would fit on the property. These are courtyard living homes. There are, I think everyone's very familiar with quads and duplexes, the senior projects that have been built in the last 10 years. But this is kind of a modification with that, where the product are shaped like a C, and there's a courtyard between each home. Very important to understand how this actually functions, in that all the green space around the homes, in the front and in the back of the home, is commonly maintained by the homeowners association. The backyards behind the homes are green landscaped areas that are maintained by the homeowners association. Individual homeowners will not be fencing them. You won't have a dog pen back there. You won't have swing sets. So for our directly adjacent neighbors, we are going to be a very, very quiet neighbor. The actual living, and if I can go to this slide here, you can really see how the streetscape, this is pictures from Heron Pond, which is off of Highway 92 between Roswell and Woodstock, and you can see how the streetscape actually works. And you can see on the bottom picture how the courtyard, this is between each home is the private outdoor living space that each individual homeowner has. And they really enhance it with outdoor fireplaces and heavily landscaping. That's their private area to landscape and maintain, and that's between the homes, and it creates privacy for them in this outdoor living area, but keeps the entire neighborhood park-like. And you can see from the streetscape on the front, one of the most important features is having wide sidewalks. The sidewalks are all wider, as you can see from my stipulation letter dated January 27th, are wider to encourage walking. You can see that the front porches are in front of the garages, and the garages are recessed back. So you have you have two-car garages, and then you actually have two spaces to be able to park into the driveway. So it's attention to detail that Mr. Romine and Winsong prides itself on as they've developed this product that is very much in demand in the senior market. So if you look at how they fit this on the land, and the next slide I'm going to show you gives you a little bit more orientation too as to the buffering along Stylesboro Road, because one of the comments we got was, how is this going to look on Stylesboro? So we've got a berm and some buffering on Stylesboro Road, and you can see with a relatively low profile ranch style homes on the bottom right hand side that it blends in to the neighborhood or to the streetscape really well with it, rather than having a large imposing home. The other big questions the two things that we've heard from the community in previous cases in West Cobb was concerns about schools and concerns about traffic. Obviously, as an age-restricted community, this will not have a negative impact on schools. It will not be providing school children. The second part to that is traffic. And we have, and again, in my stipulation letter dated January 27th, we provided another copy of it. Mr. Romine with Winsong took a development that he did in close to Town Lake and actually counted the traffic in and out and used those counts and also the counts from ITE manual to make sure that everything was consistent. And our traffic count with this 52 homes on 13.25 acres corresponds in the AM traffic times to an 8-lot residential suburban subdivision. So by comparison, if this in the AM traffic, and that's the worst time because you've got a signal at Old Stylesboro you've got a signal at Paul Samuel, you've got the school going west, you've got people going east into Marietta. The AM is the most critical time for traffic. Our AM traffic peak, our AM traffic count equates to as if this lot were developed for 8 homes. It's zoned R30, which would yield a certain yield, but I also believe that if you look at all the subdivisions to the north and to the south, they're all zoned R20. So this would be zoned R20. It's up to 2.5 units per acre, and the land use plan, so an R20 would yield you about 25 homes, 24 homes. So the traffic count from our proposed project is significantly less. So I was talking to a gentleman here who lives in the Stonebrook Village, which is west of this project on Stylesboro Road. They've got 62 homes. He said they did just a observation. They said in the morning, 1 car leaves before 9. That's one thing about being a senior you've learned. If you don't have to get out in that traffic, you don't. So we've got not only using ITE standards in our traffic study, we've also used standards or compared it to an existing subdivision with this exact product to show that we will not be adding to any existing traffic problems. Stylesboro does have a lot of traffic. We think that a senior project in this location at the signalized intersection, catty corner to a fire station, adjacent to a church, makes sense from a planning perspective, makes sense from a transportation perspective, and makes sense from not having an impact on schools. We have I'm glad Mr. Peterson pointed out that I see that the timer is now working because I usually rely upon that. The buffering that we've provided would be a heavily landscaped buffer in areas where there's existing Leland cypresses on the north side of the property. We would be able to leave the Leland cypresses in those locations on the east side of the property. That's, again, contained in my stipulation letter. Where the grades don't allow for it, we will be heavily landscaping the perimeter. As I said, it's very important to understand how this actually functions, in that the back of these homes, the back area of those homes on these lots is commonly maintained, is a common park-like area, is not individually used and intensively used. So yes, we may have more lots backing up to fewer lots, but our intensity is actually significantly less than as if this were developed as an R20 or even as an R30, in terms of our traffic impact, in terms of our noise impact, and in terms of our visual impact on Stylesboro Road. With having the ranch-style homes creates that kind of barrier best example I can give you is Arbor Green is an RSL community slightly east of our property on the south side of Stylesboro Road, past Kennesaw Due West Road. You drive by it and you hardly even notice it because it is set behind a berm with some landscaping, and there are ranch-style homes back in there, and you just don't even notice them because it is so unobtrusive. So we ask that you consider the property, consider the location, consider the fact that Windsong has a tremendous track record of knowing the market, building a product. And if I can go back to a little bit more of the product here, you can see see the attention to detail in terms of the material on the outside. All of it is energy efficient and low maintenance because our customers have maintained homes for many years, and they know what they don't want to be doing in their next 10 to 15 years, and that is repainting constantly or replacing rotten wood. So it's all energy efficient, low maintenance. You can see the sidewalks along the frontage, the recessed and the carriage style decorative doors, the porches out front. And there's just some more detail of how the attention to detail in the product sells itself. And while this application has been pending, both my client and myself have received actually numerous emails from people saying, when can we move in? Because as the area in Westcott ages, the need grows, and we've had several people who are quite literally saying, we want to be a first buyer in that neighborhood. So we're excited to bring this. We think there's a lot of excitement for some of the community. I do understand there's some opposition and some concerns. I hope we've addressed the concerns that I think are most valid from a planning perspective, and that is traffic, and that is an impact on schools. And I think that developing this as an RSL works and will address both of those concerns. So I'd be glad to answer any questions you have. Mr. Steve Rowe, who is the land planner on the project, is also here, and Steve Romine. We can all answer any questions you may have about the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huff. We'll hear from the opposition or from those just wishing to speak to Z8. I know we have some on both sides. Give us your names, please.
Thank you. My name is Katie Braswell. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for having us. And I want to start by first thanking you all for your service to this county and the dedication and time that you put in to making this a desirable place to live. I'm here today on behalf of several residents in opposition to rezone 13.24 acres at the intersections of Stylesboro and Paul Samuel Roads. This tract of land is currently zoned at R30. However, the proposed rezoning is at RSL, or Residential Senior Living. R30 would permit one home per 3/4 of an acre, while the proposed zoning would put 52 homes on a 13.24 parcel. I currently reside at 3455 in the small brick home located directly across from the property in question. In reference to a point that Mr. Huff made, I'm part of the demographic that would actually not live in this community. In addition to that, I have several friends that also reside in West Cobb County and enjoy this area and would like to call it home. I feel particularly invested in this matter due to the fact that I grew up next door at 3445 Stylesboro Road, where my parents currently reside on 3.5 acres. I attended Hayes Elementary, then went to Mount Perrin Christian School on Stylesboro Road, and then attended the University of Alabama. I enjoyed the property in question, whether through soccer practices or by viewing the scenic open space that it provided for myself and our neighbors. When my husband and I were married in March, we decided to make this place our home. We enjoy this community because of the open space, the rural feel, and the opportunity to know our neighbors. Ultimately, we would like to stay in this area and make this our home. However, that decision will be drastically affected by the rezoning of this property. My family and I are not alone in this concern. I'm here with a petition of over 150 signatures that we've obtained in just 7 days. I'll be leaving this with you all after. We also have over 30 people in attendance today who are showing their support by wearing green. At this point, we have also purchased and placed 50 signs to be located all over the surrounding area. This was all done in support of our local residents. Together with many concerned citizens, we are opposed to this change in rezoning for the following reasons. First, I would like to address the fact that this development does not conform to the existing land use plan for the area. The property is currently zoned R30. All the neighboring properties are single-family residential homes with a 1/2 acre to acre lots. RSL does not fit into the proposed area. The nearest RSL-style property is over 2 miles away. It is within walking distance to commercial retail, and this enables seniors to enjoy the neighboring amenities. However, we are located, the only business within walking distance to this property is Stylesboro Biscuits. Now, I love their biscuits, and they're delicious, but seniors cannot rely, or I can't either, on just biscuits every day. So that means that there's going to be some traffic just by that alone. Other than that location, they have no other options. Now, I want to reinforce the fact that we're not opposed to development, but feel that the existing zoning and land use plan are appropriate for this area. I recently spoke to a homeowner who lives adjacent to this property. She and her husband purchased the land and their home thinking that this property was zoned to R30. If they thought there was any chance that this could change, they would have purchased elsewhere. Now, next, I'd like to address the traffic issues. So I'm sure, as many of you are very familiar with, that Stylesboro is a huge road. It's a main artery for Paulding County, for West Cobb. Everything feeds through there. And to give you an idea, at my house and my parents' house, it can take us up to 10 minutes to get out of our driveway. And that's not uncommon. It happened this morning. It happens every morning, so we just get used to it, and we try to stay careful on the roads. And due to the many new developments on Paul Samuel and Stylesboro, adding one more high-density development will only compound this issue. There has not been an updated traffic study since 2005, and obviously traffic has gotten much worse since then due to the road widening and additional developments. My parents, Brad and Sandy Nannon, currently reside at 3445 Stylesboro Road on 3.5 acres. They are already experiencing serious runoff problems and are directly downstream from the property in question. This also affects the property owners downstream, such as those with Brittany Chase. We also have some people in the audience in support of that as well. Since Cobb County widened Stylesboro Road and put in place curb and gutters, in addition to an already failing detention pond on the existing church property, flooding has been a regular occurrence. Dramatically increasing the area of impervious surface will only compound this problem due to the additional runoff. In the images he provided, I'm sure you can also see there's a vast amount of concrete, and that would really compound the issue. This is a serious problem and is currently devaluing, or will devalue, my parents' property. Lastly, approximately 10 years ago, there was another attempt to rezone this property from R30 to a higher density zoning. The original zoning and land use plan was upheld. We are asking that you uphold the current zoning again. West Cobb is an extremely desirable place to live, and we are all fortunate to be part of this community. We realize as families move into West Cobb, there will be need for new development, but we are asking for responsible development that coincides with what has already been decided to be the best use for the land. For all of the above reasons, we ask you uphold the current zoning. In closing, we are asking you to respect and honor the current comprehensive zoning and land use plan. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Next speaker, please.
My name is Nikki Von Ruden, and I live in Grayfield North at 2044 Sanderlings Drive. I had not planned on speaking today, but once I got here, I decided that I felt so passionate about this that I had to come up here. So I don't have a fully prepared speech. This is coming from my heart. Backing up to this property, when my husband bought the property approximately 10 years ago, he bought it because it was a wooded lot. He knew that someone owned it and that they had the right to sell it, but he knew that the zoning was R30. And so that's what he anticipated might be back there. We love living in this area, and we love driving around the area and seeing, all the green space that there is. What Windsong Properties is proposing to do basically will change how everything looks. We have residential properties all in the area, and then all of a sudden, instead of a proposed where we could have 16 homes at R30, we'll have 52 rooftops. When I'm standing in my backyard, I don't care what kind of a berm they do. Our elevation, the way it is, we're going to look, grilling out, having time with our families over 52 rooftops instead of like properties that should be under the current zoning plan. That's what he bought the property that should be there. I'm also a real estate agent in the area and have been since 2001. When I take people to look at properties, one of the main things that people ask for is, I'd like a private lot. Well, when I list properties in my neighborhood and I sell them, and whenever I do this and buyers come to look at these properties, one of the questions that they have is, what's going to be built back there? I've told many people time and time again that it's zoned R30. So now, we've got to defend that. Well, they have a right to go to planning and zoning and see if they can change this. But what we're asking is, please don't do this, because we love our living, we love what's there, and we do not want it to be rezoned. And also, I feel that with the properties that back up to this, that it's going to make it less desirable to have all those rooftops back there. If you have what it's currently zoned for, like I said, it's like properties. So we just ask, please think about the homeowners in that area and consider, the request to not do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Sandy Arroyo. I am a retiree, but I don't speak for all retirees like he does. I taught social studies in Cobb County for 35 years, and I taught sociology, geography, psychology, so I know a little about sociology and how it affects neighborhoods. And when I heard they're planning to build this development, I started calculating what some of the side effects would be. And I came up with some very interesting things, some of them very personal. One, they put a fire department across the street, right? That fire department's got to get out in an emergency. You have 52 houses over there, an emergency occurs, and some of those people, and they do leave the subdivision. We usually don't stay there. They won't be able to get to their location, and they do have time limits. They've got to be at a location within a certain period of time to save a life. You've got a small road there, one lane, traffic coming from Old Stylesboro, where I live, traffic coming from the the church, if it's there, you're going to cut their time significantly. It's got to happen. Another problem, and this came as interesting, that electrical system in that area has not been improved. And the reason I know, we get flickering of lights quite often on Old Stylesboro Road. I called a Cobb EMC, and he says, well, the system has not been upgraded significantly in the last few years. And I said, are you going to do it soon? He goes, we have no plans for it at this time. The water system, we had flooding just a few months ago. I talked to the water department. They said they had to flush the system out because it has not been upgraded significantly enough, and they had to clean it out. The DSL system, I get very little reception in my area. I called the AT&T. The problem is that their system is not upgraded either. They're now using copper wire instead of the filament. And as a result, I said, are you going to do it? And they said, no, they aren't going to. So you're going to have a DSL problem, because now you're going to have 52 people additional trying to draw into the system, that including the sewage system. So all these things are going to put a lot of stress on the community, not to mention the water problems. So I like you to keep that in mind, and these are ways that we're going to have some problems out there if they build it. Keep the houses low, we won't have that problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. We're out of time. However, we heard from 3 in opposition. Do we have anybody from those in favor that wants to speak? We're going to allow you. We had a little problem with our clock, so we do have a few seconds left. So why don't you come up and make your comments as quickly as you can. What's your name, please?
I can. Kerry Kruger. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I didn't plan to speak today either, but I did because several of our people who were going to speak had to leave, and it just reminds me that most of our folks that are here and supporting this project are 50 plus, and many of them 55 plus as well. The only traffic we face is when we come down to a commissioner meeting like this. That's the worst traffic that we get. I'm semi-retired, a part-time or a business owner as well, and our business doesn't open until 11 o'clock, so we don't have to fight traffic coming down here. I know that Living Hope Church, which is contiguous to this property right there, is the major landholder that is next to this proposed development. We have about 250 people that are there on a Sunday morning, and a child development center that is run on that property as well. Probably 80 at least of the people who worship on a Sunday are that 55 and over folks. And so many of those are represented in the group of people that came down from Living Hope today, and do represent that they don't get out, fight traffic in the morning in West Cobb County. I know that several of the people that are with me today actually are in a RSL type of development, which is up the road on Stylesboro as you move towards Brookstone. So we have several members that live in that particular development. They love that development and would be very similar to this, and maybe even a little bit nicer than what this is. The church has owned the property since 1993. I'm a past president of the church, as well as have been in leadership positions. We bought the 10 acres that this development is proposed on in about 2001. We've held it for about 15 years. It's a property that we thought that we might do some other expansion on, but as demographics have taken place and we've had a couple upturns and downturns, we have not expanded on that property. It cost us about $40,000 a year to maintain that, to pay interest, and we try to do that for as long as we can. We're in a position now that we actually need to try and move that property if we can, rather than paying $40,000 a year. We've tried to be a good neighbor. In the years that we've had that property, we've had the YMCA use that for soccer fields, for football fields, all types of different uses, as the neighbors know. They see a lot of different teams on that property. We charge basically nothing for teams to use that property. We also let the Boy Scouts use that property, and they have a building on that property that they actually have a lot of their supplies in as well. So we've tried to be a good neighbor. We want to continue to try to be a good neighbor in the development here, and we believe that less traffic and less impact on schools is the way to do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Terry. We're going to close the public comment segment at this time. This is in District 1, so this is Mr. Gunther. He'll lead our discussion.
Okay, thank you. First thing I'd like to do is I'd like to call Eric Meyer just to come up to the stand to talk about the traffic issues and to comment on what you heard this morning, both from the applicant and also from the opposition.
Eric Meyer, Cobb DOT. And so what's the what question specifically?
Thanks, Eric, for coming up. I'd just like to ask you to talk about your thoughts and your comments on the traffic count study that was presented by the applicant, how you would evaluate that, what you would compare it with. I understand you have manuals and so forth that have templates in there that you can compare it with. And then maybe a little bit about what's going on with Stylesboro Road itself, longer term, and how this would impact that. Would this be a big impact, small impact? You know, what would you see the impact being?
Okay. Yes, we did review the trip generation memo supplied by the applicant, and both myself and our traffic operations director, division manager, and it is accurate and reasonable. So the counts that they're suggesting are, for the total, I believe it was around 311 to 331, depending on which methodology you approached it with, whether you looked at the Cherokee development or the ITE trip manual. You currently, as someone mentioned, the latest traffic counts were only in 2005, so they have grown, but those were 20,100, so those have grown. So the amount being added to Stylesboro Road is 300 some odd trips to 20,000 plus. We do agree with the trip generation memo in terms of the AM peak traffic is less for an RSL compared to a traditional subdivision. And talking to traffic operations and engineering, that the AM peak, given the schools in this area, tend to be one of the bigger challenges in the area.
Let me just interrupt there. The assertion is that the traffic that would be offered by this RSL at 52 units would be about the same, or would be about a third of what is currently zoned at now. Is that right?
Yes, we agree with the memo.
For
what
R30.
you just said.
So it's significantly less, even though it's a larger number of units. The peak traffic, which is what you really are concerned about during the rush hour, obviously, would be less than or about the same as where it's currently zoned right now at R30.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Long term, there is not a project identified, a major project identified in the 2016 SPLOST for the area. There is a, I guess, major project envisioned in the county's long-range plan for Stylesboro Road. It's not detailed because it's slated for the 2030 to 2040 time period in our long-range plan. So there's nothing detailed on it. There's not an engineer assigned to that project. So we do recognize there's traffic there. We do recognize it's growing, and there is something in the long-range plan to address that.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions?
I was busy being whispered to, but did you give your name and tell what department
Yes,
you're with?
Yes,
Okay, just want to be sure you got that on the record. Anybody else have a question for Eric? Okay, thank you, Eric.
Okay, thanks, Eric. Okay, I'd like to call Dave Braden to talk about stormwater management, please.
Again, Dave Braden with the Stormwater Management Division. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like you just to talk about what the problems are out there. I understand there's a detention pond that is apparently not working on the church property, and it runs in across Stylesboro, as the young lady said, into her property and her parents' property. The stormwater, I guess, will run off this particular parcel in at least several different directions. What do you see as the issues, and how can they be resolved, or what's the plan for getting them resolved?
Well, this is kind of a unique piece of property. Tim, turn on the topography right there. It drains in 3 different directions. So there's about 3.5 acres that drains to the east, 4.5 acres that drains to the north through Grayfield North, and then the largest majority, 5.5 acres, drains south across the existing culvert under Stylesboro into the Nannon property. the stormwater database does not have any drainage complaints in this entire area. That doesn't mean that things haven't been happening, but I did not have any references to go by. But if the detention pond there in the church has issues, then we need to get out and take a look and see what those are. It would be their responsibility to fix any maintenance issues, but can certainly go out there and take a look at that. But it'd be the first time we had heard that there's an issue with it. So that's obviously a concern. The proposed plan that is shown in the zoning book actually shows a tremendous reduction in drainage area going to under Stylesboro. They're showing everything going to the detention pond in the southwest corner. So if the plan wound up being developed as it is, not saying that it would be once it gets to plan review, but the entire site would not be draining in that direction. So it would be a big improvement. Now, they can't do anything for all of, again, pretty much like Austell Road, you can't do anything for all of the runoff on Stylesboro that goes through the curb and gutter that direction, but 5.5 acres is a tremendous amount. So in that regard, it might be an improvement. But I can't guarantee that all of that water can go in that direction, because now we have to look downstream and see what kind of impact that has in the other direction. So in any event, any discharge from the site would have to be less than or equal to what's leaving the site now. So again, once we get the plan review, we would have to look and see. Their engineers are required to do a downstream analysis to determine if it's going to have any impact on downstream property. So, but based on this plan, the issue across the strait would be improved. But that remains to be seen what we would look at in the other two directions.
Okay. Any questions on stormwater management?
Dave, do you think their location for the detention pond, is it okay? I mean, is there a better place that might work better to collect water than where?
Well, that is a discharge point from the site. If you look at the topography, it runs through that existing draw, through Beckford Place, and then from there, it eventually makes its way to the school's property just downstream. But it does flow through a private lake, which would have to be analyzed to make sure we're not impacting that lake.
But that site is probably the best.
And a sediment study for that lake as well. Okay. There's an existing drainage easement through Grayfield North for the drainage area that goes to that upper right-hand corner. But again, they will be required to analyze that existing system, make sure that pipe system is adequate to handle anything that's released in that direction.
I think it's fair to say that the management of the stormwater is, the plan that's going to address that seems to me to be in somewhat of a state of flux right now. Last week at a meeting of some of the residents that I attended, it was stated by the developer that he was possibly looking at a detention or retention pond on the southeast corner, depending on how the grading plan turns out. So my conclusion from that is it's a long ways from being resolved at this point, but it will be resolved, I'm sure, as we go through the process with what you do.
Yeah, the detailed design isn't done until they know they've got the property and they can expend some engineering money to do the design. But it's obvious that you've only got three directions where the discharge goes. It's going to have to be released at that point. So they can't release the water to some place it's not going already.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Jason, I wonder if we could call you to talk about the future land use and the zoning and how the RSL district fits into the numbers that come out of future land use and the current R30 zoning.
Yes, I'm Jason Campbell, the Cobb County Zoning Division. The RSL non-supportive is something that is allowed in low-density residential. However, the density proposed in this plan is above that, so it exceeds that range of 1 to 2.5 units per acre. The other subdivisions in the area are also considered, and those densities range from 1.07 units to 1.93 units per acre. The proposed plan is 3.87 units per acre.
Okay. And so as on the basis of those density numbers that you went through your analysis from a staff's perspective and made a staff recommendation of denial.
Yes.
Because it would be out of keeping with the look and feel of the surrounding neighborhoods and what's there right now.
Yes,
right?
that's correct.
Could you talk about that just a little bit more, the process you go through with the Steinberg criteria?
In doing that research, we pull plats for recorded subdivisions in the area, and the ones that were pulled in this instance start at 1.07 units per acre. They are in the R20 and R30 zoning categories, most of the ones in the area that fit that land use designation. And those were used to compile a list to reference and supporting the denial for this case based on the densities.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Does anybody on that? Do you have a question?
Not actually a question. I just want to make a comment that because I was out of the room for part of the testimony, I'm going to recuse myself from voting on this case.
Okay. All right.
You don't really have to, but that's your...
I didn't hear all the testimony that was given, so I don't think it would be fair for me to vote on it.
Okay. Thank you, Jason. Obviously, there are a lot of people here, about 31, I think was the count, who were in support of this, and 32 who were opposed to it at the count that was done early this morning. Seems like yesterday at this point. But there's not a lot of agreement on what we're trying to do here and what really fits. There's a group of people who say, I really don't want a small little town in my backyard, and I really care about what I see as I look through the trees from my backyard out into the area that this development would go into. There's another group of people who say the developer has a very strong reputation for building a high-quality product. He really understands the demographics of the target audience that he's trying to attract into this community, and it could be a very good thing for our community. The big issue in my mind comes down to the intensity of this development. 52 units is a lot of units. Staff has recommended denial because it's way above, even though it's allowed within the ordinances, an RSL unsupported, non-supported development can have up to a 5.0 density, which would be well above 52. This is at 3.8 right now, so it'd be higher than that. So it's allowable, but it's not in keeping with the look and feel of what we're trying to accomplish here in West Cobb, and also with the future land use plan of having our low-density residential 1 to 2.5 units per acre in this surrounding area. I've talked to the applicant, and we've discussed the possibility of holding this while he and the developer go back and redesign the whole proposal to be less intense, to address the stormwater issues, and to address all of the Cobb County staff comments that have been made. So that's kind of the direction that I'm leaning. Rather than deny this, I think we owe it to the developer and the current owners of the property who would sell it for this use to allow one more cycle to see if we can come up with a solution that would be a compromise that will balance all the needs of all the various stakeholder groups. So it's kind of in that spirit that I'm ready to make a motion, but I'd like to ask for discussion first.
Anyone? I kept hearing from those that did choose to speak R30, if it was R30. My experience, and I've been doing this for a while, is that this probably would not develop as R30. Someone's going to come in and develop it at some point. So the decision has to be made, would this be better than, say, an R20 or even an R15? And so that you have to keep that in mind. It will be developed at some point. So is this really the lesser of all the possibilities, the less intense? He used the right word. Intensity is the word you want to use more than density. RSL is not typically density-based, but it is intensity-based. And I tend to agree with Skip. I think the intensity is a little bit too much on this. We need to get fewer units. If we can do that, believe me, it's going to be better than a single-family residential, which will impact the schools, will impact the traffic, and will impact what you see when you look out your back doors. They'll be building closer to the lot lines, and That would be my opinion. So I think a little bit more study and review is absolutely called for, and I would support Skip's motion. Anybody else? I know, but it's clear where you're going. Galt, did you have something?
I just, our county attorney, Deborah Dance, just let me know that I used the wrong term. I should be abstaining from voting, because if I recuse, that means I have a conflict. Abstaining just means I'm choosing not to vote because I didn't hear the whole case. So I just want to correct that.
Okay, very good. Plus, you don't have to leave the room. If you do, if you're recused. Okay, we're ready.
I guess there are no more comments, so I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion that we hold Z8 until the next Planning Commission public hearing, which is set for March 3rd, 2015, to allow the applicant to respond to everything that he's heard.
Okay, can we get a second? Got a second from Judy. Any other discussion? All in favor? Okay, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to hold this. You folks will need to come back if you choose to do so, March the 3rd for the hearing, and we'll see what happens then with hopefully with a revised plan. Thanks very much. We're going to take a lunch break. It is 12 noon, a little bit after. We're going to take a 1-hour lunch break at this point, so come back about 1 o'clock and we'll resume our hearing.
Excuse me, Mike, can we do one more thing before we go? That's continue.
Oh, yeah.
12.
You know what?
Hang on.
Before we leave, folks, I've lost all control. We have one more thing I need to get on the record, so if y'all could just bear with me just a moment.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, could y'all bear with me just a moment? We have one other thing that we need to get on the record, so if you would, you can remain standing if you like, but give us just a moment here. Galt?
Okay. And this is regard to case Z12. And during the last case, Commissioner Cupid came to me and told me that she had spoken to the applicant and, had told him that he'd be able to get a continuance today and that he didn't have to come prepared to talk. So for that reason, I think it would be unfair to bring the applicant forward and make him present his case when, he had essentially been told he wouldn't have to. And I hate to do this to all the people who are here in the audience, but it just doesn't seem fair to make him go forward when he was told he wouldn't have to and he's not prepared to. But on the good side of it, the applicants also agreed to have a community meeting to discuss the case. I don't have the details of that meeting. If he could come forward, maybe he has a date and time.
Do that now. You don't need to do that.
Just if we can get the date and time.
Let's continue and encourage. You don't need to come forward. Let's just ask Galt.
Right.
You can inform Galt and he'll try to get the word out to folks.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll just say, Saturday. You said this coming Saturday? Okay, seniors. Okay.
Okay, we need to cut this off.
Okay. We do.
Yeah.
Okay, good enough. Thank you. So there'll be a community meeting on Saturday at the Senior Center. So let me make a motion that we continue Z12 until our March hearing.
I'll second it.
Motion and a second. All in favor of the continuance? Okay, folks, so we're going to continue it for 30 days and hope you have your community meeting. Thank you very much.
John, you were supposed to read that.
Okay, we're back from lunch. Hope everybody had a nice meal. We're going to get back into the regular schedule here now. We did have one request just a few moments ago to move one more zoning matter forward. We have someone with a doctor's appointment that cannot be changed, and I understand that completely. So we're going to move Z5 next on the agenda, and then we'll get back to our regular schedule. So, John, if you would read that one for us, please.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Rezoning case Z5, Wendell L. Fowler, request rezoning from GC to NRC for the purpose of an auto mechanic shop in land lot 147 of the 18th District. The property is located on the north side of Old Alabama Road, east of South Gordon Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to the rezoning case Z5? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Hope you had a good lunch.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, whenever you're ready, just give us your name and tell us what you'd like us to know about this.
Certainly, okay. My name is Vanessa Ball. I am Wendell Fowler's daughter. He's not well today, so I'm speaking on his behalf, and I also have power of attorney. So basically, we have done our best to comply with the things that we could that was on our list. We've made an effort to clean up the property, and in the backyard of the premises, we have gotten vehicles moved around, removed some vehicles that did not have tags and so forth, and in the process of painting now. The one thing that we are not able to do at this time and don't foresee being able to do in the near future is the paving of the front parking lot. So.
We have plenty of time left. What is it you are wanting to do on the site?
Well, Galt and I had spoken about getting it approved for the zoning, but with the stipulation that there would be no occupancy until the paving is done, and I'm fine with that.
And then once that's done, what will you do on the site?
I'm sorry?
What will you do on the site? You're going to be, what are you going to do that? We need to know.
Oh,
what,
well, we're going to either, honestly, at this point, possibly sell the building or rent it to someone for an auto mechanic shop.
Okay.
There's a gentleman in there that has weaseled his way in. My father has dementia, and he is in the property right now, and I've got to get him out. Even though he's kind of, honestly, I think he's been operating under the table, kind of at night. But I'm going to get him removed and get somebody a little bit more mature. He's only 24, and dependable and that kind of thing. You know, if we move forward with the renting, I mean, I guess we'd like it zoned for an auto shop so that if we do get it rented, you know, can find someone to rent it, we'll go that route.
Okay. Anything else you want us to know?
I don't
That
think
it?
so.
Okay.
I said enough, didn't I?
No, you did just fine. You had plenty of time. Want to be sure you told us everything you wanted us to know. Okay, thank you very much.
I mean,
Galt?
Stacy, is there anything else?
Okay, you weren't sworn in, so if you do, we need to get you sworn in.
No,
Okay.
she just.
Okay, that's fine. You can have a seat if you like. This is in District 4, Mr. Porter.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Any opposition to Z5? Beg your pardon. Come on up.
My name is Robin Meyer. I'm with the Mableton Improvement Coalition. My apologies. I think I calculated lunch hour wrong. And my apologies again because I didn't have the opportunity to hear the applicant's testimony. But I would like to provide the perspective of the Mableton Improvement Coalition. The property is in a very small neighborhood activity center, so the appearance of this property is of paramount concern. I won't go over all the stipulations that are contained, or all the suggested stipulations that are contained in my letter of January 28th, but at the very top of the list is that for any approval of this property as an auto repair or as NRC, we would ask that it be for this use only, for auto repair only, or else with a very strong list of prohibited uses, so as to avoid the appearance of another used tire store, title pawn, or similar small retail operation. We would also ask that it be site plan specific, so that no additional buildings or paving other than that shown on the site plan and other than paving in front of the building for the required parking is allowed. I visited the property yesterday and spoke to a young man, Mr. Carr, who was at the time painting the building and removing equipment from the back of the building. He indicated some interest in paving behind the building as well, and I would ask that that not be allowed in your in any approval. Similarly, that there be no heavy equipment on the property, that a landscape plan be brought forward, and that ongoing maintenance of the building be addressed as well. Specifically, that the paint on the building be kept in good repair and the sign kept in good repair. There's also a pile of landscape debris on the eastern edge of the property. Everything on that eastern edge has been more or less flattened, and there's an attempt to grow some grass, but nothing there now. So again, a landscape plan is something that is also very much needed, and we would leave that to the district commissioner's approval. And we would also ask that any improvements that you require to the property be completed within 120 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Anyone else wishing to speak to Z5? Okay, not seeing and hearing any. It is back to this board. Mr. Porter.
Okay, thank you. I've had an opportunity to speak with Ms. Ball several times, and we were able to discuss a lot of things. This is a property that has been an automotive repair shop for many years, for many decades, really, but it's not been used for a while, so it lost its grandfather on its old zoning. But as part of that, there's a lot of debris around the property. There's a big pile of tires in the back, used, untagged vehicles, heavy equipment, semi-trailers that they've agreed to remove, and I'm going to put some stipulations with some time to that. There is a shed that was built right up to the property line without any setback, and it was built a long time ago, so it's not in very good repair anyway. So that's something that I'm going to ask be removed since it's not in good shape. I have talked to her about having some stipulations that would be tied to a certificate of occupancy so that, because she said she needs some time to do the paving and maybe some of the landscaping, things like that. And it seems reasonable to give her some time as long as the building's not being used, because we don't want people parking on dirt as they do now and that. Let's see. Trying to think. There's also an issue with this current tenant. As I understand it, he was going to be a renter of the property, and he came in to apply for a business license and found out the property had to be rezoned to get the business license. And so he knows he's not supposed to be in there doing anything, but I believe he is. So that will be something we'll want code enforcement to take a look at as well, so that we don't have this continued use without the proper things in place. Those are kind of my comments. Anybody else have any comments, or do you want me to make a motion?
Go ahead.
Okay. Make the following motion regarding Z5 to recommend approval, subject to all the following. All staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. Removal of the shed and lean-to structure from the site plan. Light automotive use only. Applicant shall have 60 days from Board of Commissioners' final decision to come into compliance with all county ordinances pertaining to outdoor storage, untagged vehicles, heavy equipment, etc. on the property, to remove the shed and lean-to structure, and remove the landscaping debris that's on the eastern side of the property, a large pile of dirt with tree stumps and various things in it, and either repair or remove the privacy fence. It's in a little bit of disrepair. Property is not to be used until a new certificate of occupancy is issued. The following items to be completed prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy. All parking to be paved and striped to county standards. Parking plan to be submitted to and approved by the zoning division manager. Installation of an 8-foot landscape enhancement strip to county standards. Installation of landscape buffers to county standards. Repainting of the building to either the existing color or colors approved by the district commissioner. All signs to be brought into compliance with current county standards. existing pole sign to be removed, and applicant to submit a landscape plan for approval by the county arborist and district commissioner. And the district commissioner may make minor modifications except for those that increase the overall square footage of a non-residential project, cause a reduction in the size of an approved buffer adjacent to a property that is zoned the same or is more restrictive in its designated zoning, cause a relocation of a structure closer to the property line of an adjacent property that is zoned the same or more restrictive zoning, increase the height of building that is adjacent to the property that is zoned the same or in more restrictive in its designated zoning, change the access location to a different roadway. And that's my motion.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Second from Mr. Gunther. Any further discussion?
Let me add one more thing. I think we could put this on the consent agenda.
For the BOC?
For the BOC.
I'd go along with that. Second, okay with that? That's okay. Okay, any further discussion? All right, all in favor? All righty. Clean it up. Get rid of that squatter. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we're going to get back to our regular schedule now. John, what is next on the agenda?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Rezoning case Z2, Victor Nawala Nagan requests rezoning from LRO to NRC for the purpose of a tire store in land lots 701 and 702 of the 19th District. The property is located on the east side of Austell Road, north of Byers Drive. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z2? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Thank you, John. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Sams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, members of the commission, and welcome to the Planning Commission, Mr. Gunther. Happy to have you here. For the record, my name is Garvis Sams. I represent the applicant, who also happens to be the property owner, concerning this application for rezoning. I have Victor with me here today. Victor, if you'll raise your hand. Well, he's standing up. He's the patriotic man right back there with the flag on the front of his shirt. He or I will have any questions at the appropriate time, either during or after my presentation. The property at issue here consists of almost a half acre. This is a 0.40 acre tract of land. It's located, as you can see, on the east side of Austell Road, just north of Byers Drive at 3077 Austell. This property is within the confines of a neighborhood activity center, which contemplates the type uses that we seek under the future land use map, and of course the comp plan and the zoning ordinance as well. What Mr. Nagan is proposing is a rezoning from LRO, low-rise office, to neighborhood retail commercial, or NRC, specifically and exclusively for purposes of his business, Continental Tires and Rims. If this looks somewhat familiar to you, there's a good reason it should, because about a year ago you heard this, and you recommended an approval at that time to NRC, downzoned from a GC classification. It had fallen into one of those situations where they lost an entitlement to utilize it because of it being within a position under NAC as opposed to a CAC. So they came forward with a rezoning. Staff recommended approval a year ago. You recommended approval a year ago. Things just seemed to fall apart in the 2 weeks between your hearing and the Board of Commissioners, so it was taken off a consent agenda and rezoned to its present LRO classification. What we have done since then, Victor and I got together, we took every single stipulation that was in staff's recommendation for approval. We took every single stipulation that Mr. Porter made a part of his motion for approval. We took every single stipulation and condition from Dr. Espinosa, who is our next-door neighbor, who was represented at that time and still is by Richard Calhoun. And we put all of that together, and then we had our own good stipulations and conditions for one heck of a stipulation letter, and one which covers every single, we think, circumstance or issue related to this property. This time around, we're simply asking that you do the same, or do the same thing you did last year, except with the understanding that we've enhanced it, we've refined it, we've defined it, and we've placed it in a position that's even more palatable from a land use planning perspective than it was a year ago. While this application has been pending, we've spoken with members of the community. I think the fact that no one here can attest to that. You have received our letter of stipulations and conditions. In the absence of opposition, I'm not going to to go over every single one of those, but would like to touch on some of the more appropriate ones in terms of the salient points. And that is, we're using it for this use only, except for certain uses under NRC, which we have prohibited later in the stipulation letter, which I will cover. But Mr. DeGan owns this property. He's owned it for quite some time. He's presently operating at another location on Austell Road, which has run into some problematical circumstances in terms of not having enough parking or enough space to accommodate his business. So by rezoning this or recommending to the board that it be rezoned, you're solving a code enforcement dilemma that his business finds itself in, because you lease this from that particular owner, and you're allowing him to utilize his own property in a non-lease situation in full compliance with the zoning ordinance. The present intention is to utilize the front building, the building oriented towards Austell Road, for the office component of the business. He'll be building a 15 by 25 foot ancillary building to the rear for the work that'll be done, and that also means he'll be using the existing shed. If you look at the site plan, you can see the existing shed on the property for storage purposes. It's got pretty good bones. It's in good shape. There's no reason it can't be used as well. We set forth the hours of operation, which was acceptable from staff's perspective. And staff, by the way, has recommended that the application be approved. The architectural style and composition will remain as built. If you've seen this property, and I know Mr. Porter has seen it on many occasions, very attractive building on the front. The building that we'll be building behind there will be in conformance to the letter that I attached as an exhibit to the stipulation letter set forth by Honest Home Builders, dated March the 2nd, 2014. Now let me explain what that means, because this is where all the work is going to be done on the tires and the rims. The exterior walls of that building are going to be a double wall system, 10 feet in width, including a double drywall section. There'll be a spray foam sound barrier that will be included in that and applied to the exterior walls and also the ceiling to reduce noise levels considerably. There'll be porous, expanded polypropylene acoustical ceiling tiles or silencers, which installed where the garage door motors mount to the new ceiling. And there'll be the installation of thermocore or equally insulated steel garage doors consisting of a continuous layer of polyurethane insulation between the two layers of corrosive or non-corrosive resistant steel for maximal thermal efficiency. Now, that may not mean anything to you, but neither did to me either until I talked to the home builders that put that out, and I fully understand the sound attenuation and the baffling that it will provide. Now, the conundrum that I think you found yourself in a year ago was, well, gosh, if he's got these steel insulated doors, then they need to be used, it needs to be closed while work's going on. And there was some debate about that. And by the way, I didn't represent Mr. Nagan. He had another attorney at that time. But in any event, that was the conundrum you were putting. I think Mr. Porter wanted it closed when work was being done, and maybe one of the other members said, well, gee whiz, who's ever seen a garage like that where work's being done on automobiles closed? What we will agree to do is keep the doors closed when that work is ongoing with the pneumatic or the tools that make the noise, and leave it open if we can the other time. It's not air conditioned. It's huge fans that'll be in there that'll cool it, and of course there'll be heaters, and they'll want to keep it closed in the winter when it's cooler or colder outside. But there's not going to be any outside storage. Any work that's done would be done completely inside this building. No display of any merchandise or inventory, anything like that. All the mechanical installation activities will be baffled and sound attenuated. We'll be submitting a formal landscape plan during the plan review process, and as components of that, we've got a fully wooden opaque fence, 8 feet in height, on the northern boundary from the front of the building to the line to the rear, or the northeastern corner of the property. Now that fence is 8 feet in height, but as it goes down the property line, what we're going to be doing from the front setback for a distance of 13 feet, the height of the fence will be 6 feet because of topo concerns. And then from 13 feet into 26 feet, from the front setback to the height, the fence will then be 7 feet in height. So I hope that is understandable. If not, it should be written in a way even better than I just presented it. In addition to that, from a landscaping component, there'll be a 30-foot natural maintained enhanced landscape buffer installed and maintained along the rear or the easterly side of the property to provide a visual and sound attenuation barrier, and then a 10-foot landscape buffer will be installed and maintained from the building's front setback to the rear property line. So not only do we have the sound attenuation the baffling and all the devices utilized on the building, but we've got the buffers and the fencing and the landscaping in order to accentuate that as well. We're following in terms of landscaping the suggested evergreen shrub variety list by the county's arborist. We'll begin with a minimum size of 2 feet in height, so they'll grow fairly quickly. They'll be relatively mature. It's not going to be little seedlings put out there. With spacing and variety and genus and species according to what the arborist's recommendation is. This is going through plan review, obviously, so the arborist will have to sign off on it. I think at one point last year they were asking for a waiver of the 8-foot landscape strip. We're not asking for that. That will be a part of what we're agreeing to do. That eliminates one of the parking spaces that we have, which is closest to Austell Road, but that's not an impediment in terms of the operation of his business. We'll be subject to stormwater management comments and the division recommendations with respect to stormwater management, detention, and hydrology. I will mention to you we're not disturbing any more than the threshold of 5,000 square feet, so that really doesn't kick in unless there's a redevelopment of the site, which if there is, then of course at that time we'll have to abide by those regulations. We'll comply with GDOT permits. We have to encroach. If we do have to encroach, we have to get GDOT permission for that. We'll upgrade the driveway, as you can see, to commercial standards, and also we would ask, or we will agree that the signage along Austell Road will be ground-based monument-style signage, which replaces the pole sign that is there, and also the water system comments and recommendations. We're on septic now. It's recently been inspected by the health department. They've given us the green light, and we'll agree to all of these stipulations and conditions being in place and complied with before a CO issued. I've got 6 seconds, so we respectfully request that this application be approved as your staff has recommended, and that if you think it's appropriate to do so, it be placed on the board's consent agenda. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Sams. Just for the record, anyone here opposed to Z2? Okay, not seeing and hearing any. It's back to this board. This is again in District 4. Mr. Porter.
Okay, thank you. Just make a few comments about this. This is basically the same case we heard about a year ago, so it's familiar to most of us here. I had a couple questions on your stipulation letter.
Yes, sir.
In paragraph 6, you put you'd also like neighborhood retail uses only. Would you have a problem if we deleted that?
No, sir. That'll be fine. We want it really for this use only, and we'll be happy to come back if that changes. Victor has no intention of leaving. He bought this property thinking he could use it at the time, so he's more than happy to stay there and use it for this purpose only.
Okay. And in paragraph 14C, and I just about have to read it, it referred to DOT not seeking any right-of-ways or something to that effect. Can you explain that one to me and why it's needed there?
Sure. When you file an application for rezoning, you go through about 10 days after you file, you have a meeting with the county staff, which is stormwater management, planning, zoning, DOT, and the water system. And at that time, during the applicant's meeting, we asked if DOT would be needing any right-of-way, and they said we do not require any additional right-of-way on Austell Road at this time. So it's really not a stipulation. It's more for informational purposes, but that's why it's there.
Okay. Okay.
Because more often than not, they're asking for right-of-way.
True. True. That's why it was just such an unusual comment that it caught my eye.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think that's all the questions I have. Are there any questions anybody else has? Okay. And I'll make one more comment. The staff has in it that a 20-foot landscape buffer will be put at the back of the property. I'm going to ask when I do my stipulation that that be stricken because the applicant's, Mr. Sam's letter calls for a 30-foot buffer, which is, better than a 20-foot buffer. So with that, let's see. Oh, I lost my sheet. Where did I lose my sheet to? Losing my mind here.
Just by way of
observation. I know what it is. It's sitting right in front of me. I didn't type out one. Did you have something?
I was just going to say, the original application asked for a waiver of the size of the lot from 17 and changed to 20,000. That was approved when the board did rezone it to LRO. So that may have been a part of our stipulation letter, but it's really it's already done.
Yeah, and there's also a front setback variance because they widened the road. So they moved the road closer to the building, which is fine. Okay, well, I think that's all I have for you. I'm just going to make a motion that we recommend approval of Z2, subject to all staff comments and recommendations, except to remove the remove the staff stipulation provision of a 20-foot landscape screening buffer along the rear property line. In paragraph 7 of the applicant's stipulation letter, add all doors to be closed while work is being done on vehicles.
May we say that all work being done on vehicles with respect to pneumatic or the type of tools that would make noise, because there's some work that can be done that really would be silent.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, thanks, sir.
When work is being done with pneumatic tools. That's and let's see. And I think that's my motion.
We have a motion from Mr. Porter, a second from Judy. Any further discussion, comments? Not seeing and hearing any. All in favor? That's approved 5-0.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Porter?
Thank you.
Pneumatic.
Pneumatic, P-N-T-U.
Did you want to keep that on a regular agenda, or would you?
I think it needs to stay on the regular agenda since they didn't approve it last time. I'm sure they'll want to talk about it.
Thank you, Mr. Porter.
Thank you.
Good luck, Victor. Keep it quiet, keep it neat. Thank you very much. Okay, what's next, John?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Rezoning case Z4, Mary Sanaya requests a rezoning from R30 to R15 for the purpose of 2 single-family houses in land lot 28 of the 1st District. The property is located on the westerly side of Childers Road at Kettle Lane Drive. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning application Z4? Please raise your hands. Let the record show there are 4 people here in opposition. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Paul Amina. I represent Ms. Sanai, which is also my mother-in-law. We acquired this particular piece of property back in 2009, I believe it was, as a 2.6 acres plot of land. And of course, at that time, the economic situation was getting worse, so I just built one house for myself at 3357 Childers Road, which is next door, and the rest of it, we had to just wait for the economic situation to return and come back. And things are getting a little bit more active. When I acquired this piece of property, pretty much, it was a 2.6 acres of desolate land full of kudzu. Totally misused, abused, all kinds of, and I think, I have serviced it well. Basically removed the, all the kudzu, we graded it, basically correctly, to the point that there are 2 properties to my south that are building $1 million homes right there, right now. And there is another proposed development, which, I have some concerns with that. That's going to be in March, that is coming up. But at any rate, we are proposing, basically for this particular tract to be zoned from R30. I requested from R30 to R15. I see that the staff basically recommended R20, which is, as far as square footages and everything is, as far as I'm concerned, R20 would be fine with me. I had some discussions with my neighbors as to, basically what their concerns were. As when I acquired the property, about 35 feet away from the rear of the property from our common fence, basically I built a berm and I redirected all the water and all the impervious that was coming down into our lots, and I directed it down to the point that all the areas that I have graded, I even went to Mr. Chiller's property because he was incapable of doing it, but he gave me permission, so I continued over there. I even basically saw that the land and just to prevent the kudzu from coming back, and we directed to the point that there is no water, no runoff water or storm water or anything is going into basically the neighbors. Recently, I acquired another 20 feet, basically in my dealings with the property owners to my south. I gave them the sewer easement, so they were able to develop their lots and build their houses. And I acquired additional 20 feet, which gave me the square footages to split this lot into two. There is that 20 feet in the back. I can continue the same berm that I done all along, in the back, to prevent, from the storm water, from going back into basically the neighbors or chimney lakes. I couldn't do that prior to because that was not my land. I was not, even capable of, entering, the lot. But now that I own it, I can do that. And continue the same berm and continue the same, basically, cypress trees that we put down for privacy and so on and so forth. Besides that, I don't know, and I don't want to be presumptuous to see, what other concerns my neighbors might have, so I yield my time, to them. And I know that, they wanted me. I have, I don't know if I can show this in here. I have. Basically, on this plan, they had a little bit of concern because 35 feet away from their fence was where the berm was, and they just wanted, the back of my proposed property, my proposed building. The building that I'm going to put there, the other one is where my house is. This other one, track 2, is going to be pretty much the same as architectural on my house, with the exception that it's going to be mirror image on the other side. Track 1 is going to be with an angle, as you see, and they wanted me to move that up a little bit. So I request basically on just track 1, my setback to be on the front to be from 40 feet to 30 feet, if that's possible. That way, I can move the house a little bit, higher to alleviate. And my house is going to be between 100 and minimum 100 feet away from their property. I mean, their actual structures. So it's going to be about 35 and maybe another 20 feet, maybe about 55 feet away, from our property line, and at least about 100 feet away, from their structures, minimum. And then I would like to yield the rest of my time. I'd like to see, what my neighbors, have.
You get 10 minutes, and then they get 10 minutes.
Okay,
So you
right.
you
So
don't
if
need to do
that's
that.
Okay, if that is, I'd like to, basically show you, the house that I built and what the houses are going to be similar to. Okay, this is what I built on the lot to the north of, this house. The houses are going to be similar to this.
How many square feet?
My house is just heated space. First floor, second floor is about 50 square feet. Of course, the basement is not finished, but if you finish that, it's going to be about 8,000. But the houses that I'm proposing to be built over there are going to be about approximately 45 to 5,500 square feet.
Okay.
They're going to be 800,000 above.
Okay. Anything else you'd like us to know?
No, I think I covered it.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you. I can come back and if
We may
my
call you
neighbors
back.
want-
You can have a seat, and we may call you back.
Thank you.
Let's hear from the opposition now. You can give that to the clerk. Okay, tell us your name, please.
All right, my name is David Rumrell, and I have with me Bob Hoyer and Matt Hoynacke. We are neighbors to the property immediately to the west in Chimney Lakes subdivision, so we abut the zoning. In the past, we've had problems with flooding, particularly Mr. Hoyer's property. And what Mr. Amina did when he acquired the property he did with berming, landscaping, and a swale, greatly improved that. With the development of the property just to the south of him that he's mentioned, with two homes fronting on Childers Road, where you see the R20, and then with his proposal to develop two homes on this property, we're concerned again about the flooding onto particularly Mr. Hoyer's property, which is at an elevation much lower than the property. And the whole property slopes from Childers Road to the west, fairly, probably 20 feet in gradient. And so we're concerned about the flooding, which Mr. Amina has talked to. We've met with Mr. Amina. And so one of the things we want to talk about is having that berm and swale extended on out to the additional 20 feet of property that he has now obtained to the south. In addition, he's proposing two homes on that property. If you look at the, you had one picture up someplace over here that showed the actual homes, I think, the GIS picture. Now, well, that's a site plan. The GIS maps would actually shows the home sites. Anyway, the home sites along Childers, he has done a great job in improving that. There are now two homes being developed south of him. His home, a home just to the north, which are all very nice homes, all front on Childers Road. So part of the concern is the stacking of two homes back to back with a common driveway, which does put one of the homes that he's proposing much nearer to the property line. And with the size of home and the elevation change, it would kind of tower over where our backyards are. The landscaping we've talked about with Leland cypress and the berm would help alleviate some of that, but concern is that rear home. And so we've talked to Mr. Amina about, too, that if the Planning Commission recommends moving ahead with this, and if the board commissioners would approve it, that it would be at least with landscaping extended another 20 feet that he acquired, berm, landscape with Leland cypress, the swale, that's about 35 feet he's testified to. Then we'd like the building line of that home to be like another 35 feet. Hence, he's requested the setback on the front of that property. And I was trying to move it as far away from the rear of our property. But we just think the stacking of homes is out of character for what's along that stretch. Obviously, the lots get bigger and bigger. And our biggest concern then is the runoff, other than the aesthetics of stacking of two homes. Just to be able to go on record, of course, this is in the Childers Road, Shallerford Road corridor and intersection, of which I'm sure you're all very familiar with. It's beginning to be, I will call it overdeveloped from a traffic standpoint. The traffic at Childers and Shallowford is just horrendous right now. I know we're talking about only 2 homes. There was another zoning that was going to be heard today just up the road, which you can see on the map Z17, which was going to take an R30 property and request it down to R15 for 8 homes. You recently approved the board did a townhome development at RA6 just south of the intersection of Shallowford and Childers. There's another development just east on Shallowford that's now been taken to R15 and is under development, adding additional homes. The area and the ability of those roads to absorb that traffic is just horrendous. So I would really like to see, in conjunction with anything we approve, whether it's 2 homes, 1 home here, and then going to the Z17 when you hear that next month, is hear from Cobb DOT about what they're going to do to improve that intersection and the capacity of the roadways. Also, the schools in that area, if you look at your staff recommendations, they tell you that the schools are all overcrowded, elementary, middle, and high school that are servicing that area. They're all over capacity right now. So that's a bit of a problem. Then the other one, just to go on record, is we got a mail out from Mr. Amina that had one site layout, and then when I went on the county site, I found another one. The one that appears to be up now is the one showing in the overhead, which is a more rectangle property. You can go to the next one. That was what was submitted to us in the mail. He's taken that triangular one out. We're okay with that. We don't, but I'm just, when we got notified, and then when I went and looked last week and a half ago, and what was the count, it was different. Also, next, his original site plan with that big corner showed the adjacent Chimney Lakes property as zoned R15. That is not so. Next one. Well, it won't show there. It's R20. We'll see that in a minute. So this is what came out with the Planning Commission. Next. And that's what he has shown you with the 2 lots. Still showing R15 to the west. It's R20 in Chimney Lakes. So I'm just trying to take care of some discrepancies in what we were presented as homeowners in a mail-out, and hopefully what the commission's looking at. This is, and in part of preparation, expecting we see Z17. I don't think this one can be considered the Z4 uniquely all by itself. You've got to consider what's happening in this Childers-Shallowford Road corridor. So we were prepared to talk about Z17, and that's currently a R30 also. So think about that when you look at this entire set of maps. So that said, our first request is that you deny the request as made to you. We cite a single home on there, and he's certainly got the room to do it. If you feel that it needs to go to R20 and you feel that 2 homes on that property is appropriate, we certainly would want stipulations to go with it about the berming, landscaping, and mitigating the stormwater runoff at the rear of the property. Very, very similar to what is already at the rear of the property that he currently owns, which is a swale to direct it, a berm, Leland cypress on landscape, extend that all the way for the full 20 feet to the south of his property, and control that runoff. All that together, though, is going to come up when we talk about runoff from the Z17 next month, because they'd go straight to that property.
Thank you, David. Any of the other folks want to speak? Anything? You have about a minute and a half left.
Okay. My name is Perry Gade. I'm with, I live in a subdivision across from where he's building in Coventry Green, and I'll just second like everything that he said. With one other piece, I mean, I live in that area trying to get out onto Childers Road, out of Kettering. There's 92 homes in Coventry Green, and right now when the county improved Childers Road a few years ago, about 4 years ago or so, with our penny taxes. That road's turned into the Indy 500. And now you're going to put 2 homes across from us along with these other 8 that we're talking about. And, you know, it's bad enough that I got to look east and west trying to get out, and now I got to watch, you know, straight across from me. And I just think that, you know, again, to his point, you know, we've got to look at the whole area and consider what's happening in the whole area there, and not just piecemeal these additions. So the only other concern I'd say is that, you know, stacking these 2 homes, again, not aesthetic to what's in the neighborhood there. And I'd also be concerned if there was ever any cars parked alongside one of the houses and there was a fire at that back house, I don't know how the fire department would ever get back there. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, thank you, gentlemen, very much. We'll close this portion of the hearing. This is in District 3, so this will be led by Ms. Trombetti. Christy?
Okay. Thank you. The last comment about the fire department access is something that I had not thought of, and now I'm just curious if our fire representative could come up, please. In a situation where you have a home off a private easement like this, what do you require at plan review?
My name is Rock Tola. I represent the Cobb County Fire Marshal. We will require a 12-foot driveway that supports 50,000 pounds. But as far as fire lane markings or anything, we won't get that. No guest parking or any.
Okay. So if someone in a house, let's say the house that is closest to the main road, is having a party, or, you know, lots of cars parked in their driveway, that's just something that could happen anywhere, I guess. There's no special requirement when you have another house in the back.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Not in this scenario where it's just 2
Right.
single family. When we get to 3, then we start looking at basically the requirements for a subdivision. 3 or
Right.
more.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Rod.
That was a good point, and I wanted to have that information just for us now and maybe moving forward as well as we look at other plans.
We cannot take any more testimony at this time, okay? You may be called back up, but we can't talk from out there. Okay, go ahead, Christy.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so Mr. Mina has done a really nice job, I think, with his property. Obviously, the house that he built is beautiful. You know, on the surface, you think, well, there's R15 in the area, there's R20 in the area, but this little acre that's left is an infill piece of property, and I think that infill development needs special attention and very specific case-by-case analysis. The first thing I noticed, or the first thing I thought when I saw the application, is just the orientation of the homes to the street and how it fits in with the immediately adjoining properties. And I understand that one of the immediate neighbors is the applicant, but you've got 2 new homes under construction, for sale, facing Childers Road, and then this parcel, and then 2 beautiful homes on estate-sized lots that also face Childers Road. And the stacking issue, I think, is a really valid concern aesthetically and otherwise, maybe for access. And just, I think it creates, whenever you have a shared driveway, in my opinion, it creates kind of an inferior setup. The value is not the same as if you have your own private drive and access that's not shared with another homeowner. And that's just a side note, I guess. But configuring lots that aren't oriented in the same manner as the lots next door in this situation, I think, is just really overdoing it and trying to put something in that doesn't fit in. In the long run, it may not be as desirable. That the house that would be built in the back, I think, would be a lot more difficult to sell. And again, that's not a zoning criteria, but that's one of the reasons that I think we have
road frontage requirements. You know, each zoning district has a set of setbacks and road frontage and all these different things. And in this case, I think the lack of road frontage for two good side-by-side properties, even though you have the lot square footage, is problematic. I have no doubt that the homes would be beautiful, but I don't like the stacking. I don't think that we necessarily need to try to put two houses here. If the house that's already been built and the two that are under construction, if all of this little triangle could have come in together as a small subdivision, I think we'd be looking at a totally different scenario. So I think because it's infill, because of the orientation of the homes, and because of the potential square footage, frankly, the impervious coverage and the heated and cooled area, in addition to probably a 3-car garage and all the associated driveways, in my opinion, it's just more than we necessarily need to feel compelled to recommend. So I'm prepared to make a motion unless there's some other comments.
Any other comments, questions? Okay, Christy, go ahead.
I'd like to recommend to the Board of Commissioners that Z4 be denied.
Okay, we have a motion and a second from Mr. Porter. Any further discussion, comments, questions? Okay, all in favor? Okay, so we're gonna leave that as R30. Hope you build one nice big house there. Okay. Gentlemen, these very nice photos that you brought us up here, David, Bob, Max, Perry, we do not need to keep these, and these are awfully nice and expensive. If you want to come and collect them and to use at the BOC meeting, why don't you come up and get those? Let's pass them down to the clerk. I hate to throw them away. So you take them and you can use them at your Board of Commissioners hearing. You're very welcome. Thank you. Okay, what's next, John?
Mr. Chairman, the next rezoning case has a special land use permit with it. Do you want to hear both together?
Which one is it? I'm sorry.
It's the self-service storage on Roswell Road.
Yeah, let's do it, please.
Okay, thank you. Z6, rezoning case Z6, 3700 Roswell Road, LLC. Request rezoning from LL Road to O&I for the purpose of a climate-controlled self-storage facility in land lot 967 of the 16th District. The property is located on the south side of Roswell Road, west of Robinson Road. Earlier, there are 15 people here opposed to that application. Additionally, SLEP 1, 3700 Roswell Road, LLC, requests a special land use permit for the purpose of a climate-controlled self-storage facility in land lot 967 of the 16th District. The property is located on the south side of Roswell Road, west of Robinson Road. The applicant's representative is present. Earlier, there are 15 people here opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Mr. Bally.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. For the record, my name is James Bally with the law firm of Sams, Larkin, Huff, and Bally, and I'm here today on behalf of the applicant for Z6 and SLUP 1, 3700 Roswell Road, LLC, to go from LRO to O&I for the purposes of a climate-controlled self-service storage facility. And it's become readily apparent to me, Mr. Chairman, that I should have told you that I also had to go to those arguments this afternoon, so maybe I could have been heard earlier in the day, too, so I regret that decision. But moving forward with this
application... The difference is you would have been telling a lie.
Well, no, I could have actually signed up to go, but you know, it is what it is, so here we are, and I'll try to be not take any extra time. You see before you there today what the project is going to look like from Roswell Road itself. And to give everyone an orientation of where it is on Roswell Road. Located to the left is the RA4 Glenside subdivision. Behind it is property zoned RA5. On the other side is property on office building zoned O&I NRC. Directly across Roswell Road, you have the Wellstar Health facility there that's zoned R20. And then also across the road you have O&I directly adjacent to R15. Give you kind of an idea, the O&I directly across Roswell Road and adjacent to the R15 looks like this, Federal Williamsburg style. You have, this is the O&I that's located directly adjacent to our site, a 3-story office building in the Federal Williamsburg style. This is a picture not to show necessarily the fences, but we're talking about Glenside subdivision. It does not front on Roswell Road like all of these other lots do. Their fence faces onto State Route 120 Roswell Road, and their entrance is from off of Robinson Road. Many of you who were here last year may recall that this application came before you in 2014. It's a much different application. I want to talk some about of the differences. You see there on the slide before you there was an industrial appearance to the building. It did not look like the surrounding office. You can see here this is an elevation that I want to get everybody's idea of what the properties look on both sides of the LRO property. I'm using the old architectural rendering to show you even at the height that was at, the difference in elevation. So you see the O&I building to the left, approximately 25 feet higher than the building that came in under the industrial appearance, which was 51 feet. Had an entrance, a note there in the middle of the building closer to Glenside, and then of course there on the right is Glenside. You can see how just the natural elevation goes from up to down as it gets closer toward Glenside. I want to talk now about some differences between the 2014 application and what you have before you today. This application has reduced the size of the building by 20% and moved an additional 42 feet from the rear of the property, which was that RA5, which I think may be called Alderwood subdivision. The building now ranges from 72 to 122 feet from the rear of the property. There's been a reduction in height from the 51-foot, 8-inch building that was filed in 2014 to approximately 36 feet. It ranges, some sides are 33, some sides are 36 or 37, but it's approximately 36 feet. And of course, a residential building and an LRO building could be 35 feet in height. The building has been reduced to 2 to 3 stories going into the ground as opposed to coming out of it, as opposed to the 3 to 4 story building that was originally filed. There's been a complete redesign of the architecture from the industrial appearance that you saw earlier to the pitched roof, which is consistent with LRO and NACS, to the Federal Williamsburg design with a focus on being compatible with both a residential design and an office design. We've reduced the floor area ratio from 1.55 to 1.16 and added numerous additional stipulations that weren't in the first application for the benefit of the adjacent properties. And so there before you today is what the building will look like from Roswell Road as compared to the industrial. We do think it is a step down from the office next door. When you saw the elevation slide before you today, it definitely is a step down. It is not as tall as the building next door, neither in height nor elevation. What you see there is a real picture superimposed on what the building will look like from Roswell Road. I want you to note it is protecting mature trees that are in the rear of the building. It's going to be an undisturbed buffer. So not only will the rear of the building be 72 to 155 feet, it will have a large mature buffer between that portion of the site up against Glenside and against Alderwood. You now see the proposed elevations from all sides of the building. It's brick accents, again Federal Williamsburg with windows. All of the windows that you see on the side or the rear of the building are fake. They're done just for architectural design purposes. This is the side of the building that would be facing Glenside subdivision. There was a comment made that they wanted more than a brick wall. I think you can see there that that is more than just the typical brick wall that you might see on one of these facilities. It's got window accents and other features, so it looks more like an office as opposed to just the side of a building. This is the rear elevation. You can see how the building sets into the ground. One side of that I think maybe 33, while the other side is higher. But that would be the side you would see from the rear of the property, which again has the 72 to 155 feet from the property line. Now I want to talk to you a little bit about what the property is zoned now. It's zoned LRO. It was zoned in 2008 for office. and then it came back in on the other business agenda in 2009. And we think that our application before you today is a better neighbor, certainly to the residential, than you would get with an LRO plan. There's just a few reasons I want to run through. The LRO approved plan is 3 two-story buildings with direct view intrusion into the residential. Z6 has 0. All the windows are fake. You will not walk into your breakfast room and look out and see someone looking down at you from an office building. The LRO buildings were adjacent to 6 of the Glenside subdivision lots. Z6 is only adjacent to 4 of those. The LRO buildings have 191.5 feet of building frontage directly adjacent to Glenside, while Z6 has 158. The LRO had a 47.5 feet building immediately adjacent to Glenside subdivision in the rear of the site, and the RA5 to the south, immediately adjacent, not the 72 feet away. As we show in our plan, of course, Z6 has 0 in that area. That is part of an undisturbed buffer with mature tree saves. Another very big feature for this area, LRO plan has 93 parking spaces that have been approved. I think some of those may have been cut off when Mr. Weathers purchased some of the property that was originally in this OB. It may be 3 or 4 of those. We're still talking 85 to 90 parking spaces, which if he's bought the property now where some of the parking was on, that means approved parking is 0-inch buffer from Alderwood subdivision right now. And there were parking spaces that were approved immediately adjacent to Glenside and the LRO. Z6 has 9 parking spaces with no spaces adjacent to Glenside. So you go from 90 to 9, reduction in traffic, noise, and other features that you would have with increased traffic and cars pulling in and out with headlights. LRO zoning category allows 70% impervious. It appeared to me that the plan that's approved may have been approved even higher than that. Z6 has 55% impervious. That's a concern in the area and certainly needs to be addressed. And we think Z6 does that. The LRO plan that was and is approved has stormwater detention that intruded into the buffer with Glenside. It was above ground. Z6 has no buffer intrusion and has underground detention as opposed to above ground. We think that helps. It also helps with the runoff in the Glenside subdivision. The LRO plan would require and allow a pancake grading of the site and lose all the trees. As I've mentioned before, Z6 has undisturbed buffers in the rear and on the side to save the mature trees, including against 2 of the 4 Glenside lots that we affect would have a mature tree buffer that would be saved in that area. And then, I'm not going to go through all of them, but Z6 has significant stipulations to protect the neighboring property owners. The LRO plan that was approved, basically non-existent stipulations. There was 3 or 4 sentences, but certainly no elevations like you've seen before you today. No requirements that there be any use. You could have a pediatrician office opening at 7 in the morning, slamming doors and beginning business immediately adjacent to the home. What I was just talking about, a brief exhibit to show you, that is our plan laid over the LRO plan that is currently approved. You can see the parking there immediately adjacent to Glenside with 93 total spaces. Some of the parking is immediately adjacent to 2 of the lots. You see there toward the right-hand side of the site plan, the 2-story office up to 35 feet that's approved right up against both Glenside and the rear property line. Again, you can see where I've noted the 9 parking spaces for our use would be located to the front of the lot, nowhere near Glenside. And again, you can see there where the plan allows intrusion into the buffer with Glenside for the above-ground stormwater detention. Again, this view that you have shows the direct view intrusion that would come from a 35-foot LRO, 3 office buildings, 2 of them grouped very close together. The one on the rear would be looking into the lots that are already established there in Glenside. Again, our plan would have 0 view intrusion. I want to quickly touch on some of the stipulations that we've come up with, submitted on time on Wednesday before noon.
You need to wrap it up, James.
All right. You've got those before you. We've gone through numerous of these that we've addressed based on comments from neighbors, comments on the previous application. We've set out those in detail. It was in Wednesday by noon. And there are numerous stipulations that will protect the neighborhood. We also want to hit very quickly, and I know I'm going over when I said I wouldn't, but staff recommends approval. They say all 15 points for a SLUP recommend approval. The analysis is that it's a less noise, low traffic generation use suitable for a NAC, which this is in, and consistent with the character of the area. Number one, your professional staff says it will not have an adverse effect. We really think that you should follow staff's recommendation, approve it. We think this is a gold standard for climate-controlled self-storage facilities, and we ask that you approve it. I'm here for any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Valley. If this had been the state Supreme Court, you wouldn't have gone over, would you?
The red light would have come on,
Okay.
but they can throw me in jail.
Okay, we went over about a minute and a half, so we'll add that additional time to the opposition. We'll hear from them now. Come on up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Planning Commissioners. My name is John Fabrini, and I'm a 20-year resident and the current president of the Glenside Homeowners Association. Glenside is directly west and adjoining the 3700 Roswell Road proposed Z6 and SLUP 1 applications. Glenside's residents, along with many other citizens of the East Cobb community, are opposed to the requested rezoning change from LRO to O&I. We strongly believe that the current zoning designation of LRO is correct for the land. No one in our group is opposed to the idea in principle of a storage facility on the site, but it must fit in with Glenside and the surrounding communities in size, appearance, and create a transitional flow from one property to the next. The current plan of the storage building does not fit in or allow a nice smooth transition to a residential single-family home setting with its enormous-like building size and scale. The storage facility, if built, will sit on top of a hill that wasn't shown well in those drawings that overlooks Glenside. It would be built on an extremely small lot of 1.4 acres. The building will, according to the plans I have seen, be on over 77,000 square feet of conditioned space, have a 158-foot long wall and a 41-foot tall wall that would sit directly behind 6 homes that are at the bottom of the hill, making this 41-foot long wall look much taller. It'll have the appearance of a 51-foot wall. These pictures that I'm about to show better show the current slope of land. So this picture right now is taken on the front yards of where the storage facility would be built behind those homes there. This is a picture from the backyard. You can see the slope of the land, so the building will be above that fence is where that wall would be. This is a picture from the other side of that same slope. So the slope's about 10 feet higher where the wall would be built. That, again, the plan showed would be 41 feet. This would be what the view of Glenside would look like if that wall was put there. So the Glenside residents wouldn't see this, but they would end up looking at something like that as far as that length goes. And this was taken 10 foot above grade, not at grade. So it's a pretty imposing picture. Our Glenside residents believe that the current zoning of LRO would allow for a smaller office complex to be built that would have a separation of buildings with some green space and create a much nicer transition to our resident single-family homes and not negatively impact our Glenside home values like this current proposal would surely do. We just don't see how the building project of this scale will fit in our subdivision or any other surrounding subdivisions. This project, if built, will not provide the correct level of transition into Glenside and most certainly will have a very negative impact on our current home values. We respectfully request that you vote not to recommend Z6 for approval. The other point I wanted to make was he said that the current plan was already approved for LRO. When I looked at those plans that were sent to me from the county, that plan was currently approved on 1.5 acres. And I'm not sure what's changed, but this is 1.4 acres. So there's something that's changed from the original approval. I don't know if some land has been sold, but I don't think the current design is actually set for the land that's been set aside. Thank you.
My name's Brad Newton. I'm a resident in Glenside. I've been there for also 20 years, and I'm here to speak on behalf of my fellow homeowners in regard to our objections to this storage facility. First of all, 6 homes are directly affected by this. We all received letters, and while the facility may only border 4, you look out your back door and what do you see? You see this wall. But in essence, all Glenside homeowners are affected because once one home's value goes down and you start doing comparables, it's going to have that runaway effect. The developer initially approached Glenside sometime in the summer or fall of 2014, and a meeting was held. At that time, many of the homeowners were trying to better understand the impact a facility like this would have. In fact, as one of the 6 homes that is affected, that was what my concern was. So with that being the case, we did put together a wish list of things that would have to be done if a storage facility were to go up here. But Mr. Sams, who spoke earlier, was the attorney present at that meeting, and he suggested, as well as I believe the architect, we go look at a similar storage facility near the intersection of Johnson Ferry and Shallowford Roads. We did, and that's where we were just astounded. John showed the photo of the white wall earlier. It was huge. The Homeowners Association met after that, and we had a unanimous decision that we were going to object to the storage facility. So the facility has gone through several iterations since then in order to make it palatable to the homeowners. However, the homeowners have remained steadfast in that we're objecting to this. So the property in question is relatively small. It's 1.42 acres, and the facility as proposed is 120 feet wide. It's 158 feet long, and per papers that I received in the mail, it shows a height of 41 feet, although per what the staff prepared for the Planning Commission, I'm seeing 36.5 feet. Now I'm hearing 36. Now I'm hearing 35. Regardless, there are 2 dimensions that directly impact us in Glenside. And so this is one of the renderings. And if you look, this is the west wall, the west side wall that faces Glenside. So you have a 158-foot solid wall, the faux windows notwithstanding. You have a 41-foot or 36.5-foot height. I would say that's quite huge. The property in question is also at a higher elevation, so that makes it look even more imposing to the homes that abut this. So when you think of a neighborhood, what do you think of? You think of a strong desire to have a good quality of life. And for several of the homes in Glenside, that quality of life is being impacted. So when one of the 6 homes on Sadler's Close, the street in Glenside, they walk out their front door, they look to the right, they see the new Wellstar Medical Complex. That's probably, I'm guessing, 600, 700 feet away. It's pretty large. These same homeowners, they go out their back door and they look, and right now they see some woods. They also see the office building that Keller Williams is currently in. And it's probably 200 feet away at a minimum. It's also angled, so it's going away from the subdivision. But now the proposed storage facility is going to be anywhere from 40 to 60 feet away. I don't know what you can do to hide that fact. And in fact, it doesn't fit in with my idea of a quality of neighborhood. In fact, I could see we might even start calling it the Great Wall of East Cobb. The property is currently zoned for low-rise office, and the Planning Commission and Board of Commissioners are being asked to rezone it to office and institutional. So one of the, quote, selling points is the parking spaces are reduced from 93 to 9. But the advantage of an office complex, which could also be subject to change, that was from 2008, it's 3 smaller Williamsburg-style office buildings. So you have gaps in between these buildings, light comes through. You don't see that with the big wall. Finally, just yesterday I read the report that the staff prepared for the Planning Commission. First time I had seen that. I'm just left scratching my head by several comments. First, it states that the proposed facility has half the square footage of the Wellstar development across Roswell Road. That is 23 acres. The proposed storage facility is right under 76,000 square feet, but it's only on 1.42 acres of land. So you have a facility that's 50% of the square footage, but it's only on 6.2% of the acreage. To borrow a word from earlier today, I would say that is quite intense. It also states that the facility exceeds the maximum FAR, floor area ratio. And that basically says the proposed office facility is much too dense for the 1.42 acres in question. Again, I would say that's intense. It states that the building height is also consistent with other uses in the area. And personally, I don't recall seeing such large buildings in close proximity to homes where they're towering over the homes in the East Cobb area. It states the plan would fit in with the characteristics of a neighborhood activity center, but I thought the transition to LRO was for that purpose. And finally, it states that the use of the property for a storage facility would not adversely affect property values. I'm not sure what the definition of adverse is, but if I were a buyer, I would steer clearly away from buying one of the homes. So I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here for Glenside. I hope you'll consider our points and vote no. I'll leave you with one question, though. How is this a better fit for our neighbor? How is this storage facility being a better neighbor if the neighbors don't want it? Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. We're down to 1 minute. And that's
Good afternoon,
with the
Mr. Chairman,
time.
members of the Planning Commission, and staff. I'm Chris Weathers, Century Partners. Office is located 6100 Lake Forest Drive, Sandy Springs, 30328. I've developed and am building out the Alderwood subdivision on Robinson Road, and I back up to this proposed 77,000 square foot storage building. My homes are in the $800,000 to $900,000 price range. I have a $6 to $7 million investment in this property that will adjoin this massive building, and I intend to do everything in my power to protect my interest. The accompanying slideshow provides some photos of my subdivision and the wooded area to the rear where the proposed storage building would be located. I'm going to skip through some items here. I appreciate the fact very much that Mr. Bally is showing us today what this proposal might look like. We've not had that opportunity prior to this meeting. I understand that he's invited us to meetings. I haven't heard from Mr. Bally, neither has anyone from Glenside or from the adjoining office building up until now, and I think he offered the East Cobb Civic Association one opportunity to meet last Thursday morning for an hour. We could not make that meeting. While Mr. Bally has asserted that he's offered invitations to meet and we've declined, and he has submitted an agreeable letter of conditions. I suppose that if you don't meet with anyone and you only have to agree with yourself on conditions, well, I guess that's a good strategy for the applicant, but not really for us. All that aside, let's get to the heart of this request. This property is currently zoned LRO, which would provide for a transition in zoning between retail, office, and our existing subdivisions. Right now, the office building that adjoins me to my rear is a 28,000 square foot building on 1.68 acres. This proposal would have a 76,000 square foot storage building on 1.4 acres, and it will have direct views from both the homes in my subdivision, and obviously it overwhelms the Glenside subdivision. And it will be all that you can see when you drive into my subdivision. It's my marketing window. You pull in, and that building is behind it. I will submit to you that transitioning from my 4,000 square foot homes to a 76,000 square foot storage building is inappropriate, and that I will suffer significant economic impact if this is approved. On the mailing that Mr. Bally sent out to us, there's some nonspecific language that was embellished upon today and added to about an undisturbed tree saving buffer zone. And there is talk about the building being further away from my property, and there is conversation about it being lower. I've not seen this. I can't read this on an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper. I've blown it up. I've got a magnifying glass. Don't know what it means. Don't know what it says. I'd like to see it. I'd like to see how that affects me. I'd like to see if it impacts me in a better or worse way before I can begin to even make any conclusion or have a conclusion whether or not this could possibly be supported. This proposal could easily have several $100,000 of impact on the value of my homes and accordingly to the county's tax base. And until Mr. Bally and Mr. Linscott can meet with us and explain this plan and its impact on us, I am opposed to the rezoning of Z6 and the accompanying SLUP, and I would ask that you deny this application. I don't want to wake up one morning 6 months from now and find a new stadium in my backyard. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. We're way over. Can you give it to us quickly, Trish?
I'm Trish Steiner with the East Cobb Civic Association. We had not received any documents or contact information from Mr. Bally and the applicant until January the 28th with a stip letter, and the applicant has had more than sufficient time to contact us. A rezoning should not have a negative impact on the existing residents or their quality of life. The view shed for the existing residents should be of buildings that fit into the community. And even if this is a Georgian-style building, it is still an extensive 3-story massive building that looks like a warehouse and does not belong in a residential area. The neighbors and the community want LRO. Please vote not to deny this zoning and continue it to be LRO. Thank you.
Thank you, Trish. Okay, we're going to close the public hearing at this point. This is in District 2, and that will be me, so I'll lead the discussion on this. James, you want to come back up, please? Yeah, we went over about 3 minutes, so do you want to make a 3-minute statement before I hit you with some questions?
We don't get to cross-examine here, Mr. Chairman, so I'll just decline those 3.
Okay. Tell me about the landscaping, fencing, whatever you propose, whatever your applicant is proposing between this building that you're asking for approval for and Glenside. What will actually be there?
Large, mature Leland cypress. We've set forth in our stipulation letter that there will be a landscape committee with representatives of Glenside HOA on that committee. We put in our notice letter not only to contact us, which apparently Mr. Weathers received but didn't choose to contact me, that we would, all of the homes that are directly against our side on Glenside, that we would not only put large, mature Leland cypresses and a landscape privacy fence on our side, but we would come at no cost to them and install double landscaping on their side if they wanted to do so at no cost to them. And that offers remains open. And we put that in the stipulation letter and in the notice letter that we would do that.
What's the distance from the building to the closest home in Glenside?
You're talking about, it's roughly 40 feet from the building to the property line. The homes vary. I think Mr. Fabrini's home's 155 feet. I don't know the exact measurement from our side to, I think one of the gentlemen spoke that actually lives in the adjacent. But I can tell you it's further away than the LRO buildings and certainly would have a much more beneficial buffer than the 10-foot above ground stormwater detention gathering mosquitoes above grade right now in the LRO.
Okay, talk to us about building height. Front of the building, as we saw the elevation you provided, facing Roswell Road, 3 stories. What's the height from the ground level to the eave?
I think to the eave it's 43 feet. The way that Cobb County measures is if you have a flat building, it just goes to the flat top. And John, correct me if I'm wrong. But when you want to have a more expensive, to maintain an architecture of the pitched roof to be more compatible with neighborhoods and offices, they measure it to the top of the eave and then to the mean point between the pitch and the bottom. So when you come to that on one side of the building, like I said, it's 33 some odd feet. Cobb measures from the curb up, and then on the other side of the building it may be 38 or something when you come down to the basic.
So facing Glenside, you're going to have one that's 36
and a half to 37.
The other end of the building will be taller.
The elevations that were filed initially with the plan were not shown in grade. They're just blueprints, flat drawn down. And so when you look at the ones that we have submitted with the stipulation letter and stated it would be that representation, those are the ones showing where it would be in grade.
Okay. John, do you know that when we approved this back in '08 for LRO and we had 3 buildings on the site plan, what was the height of those buildings?
Commissioner Terry, or Chairman Terry, there were no heights listed on the site plan, but there are 2-story buildings, and the
So-
maximum height in LRO is 35 feet.
And that's measured from the ground to where?
To the midpoint between the eaves and the top of the
And the
roof.
pitch, okay.
So the roof would be
I got you.
would be higher than 35.
That's right.
One of the folks who spoke said this was going to overwhelm Glenside. I wish we had an elevation, a viewscape, if you will, showing exactly what they would be seeing from their homes when the building is built. Do we have anything like that?
We don't have it here today. A large part of that is going to vary on what kind of landscaping goes in. If you have a double landscaping buffer, it's going to look a lot different than it would be if you don't want to put double landscaping there, because it just naturally is a drop down as you go down along Roswell Road. So if you've got double landscaping, it's going to look different. And if people would like to accept that benefit, we could easily come up with an elevation that would show what that would look like.
Okay. Most of the homes in Glenside, we saw some pictures, they mostly appear to be 2-story, is that right?
I believe so.
Okay. All righty. I know that an attempt to meet with the neighbors fell through for various reasons, but it sounds to me like we really should be doing that.
Right. And
No matter how this turns out today, that's
Right.
something I think you need to do. Make every attempt, every effort to meet with all of these folks, including Mr. Weathers, who's building the very nice homes behind it. Talk to me about the undisturbed area closest to Mr. Weathers' property. Are there any enhancements being added to that, or is it strictly being left as is?
Well, there are very large mature trees back there, and we have agreed and will agree to consult with the county arborist on how many of those can be saved. Now, one of the benefits of our plan is we're not going to be parking back there, so we don't need to cut them all down. So even though we may show a 20-foot landscape buffer on the plan itself, we would certainly not have any objection to saving as many of the mature trees as you could. So obviously, when you look from Alderwood subdivision, you're looking at very tall, mature trees. In fact, if you've been out there, and I know you have, Mr. Chairman, some of those trees are 45 feet, if not taller. And in the spring and summer, they're going to be an almost complete blockage of that. And one thing I will point out, Alderwood up against us is a sewage pond, or a stormwater detention pond, an open, above-ground stormwater detention pond.
Whose land is that on?
That's Mr. Weathers' property. So that's what that was what his residents are going to see first, is a stormwater detention pond. So I did want to point that out. It's not entirely accurate. And again, of course, the building, as I said, is 77 to 155 feet away through those mature trees.
Okay, the fencing that you mentioned next to Glenside, is that a 6 feet?
6 foot.
6 foot?
I don't think we can have a taller one than that without a variance.
Okay. What about across the other side next to Mr. Weathers? Any plan for a fencing there of any kind?
There really was no plan for a fence there. We surely wouldn't have an objection to do that. I think there's a wall or something he's got out there blocking that pond. We just have to consult to see if we could put one in without disturbing those mature trees. Certainly we wouldn't have any objection to doing so.
I spoke with you earlier in the week, last week, in fact, about potential. I had one person who called me about potential and worried about drainage and runoff issues. Now, I know that your detention is all underground.
It is.
And I know that, Dave, you've looked at that. I didn't see the potential for any runoff issues. I remember when Mr. Weathers came in and talked to us at Planning Commission about his property, there were some serious issues, which he addressed and he took care of, and we all appreciated him doing that. Are there issues that you will need to address so that we don't have an issue of water into Glenside?
We're going to address them, but one of the major benefits, as was noted by Stormwater in their analysis, is we're taking it down from a max of 70 down to basically 25 or 20% reduction down to 55%. So we're reducing the impervious, leaving the mature growth on the site, doing underground detention. There will be no issues on our side. I know there's maybe some of the property in the area that's in for some variance on impervious, but certainly not on our site. We don't need any variances.
Okay. Questions for James while he's up? Anyone? Comments? Thank you, James.
Thank you.
You can have a seat if you will. we've been looking at this for a long time. This first came in, as James indicated, last year, and nobody up here liked it. Skip wasn't here at that time. Mr. Hovey was, but we didn't like the plan because it was so large. The roof line didn't look good. The landscaping didn't look right. The setbacks were all wrong. The buffers were not done well, and we didn't like it. And so they could tell that we were not happy, and they withdrew it. They came back with another plan, which we didn't like, a third one. Now we have one this year that I see substantial changes to, major changes to. Now, this all, to me, boils down to size and scale and appropriateness on this lot next to a residential area. There are lots of other issues. We heard floor area ratios and land use maps and all of that, but it really boils down to that one issue, and that's the intensity and the scale of this next to a residential area. If you travel this area, which I know you folks do, and I do as well, I go out there a lot, and I've been all over this site. I've been all over Chris's site that he's building today, and some others up and down Robinson Road and Roswell Road. There are many office buildings on Roswell Road, retail stores, 2- and 3-story buildings. Many of them are medical buildings, which the LRO would have been mostly medical buildings, so I am told, when it was approved back in '08. So this is not all that uncommon. You even have buildings that look like the one that's being proposed right next door and across the street. So from that standpoint, I don't think it's that unusual. They have reduced the height. They have reduced the footprint, and I'm very pleased to see them do that. The current LRO zoning that was approved back in '08 was for 3 buildings that occupied, this is an estimate, 80 to 90% of the lot when you include the parking. Even though one person said 93 parking spaces, so what? I think that is very significant. When you consider that these 3 buildings, whatever business was there would have been quite a few medical, I'm told, medical buildings, they would have been operating 6 days a week. There would have been cars in and out of there 6 days a week, sometimes after 5 o'clock, 6, 7, 8 o'clock at night. Now we're talking about a building that has a minimal impact, in my opinion, with no more than 10 or 12 cars a day on average coming and going. No entrances facing any of the back, Glenside or Mr. Weathers' property. I had one person who said the building's going to look like it's too institutional, so we want some windows. We said, okay, I think we can arrange that. And another person called and said, well, we don't want windows looking down on our property, so we made them faux windows. They're not real windows, but it will still look like, it won't look like an institutional building. It's not going to be a dormitory-style building. The roof line has completely changed as well, and when you add all that in and have one entrance on Roswell Road, it's going to be quiet. Not a lot of traffic, not a lot of people. Even the hours have been adjusted to take care of that as well. So I'm pretty pleased with all of that. It is low intense use, low traffic generation. I don't think it'll have a negative impact from that standpoint on the neighbors. This floor area ratio thing, I'm not sure we need to spend a lot of time on that. Floor area ratio, FAR, is simply the total square footage in the building divided by the total square footage on the property. For this particular use, the county has said we'd like to see you be at 1.0. They're at 1.1 something, 1.14, I believe, something like that. So just slightly higher. So again, that's not out of line at all. That's generally used when we're negotiating and talking about parking issues. But we're talking about 9 parking spots. So the floor area ratio really is not anything that I think is a critical issue to be considered. The landscaping is greatly improved. It's enhanced over what we had at any other zoning on this piece of property. I don't think there'll be any drainage issues, but if any water runs from any of the surrounding properties to this, and it might, it should be captured in underground detention that they're going to add to their site. So it's going to improve runoff and drainage issues. I'm convinced of that. The buffers are 20 feet. They were 10 feet before. The privacy fencing and the heavy landscaping, I think, is very helpful. And they've agreed to have a landscape committee with people from Glenside on the committee to help every step of the way. What do you want? Do you want some other type of trees, and how close do you want them planted? There'll be a committee to decide that, and Glenside will have a great deal to say about that.
So I think that's all going to be a good thing. I'm very pleased with the way this has turned out, and I know that I hear about building height and what really should be in a NAC, but I think when you consider the low intensity of this, I think that this is probably one of the better uses that we could find here. I think it's far better than what the LRO and the site plan we had before would allow. So having said that, any comments or questions from anyone? Okay.
Comments.
Go ahead. Y'all.
I just want to say this one's, to me, a really tough case just from the standpoint of what Commissioner Terry was just saying with the reduction of intensity of the use, really, when you look at the reduced traffic, and we've heard over and over in cases in this area about all the traffic on Roswell Road. If you put another medical office there, which with Wellstar being across the street, that's probably what an LRO would become, you're going to have a lot more traffic. On the flip side, you have a pretty big building there for these neighbors to look at. And I know they're going to try and do some landscaping and things to mitigate that, but it's tough from that standpoint. So I just want to say I'm struggling with the decision to figure out which way to go. I see the residents' points, and I see some of the other points on the other side. Don't really have any questions in there. I do have one question for John, though. Since they sold off part of the property that was in the previous zoning, would they have to come back for rezoning? Was that Site Plan Pacific where they have to rezone that before they could develop?
The part that was cut off was actually developed as part of the subdivision behind it, that's RA5, and they took a little triangle sliver off the rear of the property, which really just affects some of the parking spaces, I think 5 or 6 parking spaces. It doesn't affect where the buildings are.
Okay, would that be just they could build it, or would they have to do another business item, or what generally would you think? You may not know the exact answer.
On that one, I'm not sure exactly what the conditions say. It was zoned to the plan, but I'm not sure if that's one where the commissioner can approve changes.
Okay.
If it is, then I think the commissioner could just approve the change, since all they do is wipe out 5 or 6 parking spaces.
Okay, just curious since somebody brought up that point. That's all I have.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, I'm going to recommend approval to the Board of Commissioners for Z6 as well as SLUP 1. We do require a special land use permit for this use, so we'll hear both of these together. So Z6 and SLUP 1 for O&I zoning, subject to staff comments and recommendations, subject to the site plan from December 4th of 2014, and the revised STIP letter, renderings and elevations attached dated January 28th of this year, with the following alterations to the STIP letter. In the STIP letter of 1/28/2015, stipulation number 5, it's labeled 5 A, B, C, D, and so forth. Under 5, at the very beginning, I need to add the word subject to final review and approval by the Community Development Agency and the county arborist. That's the words I'm adding. This has to do with the landscape plan. I want the arborist to take a good look at this, be sure the plants that are being recommended are okay by county standards. 5B, again talking about landscaping, it should read the species must be compatible with the site and will be pre-approved by the Landscape Oversight Committee and the county arborist. I want you folks that are on this committee to be well involved in the landscaping. 5G, which has to do with no storage of vehicles on the site. I want that number G to read, there shall be no vehicles stored on the property, including recreational, boats, trailers, campers, or buses. And then skipping to number 6, having to do with signage. They have asked for a small sign on the building. I had told them I want no signs on the building, but there's only one entrance on the front of the building. They've asked for one small sign above that door entrance, something like that. I see no problem with that. So I want number 6 to read, with the exception of a small sign over the entry door, but there shall be no signs on any of the other exterior walls of the building or in any of the windows. And sometimes we have that issue with this type of storage facility. So no signage in the windows. Number 12, has to do with the Cobb County Fire Department, and it says, number 12 says, subject to the recommendations from the fire department, but there were none in the stuff that we were given, the report from the zoning office, so we need to add, or as the fire department may provide at plan review. So they'll be looking over this at plan review. If there are changes they need to make, they'll discuss it there, so we just make that clear with number 12. And I believe that's all my comments. I do want to thank all the folks that corresponded with me. The last 2 days in particular, I probably received 75, at least 75 emails, lots of phone calls, many of which I just frankly didn't have time to return. We had over 30 cases to investigate. And so at the last minute, all you attorneys who send me this stuff at the last minute, I'm not happy with you. However, we get all this stuff at the last minute, so I didn't get to call some of you back, and I normally do that. I normally answer every single email that I get, and I apologize for not doing that. But John Fabrini, you did a great job. Chris Weathers, the folks at ECCA, Jim Merritt, Dave Cunningham, Bill Bladen. I heard from all of you, and I did speak to some of you, but not all of you, and I appreciate all your very hard work. I should have said that first before the motion, but I do mean that. That would be my motion for approval, Z6. Can I get a second?
I'll second it.
We have a second from Christie. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion? All opposed? So Galt opposes, so it passes 4-1. Thank you very much. John, what's next?
And just to clarify, that was for the zoning and the SLUP, that motion.
And the SLUP, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Rezoning case Z9, Piedmont Land Group of Georgia 2 LLC. Request rezoning from R20 to R5 for the purpose of a single-family detached residential subdivision in land lots 694, 695, and 713 of the 19th District. The property is located on the east side of Powder Springs Road, south of Pear Road. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z9? Let the record show there's one person. Let the record show there's one person opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
That's okay. Some of us are old and have to stretch. You know how that is. Mr. Sams, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, good afternoon. For the record, my name is Garvis Sams. I'm with the law firm of Sams, Larkin, Huff, and Valley, and I represent the applicant concerning this application for rezoning. The applicant is, of course, Piedmont Land Group of Georgia 2 LLC. I have with me today Mr. Howard Zuckerman, who's the principal in Piedmont, and Howard is, he's sitting on the front row, right behind here. So at the appropriate time, either Mr. Zuckerman or I can respond to any questions or address any concerns that you may have. I'd also like to recognize Mr. Sal Gullo. He was, he's registered as opposition, but I think he and I have been able, as late as 7 a.m. this morning, work out details that address and resolve his concerns. But I'll let him speak to that. But I primarily bring that up at the beginning of my presentation to thank him. He is the guardian angel. He is the HOA president of long tenure in Eagle Point subdivision, which happens to be the subdivision that surrounds the property about which we're talking today. The property at issue that I'm presenting is an 11.7 acre tract of land. As you can see, it's located on the east side of Powder Springs Road, south of its intersection with Pear Road. The property is in an area that's denominated partially as being within a neighborhood activity center. See the triangular part that protrudes into that NRC? That is within the neighborhood activity center there. The balance of it is within low-density residential. If you look at just a multiplicity of different kinds of zonings that you've got, going back in a northerly fashion toward Pear Road, of course you've got NRC, you've got an undeveloped RA5 subdivision that is right there, and then NS and GC fronting on Pear Road. Coming down across Powder Springs Road from the subject property, you have properties that are zoned neighborhood shopping and LRO, and again neighborhood shopping on down. The Eagle Point subdivision is R15, and it surrounds almost in totality our property except what's to our north, and that is what Mr. Gullo is here to speak about today. So without a question or without a doubt, we think this property is definitely in a transitional zone, coming out of the activity center and going into low-density residential, and then going in a southerly direction, continuing till it gets back to commercial again. What Piedmont and Mr. Zuckerman are proposing is a rezoning of this property from its current classification of R20 to RA5 for the purposes of a quality-built, single-family, detached residential subdivision consisting of a total number of 44 homes at a density of 3.75 units per acre. While this application has been pending, we've reached out not only to Mr. Gullo but also to other business area, other area business owners and other property owners as well. But I'll have to say he again has been the most vocal. He again has been the one who's had the most abiding and concentrated focus and concern, and he again has been our focal point in terms of making certain that we do what's needed with respect to the continuation of his subdivision. It's interesting. I go back and I look at the Eagle Point subdivision. It was zoned in 1993, and Ms. Williams seems to have exited the room. But it's interesting. In 1993, she was the zoning analyst that was assigned to the case, and back then we had agreed to minimum price points of $100,000, which it was a very nice home at that time, and those homes have held their value. In fact, they're at least double or more, and they almost match the value of the price points that we're going to be utilizing. So from an historical perspective, it's interesting how things go around or come around and go around. I don't know where she went. Maybe she knew I was going to mention her name. But as a result of our discussions with Mr. Gullo and with staff, we've submitted a stipulation letter. It was submitted in January the 6th of this year. Of course, it's going to be developed in substantial conformity to the site plan. Now, what you're looking at, Mr. Zuckerman paid a good bit of money to have this thing colored up, so I'm using it right now. But the fact of the matter is, we've got a revised site plan, and really what it amounts to is a reconfiguration of the guest parking. You see where that gazebo is. On either side of it, staff wasn't particularly fond of the way that the guest parking sort of encroached into the right-of-way. So it's been revised now, and you can see where we've interiorly located in sort of the island pod we've got there with the 9 additional units. So we have the requisite number of guest parking. That's 0.5 spaces per unit. To meet the fire department's recommendations. I didn't mention this, but the RA5 that was to the north, that was approved at a 3.3 density unit per acre density. What Mr. Zuckerman is proposing are homes that range in size from 1,800 to 2,400 square feet. They'll all have an attached 2-car garage, which will be used exclusively for the parking of vehicles. It will not be allowed to be converted into living space. So you've got 2 cars there. There'll be room for 2 cars in the driveway, and you've got your guest parking here. Now that's important because from your fire department's perspective, from a life safety and fire prevention standpoint, it's imperative in subdivisions like this that they be able to access the homes that may be at substantial risk. As far as the architectural style and composition of the homes, we filed that with the stipulation letter. Very nice looking products, a maximum 2 stories in height, consisting of a mixture of brick, stacked stone, culture stone, sim plank or hardy plank, concrete type of products, hardy shingles, and it's depicted on the photographs, as I said, that were submitted with the stipulation letter. We'll be creating, as Eagle Point has, a mandatory homeowners association that will have covenants, conditions, and restrictions, and we'll make certain that we abide by strict architectural controls. The subdivision entrance signage that you see there on Powder Springs Road will be ground-based monument style. It'll comport with the architectural style and composition that we've mentioned. Also along Powder Springs, we've got 3 options. Obviously, we want to have some landscaping, so when Mr. Zuckerman goes through the civil design of this, he'll find out if there's enough dirt that's available on site for him to create a berm. If so, we'll create the berm and landscape in, on, and around the berm. If there's not enough dirt, then we've talked with Mr. Porter about this, and we'll construct a fence with landscaping in front of it so that within 5 years it's matured to the point where the fence becomes invisible. Or in the alternative, if you prefer, we can do heavy landscaping along the frontage on the level, pretty level topo that we've got now. So we've got those three alternatives. One of them will be really a function of plan review. So I would suggest to you it may be well to defer to staff or bring it back to the district commissioner on the landscape issue. Also, of critical importance to Mr. Gullo and his neighborhood, as you can see some of his lots are demarcated as it surrounds our property. They've had a consistent amount of unwanted cut-through traffic from Powder Springs, cutting through this property, through his subdivision to get to either his subdivision or points unknown. But it hasn't been a good experience for them. There's been some police reports that have been generated by that. We argued the point that once you get the subdivision up, that it's going to be a difficult impediment or obstacle for wayfarers or sojourners or urban outdoorsmen or whatever to traverse the property to go to his property, but he wasn't persuaded by that as I thought that he might be, and he still wants to see a security fence. So this morning at 7 o'clock, we emailed him and said we will do the fencing around the perimeter of the property that touches the Eagle Point. I figure it's up to the discretion of this board as to the appropriate type of fence. Obviously, he wants it for security reasons, maybe even for privacy reasons. We want it to be a fence that lasts. As Kevin Moore said to you this morning, the first time you put up a fence is the best day of that fence's life. So whatever we put up, we want to make sure that it's stable, it's secure, and is as low maintenance as possible. We've agreed to all of DOT's recommendations. We'll have sidewalks on at least one side of the street within the subdivision. We have appropriate site distance on Powder Springs Road. Sidewalk, curb, and gutter along Powder Springs Road will be installed as well. Stormwater Management Division, we've agreed to that, and you can see on the right, on the east side of the property where we have above ground detention that's located there. We will not be discharging any more concentrated flows downstream than are being directed downstream now. And also, the downspouts will be positioned so, in a strategic fashion, they will convey stormwater to the streets, which will get it to the detention pond, as you see there. And there's also going to be sized and configured and over-detained to the extent that should address the stormwater issues downstream. And I understand there are some issues downstream, not only in Eagle Point, but in points even further downstream than that. When the subdivision is built, when it's under construction, the construction workers and their vehicles will be parked on the site. We'll be complying with the water system's recommendations with respect to accessibility of water and sewer on the site. Interestingly enough, most developers don't do this, but in this instance, Mr. Zuckerman has been involved in this piece of property, I promise you, for either 8 to 10 months of due diligence, and he's secured his off-site sewer easement on the next-door property owner in order to get that. The sewer is in hand. It's just a matter of the approval being granted and then handing that over to the water system for recordation. My time is up, Mr. Chairman. I would ask simply that you do grant or recommend that the application be approved. There's one other thing I would like to mention, if I could. If you look at this site plan, you'll see we brought the houses up to where they're 15-foot setbacks, and the reason we've done that is to leave more room in the back. All these lots are about 140 feet deep, and we've increased the rear setback by a commensurate amount. So that's a variance. We think it's a good variance. There was one variance that said we sought some relief with respect to the exterior or perimeter buffer or landscape, and we do not. We're not seeking that. The only variances in addition to that we seek are some side setback variances on the interior pod of the 9 lots on the interior of the property. So apologize for going over, Mr. Chairman, but that is what we have, and we're available to respond to any questions that you or Mr. Porter may have. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Sams. We'll add about a little over a minute to the opposition if that time is needed. We will hear from the opposition at this time. Come on up. Garbus is giving you some extra time if you need it. Isn't that nice? What's your name, sir?
Sal Gullo. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay,
Thank
Sal.
you, Board of Commissioners. My name is Sal Gullo. I'm president of a homeowner association for Eagle Point. I've been president for the past 18 years, and I've seen a lot of different things happen in my neighborhood. There is still an undeveloped piece of property that butts my subdivision that I'm having a lot of problems with. All kinds of unfavorables come in there, and they cut through our neighborhood. I have to sit sometimes in my cul-de-sac at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning and make sure people don't come into our neighborhood. And at that point, I call Cobb County Police. The reason why I'm here today, Mr. Chair, and Board, is because I just recently learned that there was not going to be any kind of a privacy fence or secure fence butting my subdivision. It concerns me a lot that the new subdivision coming in, which I welcome, I think it's great to develop undeveloped land and to bring these kinds of homes in. They look beautiful. However, if you take 45 homes and you take the residents that live in those homes, and then they have children, and then they have friends, and they have friends of friends, and they happen to live on Pear Road, of Hurt Road, or Strawbridge Road behind that, right off of Hurt Road, they'll use my subdivision and just create all kinds of unfavorable things. We have homeowners that constantly call me instead of Cobb County Police to stop this from happening. And at that point, I'll tell them to call the non-emergency number or to dial 911 and just get a hold of Cobb County Police, but they insist on calling me, so I stay involved. I'm grateful that the developer has agreed to put a fence up. I just want to make sure that it completely surrounds the new subdivision without any openings for anybody to cut through. I do have another concern for stormwater. We're way downstream from the new subdivision, from Powder Springs Road, and I just want to be assured that we're not going to have any sewage or drainage problems in my subdivision, because one of the homeowners who lives in my subdivision sold part of his land so the new subdivision could cut through his property to hook into our sewer system. And I don't know how that's going to work. I'm sure there's not going to be any problems, but we already have flooding problems in the third phase. And again, I don't know if stormwater or sewage, I don't know if that's going to, I don't know how well that works, but all I know there's a bunch of water in the third phase every time it rains. And that's about it. And I'm also greatly concerned about that undeveloped piece of land. I think it's that RA5 to the right. I mean, it's, yes. I mean, it's way overgrown. They got cars parked there at night, late at night, and they disappear. And it's bad because that shopping center back there is pretty dark at night. And it's just too close for comfort. We had one home invasion in my subdivision, and we have some elderly people. And we have a lot of single women living in our subdivision, too, and that was my main concern with the fence, because if they're sitting out in their backyard, they don't need somebody strolling through their backyard to cut through because they're too lazy to walk around. And that'll be it. Thank you very much for your time, Mr.
Thank you, Sal. Anyone else wishing to comment on Z9? Okay, not seeing and hearing any. It's back to this board. This is District 4. Mr. Porter, this is yours.
Yeah, just a second, Sal.
Sal, you want to come back up? He has a quick question for you.
Just a couple quick questions for you. I wanted to ask you with regard to the fence. I'll say what we've seen is wood privacy fences tend to deteriorate more rapidly than other kinds of fences and can become an eyesore. Just wondered if you have a preference on the kind of fence, if you really want a wood privacy fence or would a chain link fence?
A vinyl fence?
Yeah, like a chain link covered in vinyl?
No, not the chain link.
Okay.
Our subdivision does, well, that wouldn't have anything to do with our subdivision, but we don't use chain link fences in ours. However, a vinyl fence would hold up quite well.
Okay.
It would hold up a lot longer than a wooden fence, in my opinion.
Okay, just wanted to get your input on that, and I guess the applicant will have to look at the cost of a vinyl privacy fence versus wood. I think it's much, much higher.
It probably is, yes, sir, and that would be the privacy type of vinyl.
Okay, right. I understand what you're saying. And the other question, where is your third phase on the diagram here?
It's Perch Way, and it is...
just so we... it's like the Perch Drive down...
Perch Way down...
Way.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to have...
Everything from Perch Lane, from the center of Perch Lane, coming down to Perch Trace and Perch Way.
Okay.
We get all the drainage from all the homes in my subdivision come down Perch Way. It actually comes down my street, Perch Trace, where I live, and then goes down Perch Way there. At one point, there was so much water, it came up half the height of the mailbox.
Well, it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's all the questions I had. Anybody else have questions?
Thank you, Sal. Any other questions for Garvis or Sal?
I'm going to have more questions. I'm going to ask Dave Braden to come up.
Thank you.
Just thank you.
I get all the fun ones today.
Yeah.
Dave Braden with Stormwater Management Division.
Okay. I know you've heard the comments.
Yeah. Actually, just south of their site. I'm sorry, go ahead, Galt.
Okay. I know you've heard the comments that were just, or concerns that were just expressed versus, with regard to stormwater management. Do you want to comment on some of those? And
let me wait till he pulls the topo
okay.
to make sure. Yeah, I didn't think, when I made my site visit, I thought, I looked at the downstream conditions from this site, and I think I'm correct. Where the site discharges does not discharge to that phase, of that unit of phase. All of that problem is within phase 3 and then what's north of there. So, but if you look, regarding downstream conditions, if you would look in my comments, I do reference the fact that this does discharge into Eagle Point, and the engineer will be required to look at the downstream capacity as well as the existing detention pond that's in their subdivision to make sure it doesn't adversely impact the capacity of that. Just south of this site, where the detention pond is, all of the site does run in through a single lot within, crosses the property line into a single lot there in Eagle Point. There's an existing drainage easement there. There's a pipe that comes almost to the property line, just not quite. And one of my stipulations was they do need to tie directly into that system. And there's some things they'll have to work out with that homeowner to do that. But I believe he's agreeable. I believe he has been agreeable to do that. So.
Okay. Okay. So you're confident that putting in this development's not going to adversely impact stormwater issues in Eagle Point?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
And if our standard detention requirements for that pond are in place and they look downstream in their downstream analysis and there is inadequate capacity or it does cause problems in that detention pond, then that would be something we would deal at plan review to say our normal detention is not enough, you're going to need to do something in addition. So that will be dealt with in plan review. Right.
Okay, thank you, and I hope that answers Sal's questions regarding stormwater. And I think we also talked about the fence. In analyzing this one, I see the staff has recommended the proposal from the applicant is for 44 units, which is a density of 3.75 units per acre. Staff has recommended a density of 2.5 units per acre, which would be in conformity with the future land use map for this area. In my view of it, it is a little bit of a transition here. So I could see going a little bit above the 2.5, but to go all the way to 3.75 is a little much. So as I was looking at this, they're all on RA5. All the lots meet the 7,000 square foot minimum for an RA5. There's a couple other variances, but I was thinking in an RA4 situation, it would be a minimum 8,400 square feet per lot, And if they met that, that would reduce the lots from about 44 down to around 36. I think that might be a little bit more doable. That would give us a density of about 3, like 3.07. So it's bringing it down more in line with the area and more in line with what's approved for the RA5 above, and still balancing it with Eagle Point. So my thoughts at this point are to ask the applicant to go back and bring us a new plan using the RA4 standard with 8,400 square foot lots. Try and not bring any variance except for I don't have a problem with shifting the building block forward to the street by the 5 foot that they were asking for in RA5 to give a little bit more privacy to the existing residents and back and a little bit bigger backyard. And the same thing, it pulls the houses off of the Powder Springs Road a little bit more. So that's kind of my thoughts. Anybody else have any thoughts?
What would that make the density if RA4 is?
It would make it about 3.0.
Okay.
3.07 is what I calculate. If it comes out at 36, it's going to come out around there. Depends on how it lays out. And they may only get 35 lots, which would put it a little under 3.
I don't really have a problem of approving it, subject to deleting it to RA4 and then passing it on to the Board of Commissioners, which would accomplish what you're wanting to do, is get the lots larger and cut down some on the density. But I think the density at 3 is not inappropriate given what's across the street and given the road that it's on.
Are you leaning toward a hold?
I'm leaning towards a hold and asking them to come back with a new plan so that we can look at the plan and make sure we're good with it. And part of me is keeping in mind that the Board of Commissioners has an extremely heavy load, and I'd rather have anything that goes in front of them already be fully vetted rather than sticking them with something that we haven't fully gone through this month. I know, Commissioner Cupid's going to have 20-some cases.
Garvis, come on back up. I'd like to hear what you think and what your applicant thinks.
Yes, sir.
What do you think? Can RA4, maybe perhaps 36 or 7, something like that, lots? Is that doable?
Mr. Porter and I had talked about this, and I no, it's not going to work at 36. There may be something south of 44, between 44 and 42, or maybe even 41, but it's not going to work. And we've already been back to the seller on a number of issues, particularly in view of the cost of the fence and some other things that we've recently run into. We are not adverse to it being held for us to come back with a plan that more closely comports with your vision, Mr. Porter. But we would prefer to keep it at an RA5, and if you want the density to come down, then that's something that we'll simply have to look at. But I think an RA4, of course, exists, and we can do it in an RA4 category, but we would prefer to keep it in the RA5 and reduce the density, say, by several lots, get it down to 41, 40, something like that. I kind of thought that was the direction that we were going. We're really not trying to enlarge the boxes, or we haven't increased any space in order to gain density on this. We just trying to make it work from a numbers perspective. And I know houses that begin at $230 and up, but that's an affordable product nowadays. And with the school system on the way up in this district, and by golly, it is even more so than some school systems in East Cobb. And I don't mean to offend Mr. Terry, but it's the truth. And you need some home ownership. You need these type homes, and I'd hate to see this deal not work and for Mr. Zuckerman to walk in. And this is not him making a threat. This is just me saying I really would hate to see this not work. I really would. And I think Sal would hate to see it not work, because he wants this property developed and wants the assurance that we can help with this cut-through traffic. So I would suggest to you that something maybe south of 44 but north of 40 would be a lot more appropriate at an RA5.
What is the drop-dead number that you think your client can work with?
Well, my client told me this morning the drop-dead number is 44, but, you know, sometimes you have
But
to go
he
back.
could be dead and we could resurrect him
Yeah,
at
well,
42 or something like that.
sometimes you have to go back and give or ask for a haircut from the seller, and that would be what we'd have to do. But I certainly think in RA4 and getting it down to 36 units, I mean, I think that's going to ultimately precipitate a withdrawal of the application on our part. And if
Tell me,
that-
Garvis, the smallest lot size and the largest lot size on the current plan we're looking at, what is it? How many square feet?
they're all at 7,000 square feet.
7,000.
All of them meet the requirements, yes, sir.
Okay.
There's no variances.
John, what would the density be if we dropped it down to 40?
40 would be about 3.4.
Which would be nothing.
Commensurate with the density of the RA5 that's
Yeah.
contiguous to us.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be that unheard of for the density to be up there,
No,
given
not
the
at all.
road that it's on.
With the road, and part of this encroaches into the activities. Look, y'all are the planning commission, you make the recommendation, but I know the realities of my client's world. I may not understand it as well as him, but I would hate to see this not work for Sal's sake, as well as for ours.
It's a section of the county that is just beginning to come back.
Really is.
We have some not abandoned, we have some vacant businesses that are beginning to be rediscovered and are opening up. We had a shopping center recently that came back, and it had been dead for a long time. There's another one right down the street from this that I know people are looking at. So we really want to help this side of the county grow if we can.
It needs some mass.
Yeah, we need this type of housing in this area. We just do.
What is the, I'm sorry, I probably missed some of this when I was wandering around trying to get warm. What was the size of the home, the square footage of the home?
1,800 to 24.
And the price range?
Price range 225, 230 and up.
Okay. Which is needed in that area. It's very much needed.
I mean, if you went through Eagle Point, which I zoned in '93, for another group named Cornerstone, not the group I have here named Cornerstone, it's Michael Ellis. You remember him? You were the analyst on the case, and it's interesting because the price points in were 100, and I look back at some of the other presentations I was making 20 years ago, and that was a good price point at that time. That was a nicely built home, and those homes, I think Sal will agree with this, are all worth 175 up now.
And those were starter homes, and now the 200s are the starter homes.
Yes, sir. I mean, yes, ma'am. And I rode through there several times, and there's a precious few that are for sale in there. They've held their value.
I will say, when I talked to Garvis about doing RA4, neither one of us pulled out and tried to calculate exactly how many lots that would be at that time. I just did that last night. So when we had the conversation, we didn't have an exact number of lots. We were just thinking, okay, we need to get the density down. Staff's recommending 2.5, which, you know, I know they're going by the land use plan, and, you know, but this is transition. If you could come back with a plan under RA5 with 40 lots and no variances other than maybe moving the box forward, I think that would be reasonable.
I think so, too.
So you're talking about then holding it for us?
Yeah, hold it. And
Yeah, keeping it RA5.
Yeah, leave it at
RA5,
let's leave it at
reduce the
RA5.
lots down to 40.
Yeah, your instructions is just to work on that density.
Yes, sir.
We'll leave it at RA5 and see where it shakes out. If you can get closer to 40, we'd be happy. Happier.
Yes, sir.
Happier, okay.
And while we're talking about this case, I'm not a big proponent of fencing in a development when you're fencing in adjacent to residential. I'm not a big proponent. I mean, what are we trying to keep out, residential from residential? So I'd much rather see, you know, leave trees or some landscaping or something than a fence of the whole thing.
Well, with the lots 140 feet in depth, if you look at this aerial photograph, incredible tree cover. None of that's going to be disturbed on the perimeter of the property. But if I say I agree with you, Ms. Williams, and we don't need a fencing component, then that man will mobilize his subdivision, and it'll be a bloodbath in 30 days. So
I'd
rather find a way to make it work.
Garvis, people that are cutting through here, are they coming, and Sal could tell us, but you may know, are they walking through from Powder Springs?
Powder Springs and Pear Road.
Into, Sal, your subdivision?
Yes, sir.
Well, if this is developed as a subdivision, that may cut it down anyway.
It will.
Without the fence.
It will, but
it's going to help.
Sal doesn't have the confidence that would totally eliminate it.
So it's okay to let all these people walk in the new subdivision, let's just keep them out of the old subdivision. Is that what we're saying?
Well, that's kind of the way my client was thinking about it
Uh-huh.
last night, but we capitulated this morning.
That's a good thought. What's going to be along Powder Springs?
Powder Springs is going to have, as I mentioned, if there's enough dirt, there'll be berms with landscaping in and on it. If the dirt's not there, then we'll either do a fence with vegetation in front of it so it'll mature within 5 years. The fence will be hidden.
Wouldn't that discourage cut through?
Oh, yes, sir. I think so. Or we'll have the level topo with heavy landscaping. So it's one of the three options, kind of depending on what the civil engineering plans are.
Planted berms, if they're done right, can look great.
Oh, no kidding. We just hope we have enough
Plus
dirt to do that.
they hide those people who have homes along there. They're not looking right at the traffic on Powder Springs.
I think that's Mr. Porter's
Yes,
preference.
Skip, do you have a comment?
Yeah, it just seems like it might be a better use of the money instead of spending on a vinyl fence to really focus on something fencing in Powder Springs and maybe that north side there, just to keep the traffic from, the people from wanting to run back and forth, instead of the fence between the two properties. I don't know.
You can work on that and
We'll
present it to
continue
us when it comes
to
back.
talk.
'Cause I think we're fixing to get a motion to hold.
We're going to continue our dialogue.
And Sal, you can continue talking with him and try to work it out by the time it gets back to us. Let's get busy here. Go
Okay.
back to it.
Yep, get back to it. With regard to case Z9, I recommend that we hold this case until our March hearing.
To March the 2nd, or March the 3rd, I guess it is. Okay, and you have all the information you need from us, I guess?
Yes, sir. I
Okay.
do.
And you're going to continue to discuss this with Sal?
Absolutely.
Okay. All righty. Good enough. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second from Christie. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion? Okay. Thank you very much, Garvis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, John. Moving right along. I need to take a break.
Rezoning case Z10, Cornerstone Associates Incorporated, request rezoning from CRC and HI to RM8 for the purpose of townhouses in land lots 934 and 935 of the 16th District. The property is located on the north side of Old 41 Highway at the terminus of Kennesaw Avenue. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z10? Please raise your hands. Let the record show there's 5 people here opposed to rezoning case Z10. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
John, I wonder, we have 5 opposed. Do we have any in favor that are
Can I
present?
get to show people here who are in favor? Please raise your hands.
In favor? Let's get both counts.
Let the record show there are 6 people here in support of the application.
Okay. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Sams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't hear the counts in for in opposition. Does Jim?
5 opposed and 6 in support. In favor? Okay. So 5 and 6. Let's don't be taking any comments from out there. We'll get you sworn in a moment here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, again, good afternoon. My name is Garvis Sams. I'm the law firm of Sams, Larkin, Huff and Bally, and I represent Cornerstone Associates in connection with this application for rezoning. I have with me today Mr. Tommy Sweet, who's the principal of Cornerstone, and also Mr. Steve Rowe, who is our civil engineer. If you raise your hands, gentlemen. Seat on the back row back there, and also Tom Posey, who's our broker in the deal as well. So the three of us will be able to respond to questions at the appropriate time. What you're looking at here is the subject property. This is an 8.5 acre tract of land, as you can see, located on the north side of Old Highway 41, northeasterly of its intersection with Kennesaw Avenue and the famous Louise restaurant that's there at the culmination of those two rights-of-way. This is a property that has some surrounding industrial uses, a preponderance of which are in the city of Marietta. It's going to be contiguous to a new office building which is being constructed right there on that HI piece. There's a warehouse that's already there on that piece, and then Capital Materials is constructing an office building. They're going to be moving their corporate headquarters from the city of Atlanta downtown to this, and that'll be a building that's going to be constructed of stone, brick, and stucco. And then if you look at across 041 from the subject property, you see a development that's zoned RM8. That is the gates at Parkside. That is rezoned RM8, same classification we're looking for, same product virtually that we have. That was rezoned back in 1999 at a density of 8.23 units per acre. So this property has an incredibly interesting past, and Ms. Williams and Ms. Trombetti and others that have been a member of staff and on this planning commission are aware of it. In the mid-90s, it came before the county and was asking for an amphitheater and some townhome components to it, and that was hotly contested and roundly defeated. Next time it came forward was in 2001 when it was zoned CRC, and also with a mixed-use component for 93,000 square foot of retail and also some town homes as well. And it stayed that way since 2001 until it came back before the county again in 2009 when the same property owner brought it forward and said, well, you know, it's industrial compatible, I can't get an industrial buyer. The CRC just simply hadn't worked. It's been 10 years. I've got someone who wants to use the old filling station on the corner of the property, and they want to put in a store called Mountain Biscuits. And fantastic biscuits, by the way. Great store. It's full. Even at lunchtime, it's full. Forget breakfast. I mean, it's incredible. It gives Louise's a run for its money big time. But that was always known to be an interim use between the property owner and Mountain Biscuits. I talked with Beth Sessoms, who is the Economic Development Director in the city of Marietta. She's talked with Mountain Biscuits. They've located and identified alternative sites. So we're not putting anybody out of business or trying to, and it was always understood between the property owner and Mountain Biscuits that this day would ultimately occur. What my client, Cornerstone, is proposing, and Mr. Sweet, is a rezoning of the property. It's got heavy industrial in the north western corner. You see right there, that little piece right on the corner of our property, right there. And also CRC, specifically and exclusively for the development of a single-family, owner-occupied residential townhome community consisting of a total number of 66 townhomes at a maximum density of 7.7 units per acre, a full 1 unit per acre, or more than a whole 1 unit per acre, less dense than the gates at Parkside, which is at 8.23 units per acre. While this application has been pending, we've established a dialogue with the members of the HOA at the gates at Parkside, some of whom are here today. It took time out of their schedule, and they've been with us all day, very patiently. And they're here with us today, and I'm thinking they're going to be speaking in favor of this and support of it. They've had to put up with the vagaries of commercial and industrial development around their property for years. Of course, when their property was zoned, it was industrial compatible, just like this one is. But I think the county saw a vision at that time that it could work, residential within the confines of a transition or a transitional area, and it has worked for them. It's an incredibly beautiful development, exquisitely and manicured in terms of landscaping. The price points of all those units have held their own for the past 15 years. And if you walked in there or drove in there today, it looks the same or better than it did when it was built by Trayton these many years ago. We have also established a dialogue with the Reserve. Mr. John O'Hara from the Reserve was here early this morning. I don't know if he's still here or not. He's holding up his hand. He is. We've had a dialogue with him. He has some viewpoints on what he thinks or the Reserve would like to see with respect to how we treat the road frontage on Old Highway 41. So we've had a good dialogue all through the pendency of this application, including representatives of C.W. Matthews who have weighed in. They own property to the east as contiguous to ours, as well as the plumbing company that's located to our east as well. What all that has culminated in is two stipulation letters. One is dated January the 6th, the other one is dated January the 28th, and then there's an even later submittal on February the 2nd where we revised the site plan. I guess that was yesterday, yes, which is what you're seeing here. What the revised site plan shows, of course, is first of all, we lost a unit. We're down to the 7.7 or the 61 units. And what you're also seeing is the 50-foot buffer that we've established along the eastern side of the property line to give more distance within our property. Now, typically, when you're looking at residential next to industrial property, you're looking at the buffer on the industrial side to protect the residential. But since we're coming to the industrial, it's there. We've created this expanse. Now, if you look on the other side of the property, I told you that Capital Materials is building an office building there. They're at substantial remove from us in terms of the grading now because we've got a 150-foot stream bank buffer, and then we've got a 30-foot abandoned right-of-way that you can see on the western side of the property. So the buffer or the separation we have there is significantly less since the office is a more compatible use to what we're proposing than would be the C.W. Matthews and the plumbing company. And I apologize for lateness in submitting that yesterday, but it was late in the game when C.W. Matthews brought it to our attention that they may have some concerns about this. The townhomes, which we're proposing, and they're in you've got the revised site plan, you've got the elevations and the floor plans that have been handed out to you. But this shows you the townhomes. Now, these are different than what you see at the gates at Parkside. Those are a little bit taller. These are a maximum 2-story. They're all 30 feet in width, which is pretty wide for a town. Front-loaded 2-car garages. The architecture you're going to see is a mixture of architecture: brick, stone, hardy shake, hardy plank. But it's going to be equal treatment on all 4 sides. Not the exact same amount, but equal treatment. In other words, you're not going to have 3 sides that are going to look spectacular and stunning, and the back side be 100% hardy plank siding. So 4-sided architecture, 2-car garages. So there's 2 cars in the garage, 2 cars on the driveway, and again, we've complied in this instance with the guest parking requirement of 0.5 spaces per unit. So there's ample parking in here. And the gates, people, this is not a criticism of them, but this wasn't in place when they were developed. They have a paucity of parking, and I have friends in there, and when we visit, it's difficult. When they entertain, it's difficult. Of course, it's not their issue, and they're not concerned about what we have on the interior, but your fire department is. And so that's the reason we've agreed to that. We are agreeable to this architectural style and composition, but getting to the interior of the building, so you'll know, to make it known that it's more consistent with the gates. 10-foot ceilings on the main level, hardwood floors on the main level, granite and marble countertops, master bedroom on the main floor. That's going to be a market-driven determination. You don't find that many places, but with the demographics that we're approaching and attacking, so to speak, it's important to have as a component. There'll be a mandatory HOA, much the same as the gates has, with covenants, conditions, and restrictions, and strict architectural controls. The residential entrance off of, boy, I'm out of time, and I need more time on this. I'm so sorry, Mr. Chairman. I'll hurry it up. The residential entrance, you can see, on 041 is located approximately 700 feet from the signalized intersection there at Kennesaw Avenue and Old 41. There's been some talk about a roundabout at that intersection. There's been some talk in the 2016 or 2018 beginning point of another roundabout at the intersection of Stylesboro and in 041. We think it may be funded. It may have elevated to Tier 1 instead of Tier 2. We don't know when that's going to happen. It'll take out Louise's restaurant, most assuredly. We can accommodate it with respect to the positioning of the units on our lot. Now, in talking with Mr. O'Hara of the Reserve, he said, that's fine. We know you're going to have a nice entrance like the Gates or maybe like the Reserve. But what are you going to do along this 700-800 feet of frontage? Well, what we're going to do is put up heavy vegetation, heavy landscaping, but have sections of wall. That'll be a minimum of 4, maximum of 6 feet in height to go with the prevailing topo and to give it sort of a breakup effect, but give us privacy because, as you know, it's right on the roadway, but give us privacy and also, we think, help from a sound attenuation device from the number of cars that traverse this right-of-way. The landscape plan that we're going to be submitting, we've described in that in a letter to Ms. Trombetti, supplemental stip letter, and we've described in there how this buffer next to the C.W. Matthews and the plumbing will be used. One last thing that you need to know, I'm way out of town. This is similar to a development that we did down on Riverview Road for Jamestown back a couple years ago, and that's where we brought in an 85-acre mixed-use development over 2 million square feet, and it was surrounded by industrial. There were industrial residential conflicts. Well, what do you do? Well, what we're doing here is in the context of our contracts, our deeds of conveyances, the security deeds, the covenants, anything that's recorded on public record will say you are buying property that's located by existing industrial property. There'll be noises, there'll be odors, there'll be smells, to make full disclosure, so they don't run into the same situation as some of these residents in the Gates did. And I can promise you that the Gates would love to see this happen. There's other stipulations and conditions I could and should go over, but having gone over the time, I just respectfully request that you follow your staff's recommendation. They have recommended that this be approved in its entirety. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Sams. We did go over almost 3 minutes, so we'll add that to the opposition's time in an attempt to be fair. Let's hear from the opposition at this time. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Give us your name, please.
I'm Sheldon Fram. I'm with C.W. Matthews Contracting Company. I am an officer of the company and corporate counsel. And before we go too far, one thing I want to say is I don't agree with everything Mr. Sams had to say, but one thing I definitely agree on, Mountain Biscuit is fantastic. We love Mountain Biscuit. We go down there, many times and pick up biscuits for our employees and have our safety training meetings with there, so we love them. Unfortunately, we disagree with this application and the residential nature of this application. This is like oil and water, I'm afraid, and I don't think there's any residential zoning on that side of Old 41, and that's for a good reason. It's all industrial type businesses, and of course our company is an industrial type business as well. And for those of you who don't know, C.W. Matthews is a road construction business. We build roads. That's what we do. Our corporate offices are located on this property just to the east of the applicant's property. But behind our offices is a yard that we use, and I've submitted a letter to the board, and I hope everybody has seen that. This is a yard that we use for staging our construction activities. There's equipment back there. There's materials. There's trucks that make, a fair amount of noise. And we really think this is a single issue problem that we have. And I also apologize for coming in late into the game. For whatever reason, we weren't really aware of this proposed change in the zoning until about 2 weeks ago. But when we became aware of it, we realized that this is a real issue and a potential problem for our business. You know, the things that go on that yard back there, and road construction's become, and I'm sure y'all all understand this, a 24/7 operation. Many of our contracts that we have with GDOT, Cobb County, and municipalities actually require that we do our work on weekends and at night. And while most of the activity is out on the actual job sites, this property that we have is a very important piece of that business, and the business is just not compatible, I'm afraid, with residential homes being 60 feet from our property line. And I think this is a problem. I think the noise is going to be a problem no matter what any marketing material says or any deed language is put into the records. We are afraid that residents, when they hear those backup alarms and the front end loaders and the trucks and the machinery at 3 o'clock in the morning, we are not going to be able to be good neighbors with this community, and that's what we fear, because C.W. Matthews has always been an excellent, or we like to think of ourselves as a very good corporate citizen, very connected with Cobb County, and we want to remain that way, and of course being a good neighbor is part of that, and I don't think that we can continue being a good neighbor with a residential development right in our back door. So I want to thank you all again, and we unfortunately are opposed to this rezoning at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. You know, you folks can stand in the aisle and line up so you can save a little time. That's perfectly okay. You can come right up in front of the, just stand there. And that way you don't waste any time. Go ahead, ma'am. Give us your name.
My name is Rose Massery. I live in a subdivision off of Old 41, and I'm not opposed to the rezoning, but I would just like to speak to some of the traffic problems that occur currently on Old 41. Very congested during rush hour AM and PM. All of the roads, Kennesaw Avenue, Stylesboro, Old 41 are 2-lane highways, 1 lane in each direction, with no ability to widen those roads currently. So it's gridlock in the morning and in the evenings. Currently, throw in the thousands of people that come to visit Kennesaw Mountain National Battlefield Park, which according to the rangers there is the most visited Civil War park in the country. The traffic is just really, really bad there. So I would just ask you to, no matter what you decide to do with this, property, that you just please take into consideration the traffic that currently exists in that area, and think about that when you make your decision.
Thank you, Rose. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is John Williamson. I'm on the board of directors of the Reserve Homeowners Association, and here on behalf of the 129 homes in that subdivision. The front entrance is located on Old 41, just down the road from this proposed development. The back entrance is off of Stylesboro, as the speaker immediately in front of me mentioned. Those roads are both 2-lane roads at this point. That's one of our big concerns. Putting in another 60-plus units will adversely affect an already difficult traffic situation during peak hours. I'd also, at this time, like to introduce John O'Hara, who you've heard about from Mr. Sam, and he can speak to the aesthetic concerns that we have.
Okay.
Let me be sure, because maybe there's some confusion on my part.
Give us your name for the record.
John O'Hara.
Thank you.
Resident of the Reserve. We got and I'm not sure, maybe I'm clear because I don't do this every day with y'all. God bless. But I'm not opposed to this changing to a medium density. The park, and I only want to emphasize this, I'd really appreciate the Cobb Commission as well as this group to consider that park has become a huge asset to the county. I know you know that to a great extent, but definitely I think the bordering property around that should be more considered as a softer, friendlier asset to the park. I think medium density that is proposed for this Z10 is a fair step down from industrial. I definitely would like to see it go that direction rather than industrial. We would not want to see, though we love to have C.W. Matthews as a neighbor where they are right now, but it's reasonably contained. But to have that become a larger industrial or to be sold off to another industrial opportunity, I wouldn't want to see, and it would be just, I think it'd be a misuse of property that's so close to the park and so accessible to the park. The park has become such a public entity of so many people coming into it that I think this will be perfect for them to be able to have medium density townhomes there adjacent to it. The only stipulation we've added to that is I talked to Mr. Trumbull about was just the buffer between Old 41 and the development itself, a wall or some sort of sound buffer that we talked about that Mr. Sams mentioned. Also proper landscaping for this to be able to, because it sets down lower than the gates, and therefore you're looking more at it as you're right on the highway there, and that major thoroughfare. And I'd just like to see that landscape properly, and we've talked with the developer about that. They're agreeing to talk further about it. We want to make sure those stipulations are identified clearly before it is approved if it goes that direction, but I'm in favor of it going to the medium density. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next speaker, please.
My name is Kathy Kilgore. I live in the Gates at Parkside Village. As you know, we're a community of 52 homeowners in units. We have been looking for a very long period of time for compatibility in our area, and we're very happy about what's being proposed. We're looking forward to less noise, hopefully decreased truck noise, truck congestion, and which will also allow the thousands of guests that visit the mountain to enjoy their visits and be safe. But we certainly are happy about it.
Okay, thank you, Kathy. Next speaker, please.
I'm Randall Levitt, and I'm from the Reserve as well as the other two gentlemen. This is going to be very brief. I respect the fact you guys sit here every month, this enduring thing y'all put up with, and I appreciate y'all's service. I do rise in favor of them putting this there. It would be very softening. The gentleman from C.W. Matthews, I didn't catch your name. I happened to go to high school with one of the Matthews young men, and they have been in that same footprint for years and years and years without any growth. And I graduated back in the dark ages. So from 65 till now, they haven't done anything but buy the other buildings, I believe, right there, the buildings adjacent, the other Butler buildings and all the other things they could buy out. And to say that they are going to be adversely affected by this going in, I totally disagree, because there's nothing back there now except for where they've graded out. So please consider this, because as I said to John before here, our mountain is a royal jewel for this part of the country. And I would love to see it less Butler buildings like they've got at Stone Mountain, and more where people can live and walk over there and use that trail we spend zillions of dollars of building. So thank you very much. Please consider it.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak to Z10? Okay, we did good. We had 2 minutes left. How did we manage that? That's great. Thank you very much for your patience, everyone. Okay, it's back to this body now, and this is District 3. Ms. Trombetti will lead our discussion.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate all the feedback that we began to get more recently. Up until about last week, I hadn't heard from a lot of people with regard to the application, and this one is really difficult. I don't think there's any really good answer to what belongs on this piece of property, because our first concern is the fact that if approved for residential, we'll be placing people adjacent to a very heavy industrial site, and that company that is currently there, C.W. Matthews, is operating, I guess 24/7. They've got equipment. It's noisy. It's dusty. And putting someone next to that feels irresponsible. And then the people who would end up living next to it will inevitably complain and have problems, just as what we've seen with the Gates at Parkside. And that's not really fair to the business to have to start to hear complaints that they're not a good neighbor and they're operating at 3 a.m. and those kinds of things. So this is it's a real conflict. Yet on the other side, the nature of the area has changed. Mr. Sams kind of went through the history of the zoning of this property, and in terms of new industrial, I guess the major changes that have taken place, or any new development that's taken place in the last 15 years, I think, is more along the White Road area. As you move toward Old 41 and Kennesaw Avenue on the other side, all the changes have been for residential or softer type commercial uses, is what some of the speakers have alluded to. So the demand for industrial development on this particular piece of property may not be there. I would think that someone would have bought it for that by now. The demand for this type of development, townhomes, being an added variety to our single-family residential uses that are kind of that are really the main type of residential use in the area. I think there is a demand and a need for this variety. The increase in park visitorship over the last 15 years and the addition of the multi-use trail and some of the things that have happened in the area have really started to bring more pedestrians and people who are looking for a different experience, I guess, than we would have seen in 1995 or 1999 even. But it's still really difficult to imagine putting someone next to C.W. Matthews or any other full-time industrial development and then knowing that there might be complaints and then going to the business and trying to resolve. We can't do that. That's been difficult with the gates at Parkside. So I'm seeing this from two different points of view. The current zoning is CRC, so it's not zoned for heavy industrial use right now. It's zoned for commercial and retail, and I wonder, as we're talking today about the area and how it's changed, if some kind of light retail service type businesses that would be attractive to park visitors, along with a little low-rise office that wouldn't be bothered by the industrial development, wouldn't be a good solution. But we haven't been presented with a plan for that. Obviously, no one has come up with that idea or desire to develop that at this point on this piece of property. But I'm, at first thinking retail commercial doesn't make sense. This is off the beaten path. Maybe a grocery store doesn't make sense here, but something that's small that would fit in with a community and a most visited Civil War site in the country might be a solution. Again, I'm just talking this through out loud because this is a difficult case to consider. Now, I did want to ask the planning division staff to come forward for a minute. The zoning staff has recommended approval, and in their approval referenced some of the changing conditions and the fact that the property was on our agenda for the 2014 or 15 land use changes. Now, we didn't approve that, and I think part of the reason that I didn't want to approve a land use change last month is because this is such a complicated matter. It almost needs to come along with a specific plan that we can all agree on. So could you talk with us a little bit about the analysis that you all went through during that comp plan amendment process and what your recommendations were?
Sure. Actually, it was probably...
Tell us who you are.
I'm sorry.
We know who you are.
I'm so used to... Okay, Philip Westbrook, Cobb County Community Development.
Thank you.
And several years ago, this site was on our future land use as Community Activity Center, which is compatible with the existing zoning that is there today, CRC. A couple of years ago, there was an analysis done for this entire area, and that analysis resulted in a change from CAC to IC, the industrial compatible future land use that is there today. It also came with a text amendment that looked at sort of your clean industries or industrial uses that could be done internal to a building, not so much noise-making type uses outside or storage outside, more of your medical office instrumental or instrument type manufacturing uses. One of the reasons for that to go from CAC to IC was traffic. We thought that the retail component of a community activity center would generate a lot more traffic than an industrial compatible use. This past 2015, this past year, we looked at an MDR, a medium density residential component, and trying to mold that around having significant buffering to mitigate any potential compatibility issues with the industrial uses. However, that failed within the Planning Commission, denied it, as well as the Board of Commissioners.
Okay. In some of that discussion, what were some of the reasons that you all felt like residential would be more highly desired, I guess, than a retail?
The fact that, like you said, this being one of the most Civil War parks visited in the entire country, the fact of having that in the backyard and the residential area being right next door, the residential, the medium density, the Gates community being adjacent to the neighborhood, Old 41. I know that it generates a lot of traffic, but we thought that a residential component would be a lot better than any other use, particularly the fact that it's been industrial for a while and there has been no industrial market for that particular site. So we were looking to try to get the property developed.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else for Phil before he sits down? Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Philip.
Are there any other comments? I'd love to hear from everyone. Like I said, it's really, I think residential would be more attractive, but my biggest concern is putting people next door to something that's an all day long, potentially noisy activity. And
Right across from this, the development, the RM8 right across from this, those people bought here knowing what was in Marietta across the street with all the trucks coming and going and the noise and the dust. They bought there knowing that. But they're the ones who complain the loudest. And I fear that that's what we would have if this was developed as RM8. Those people are going to buy it, and no matter what Mr. Sams recommends putting in the deeds, I think that they're going to, a year from now, 5 years from now, they're going to call somebody and say, we are just so tired of the dust and the noise and all the traffic and this and that. I think that's probably likely to happen because it happened right across the street. Now, this area is highly traveled. That's the other issue. We talked in our work session to Eric from DOT about did he know of any plans to improve 41 or any of these major intersections like right there at Old Kennesaw Avenue. There's nothing coming down the pike right away, although they're fully aware that this is a very congested area. Perhaps there'll be some things done in the near future, but not any time real soon. And that's just the way that it is. Well, given that, I'm not sure adding 66 or 67, I see two different numbers here, 66 units, which is 120 to 150 cars coming and going from this site on a daily basis. These are probably going to be folks that work. Is going to be an appropriate thing to do either. So I really wonder if RM8 is what needs to go here. Something lesser intense than, I think the IC was an appropriate, it's appropriate for Philip and his group to recommend for this site. But it does need to be something far less intense, nothing like another C.W. Matthews. And we love C.W. Matthews in Cobb County. But that's my concern. Anyone else? Skip?
Yeah, this is right next to the railroad, and nobody's talked about the railroad yet. But I know that where I live, which is several miles from the railroad, I can hear the railroad. And if you're right on top of it, I know you can hear it for sure. And I'm just wondering, how much more disturbance the railroad, more or less disturbance the railroad causes versus what C.W. Matthews operations cause right here. Is that a factor? I haven't heard anybody from the development across the street saying anything about the railroad. How does that factor into this?
Well, I think you have to factor in everything, and that's the dilemma we're in. I live myself off of White Circle, which is just down the road, and so I'm surrounded by industrial. I know what you're thinking and wanting to stabilize the area. I also know and realize that we have the mountain, which is one of our best assets in Cobb County, and we are trying our best to soften what's coming up to the mountain. But we do have a great concern. C.W. Matthews is a large employee, and they even have police officers there in the mornings and the afternoon that have to let the traffic out. There's so much traffic. So I'm trying to figure out, I'm not so much opposed to the RM as how do we make it better so you could put the RM in there. And that's my dilemma, is you have the railroad track behind it, you've got a new industrial building that they haven't even moved in, I don't think, on one side of it, and then you've got C.W. Matthews with his staging area, and he's been there for many, many years. So if there was some way we could work this out, I could see where the RM8 would actually be a better fit than another industrial building there, because then you'd have more traffic with the industrial. So I'm in a dilemma myself.
Okay. I'll just throw in my 2 cents as well. I really think there couldn't be a worse site to put residential. It's surrounded by heavy industrial. You know, we constantly hear of the conflicts that people complain. You know, they buy something thinking that's not really going to bother me, and once they're there, they realize it really does bother me. Then they expect the other people to change rather than they were there, you know, they came in after the other people. They were on notice. And that's exactly what I think this development would be setting the county up for, and everybody, and also the people who buy in there, setting themselves up for, you know, an unpleasant experience. I certainly agree we don't want heavy industrial there. But as Mr. Turnbuddy said, we could have some light and commercial that would, you know, go along with the park, you know, maybe some little restaurants, things like that may influence there. We don't have that in front of us, but what we have in front of us is what I think is just a terrible plan. You know, biscuit restaurant would do real well.
There. I don't know how this was marketed. Garvis can shed light on that. I don't know how long it's been for sale and how actively the owner has tried to market this. I mean, he may have just thrown his hands up and say, look, I have tried every way in the world to attract the right kind of business to that, and I can't. But all of a sudden, I get this company that wants to build this residential RM8 housing.
It wasn't all of a sudden. This property's been marketed by Dr. Schriff, who owns it, in excess of 17 years. The biscuit interim use was just that. It was a desperate use. Because he needed to get some income from the property, an income stream. He wasn't able to sell it as commercial. And I can see, Mr. Porter, what you're saying, but the little stores and little shops and these little cute little things you want, it's not going to happen. If it would have happened, it would have happened. Industrial is not appropriate for this site, particularly in juxtaposition to its positioning with respect to the gates. Let me just show you something that, and I'm not going to get off point, I promise you that, but this is going to be an office building right here. Headquarters from Atlanta moving down here is going to be stone, brick, and stucco, a nice office building right here. This railroad track carries 55 trains a day. Mr. Gunther, to respond to your question, that's no different than the stately homes that people live in, the historic homes on Kennesaw Avenue, where my mother lives. Believe it or not, you get acclimated. You get acclimated to it. When my father died 15 years ago, we stayed with my mother for a week, and I thought it would drive me insane. By the end of the week, I didn't even notice it. But C.W. Matthews, the component that he has is right here. That's less than 1/6 of the perimeter of our property. Everything else is residential that you've got right here. This is going to go away. Poor old Louise is going to go away because there's going to be a roundabout or some sort of signalized intersection. Office here, railroad tracks, we're intensely buffered here. If you've read my stipulation letters, you know we've got double insulation on all the windows and walls here and sound attenuation devices. My client's comfortable. It's his roll of the dice here. It's your roll of the dice on these, at least 2 units that are going to be next to the C.W. Matthews. Well, excuse me, maybe 3 units. I'm just telling you, this is it's not a conundrum. It's a puzzle. But ultimately, you got to put it together. And staff, they're your professionals. They're your land planners. They're the ones that have AICP designations. I don't. Y'all don't. I think they have a good sense, a good feel for where this is. And it wasn't unduly influenced by the fact that there was a future land use map amendment. This is the best thing that's come along for the Gates, for the Reserve, and for the other residential softer areas that Ms. Trombetti was mentioning in this area. So at the very least, give us 30 days to relook at it and come back with additional ameliorative devices, other things that we can do to soften it up. And let you hear from the Gates, because you think you might be doing C.W. Matthews a favor, well, you're doing the Gates a disservice when you've got a chance to put something here that you didn't have a chance to put here before. So I hope I answered whatever question was propounded.
We don't remember.
For the
We
question,
don't remember
yeah.
the question.
Thank you, Garvis.
Thank you.
I do have a question of Garvis, though.
Yes, ma'am.
Garvis, the condos across the street, how many kids are in that? It seems to me like every time I've ever been in there, I don't see kids in there. It's
In the
more of-
Gates?
Mhm.
Gosh, I would say there's none.
But it's more of a families that their kids are grown.
I would say so. I'd say that's their demographic. They say there's 2 families that are in there right now, but and there's grandparents that would have grandchildren over, but that's their demographic. Our demographic's a little different than that, but not entirely so. I mean, with the percentage of masters on the main we're going to have, it's going to be a product that's not there, and this is a product that is needed and is compatible with the Gates.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, I also have a question. You just mentioned, you threw out the idea of maybe spending another month looking at things to ameliorate some of the concerns. What are some of those things you would look at?
Well, looking
beyond what
at
you already
ways
have?
to give you, instead of just throwing a one-dimensional buffer on a site plan, Mr. Gunther, and I don't know how conversant you are with the letter that I may just have shared with Ms. Trombetti as to the berming and the other attenuative devices that would be in there that would address and resolve that. With respect to the railroad track, I don't know how many people were aware of how far removed our units are going to be, or the construction of the units in terms of the double walling and the insulation and the sound attenuation of the double pane windows. None of those historic homes on Kennesaw Avenue had that, by way of example, and other things that we can look at. I mean, it didn't come to my attention until 3 days ago that we're going to have an office building next to us as opposed to a potential industrial warehouse. These are some things, as Ms. Trombetti said, people are just either getting interested, involved, but it's all kind of snowballed over the past week. And I would like an opportunity to absorb that, and my client would too. Contractually, we have the ability to be able to do that. So after waiting for 17 years, what would it hurt?
Okay, Christy, back to you.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate all the dialogue from everybody sitting up here because, like I said, it's difficult, and it might seem like so obviously the right thing to do, but it's risky. And that doesn't mean that residential isn't the right thing, but we're not looking at, a totally greenfield type of area. We're trying to reconcile different uses that have all come together now, and this is sort of the last piece in, and what do we do with it? So I appreciate all the conversation. Some of the things that I had noted as well were the fact that really the biggest conflict is on the C.W. Matthews side. I think all the other pieces of this are fine, and even the railroad, It's going to produce a little noise, but it provides a buffer and a distance between this residential and the commercial that's on the other side of the railroad track. And this same railroad does run through other residential communities. So that doesn't bother me as much as just getting a call, or not us, but the commissioners getting calls, or the city council members getting calls about activities that are already here in the future. But really, as Mr. Sams just pointed out before I had a chance to say, I think it's just that one side that concerns me the most. The other observation I have is that the gates at Parkside, if I'm reading the aerial correctly, they're more dense than what this proposes, and their buffers aren't there. They don't have the same type of buffering that is proposed to be provided here. So hopefully we can learn a little bit. That's a nice community. It's been an asset, but we can definitely learn from their experience, I think, and improve on something here. The other thing with traffic, we know it's already very congested. It's kind of a bottleneck there, but we have additional residential traffic being proposed as opposed to the number of employees that might work at some kind of office warehouse facility. As Ms. Williams mentioned, C.W. Matthews does hire someone to help direct traffic and help flow in and out of their facility. And I've been driving this way when that happened in the afternoon. And so we can have traffic issues. It's not just residents who create trips. It's people coming to and from work at different hours of the day. So I think that the type of land use that we choose for this isn't going to resolve our traffic problems. But with all that being said, I think the dialogue today has been good. We've put all the issues on the table. We've heard from the staff. And I would appreciate 30 days just to talk about it some more. The level of detail in the letters is great, and the responsiveness. Every time somebody asked a question or had an issue, Mr. Sams was getting a response and changing the letter and trying to address everything. So that's been really good. But I think we've got different opinions amongst ourselves and in the community even about what should be here. So I would not mind a 30-day hold, and I'll make that motion that we hold Z10 until our March hearing.
Sorry, didn't have my mic on. All in favor? Let's do that again since my mic was off. All in favor? Okay, so that's going to be held for until March the 3rd, Garvis, so you can come back with some good information for us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Trumpetti.
We need to take a break, anyone? Let's take about a 10-minute break. We've been at this since 1. It's now after 4. So we'll take a 10-minute break and be back to continue. Before we hear the remaining, 3 or 4 cases, there's one thing that we need to fix. All the running around you saw us doing up here. When we heard the consent agenda early in this process today, along about 9 o'clock this morning, there was one case, Z13, which is the case down in Vinings, Georgia. I should have read into the record all of the stip letters that were negotiated at the very end, and I failed to do that. That's really my fault. And so what I'd like to do is have a motion. I'd like to make a motion to reconsider just that one consent agenda item so that I can read that into the record. It does need to be a part of the record. So I'm going to make a motion that we reconsider the consent agenda item number Z13. Can I get a second to that motion? We have a second. Okay, so we're going to reconsider Z13 for the consent agenda. And what I should have said was that, I'm sorry.
You need to actually have the vote.
I'm assuming you're going to vote for me. Help me out here. All in favor of that motion? Okay, so we are going to reconsider consent agenda item Z13. What I should have done was read into the record, and I'll do that right now. All of that Z13 case is subject to the stip letter from Mr. Sams dated December 31st, the revised stip letter dated January 27th, 2015, and the letter dated February 1st, 2015. These were very minor points that everyone agreed to do, and I just need to be sure we put that in the record, and I'll be sure that the clerk has copies of all of those. So that needs to be a part of that particular case, and that would be my motion. Can I get a second? We have a motion and a second. All in favor of adding those? So we have amended that. It's a minor point, but it really was my fault for not saying that back several hours ago. So now we're straight. Okay, John, where are we?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Moving into land use permits on the agenda. LUP2, Helen Jackson, requests a land use permit for the purpose of allowing more adults and more vehicles than the county code permits in land lot 1035 of the 16th district. The property is located on the east side of Old Canton Road, north of Robinson Road. Is the applicant present? The director show the applicant's here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP2? Let the record show there are 3 people here in opposition. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good evening,
Hey.
Commission.
Just
My
give
name
us
is
your name.
Helen Jackson.
Okay, Helen.
And I appreciate the committee hearing my request for a land use permit. And I would just go through the circumstances necessitating this land use. I have been living at 760 Old Canton Road for over 20 years. Never had a complaint. I went to my neighbors once I got the code violation to ask my neighbors. I explained to them what occurred and got their permit to say it was okay. But what has necessitated this land use is I have a daughter-in-law who has been living with me because of her total disability. She's been sick for over 17 years. She's on total oxygen 24 hours a day. Her daughter, we grew up in that area. My daughters went to East Side Walton High School where they graduated. One of my granddaughters got married, moved away. She and her husband had a son. He was born autistic. This is what has necessitated them moving back in so that we can assist them with my great-grandson. As I said, my daughter-in-law is not able to do it. He goes to special school and has to be taken and picked up on half days. So this is the reason why I have requested the additional cars, and this is the reason why these additional, well, not additional, because these are the people that actually grew up in this house. We've all been there with the exception of my granddaughter's husband. He's the only one that has come back. He works at night. My granddaughter gets up at 3 o'clock in the morning to pick him up from his job, which interrupts her sleep. She has to get up, be to work at 7 o'clock in the morning. So this has necessitated the extra cars there because of these extenuating circumstances. And I appreciate you all hearing my case, and I would appreciate it if you would give me consideration in this regard, regarding this incident. And like I said, I was unaware of the number of cars that could be in the parking lot until this code violation came up. As I said, we've been there over 20 years in this same location. We never had a complaint from any of our neighbors or anyone. And so this is what has necessitated the fact that my daughter-in-law is totally disabled. Her daughter has a son that's autistic that needs care, and we have to help them. We as a family, we try to help each other and try to stick together. And I really appreciate it if you would give it consideration. And thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jackson. Let's hear from the opposition now. Anyone wishing to testify to LUP 2?
Chandler Bridges. I live in Cobb Estates right across the street from this property. I certainly have sympathy for Ms. Jackson's situation, but they're just way overboard with the number of cars there. If you can look at the picture that's there, it shows 6 cars in the driveway. There are as many as 10 cars in that driveway on a daily basis. More frequently, there are 8 or 7. The picture shows 2 in the back. Normally there are 3 cars at the back of that driveway facing forward, and then there are 4 or 5 or 6 cars in the driveway in front of the house. The concrete that's shown there now was smaller, and they would just park in the yard. Now the concrete has been enlarged somewhat, and they still park the last car about 2 tires are into the yard. Their situation is certainly sad and dreadful, but I'm not sure it entitles them to diminish the value of the property in the neighborhood, which is what it does when you have a house that looks like a used car lot. I don't have any verification of the stuff that they're talking about, but it's an eyesore, and that's one of the 2 entrances to the Cobb Estates subdivision. So I come out of there pretty regularly. And basically, it's every time you come out, you sort of feel a little sick at your stomach because it's just ugly. It discourages when you trying to sell a property in there, and I happen to be a real estate agent as well as a lawyer, but it discourages people from wanting to buy in that neighborhood because they think that the neighborhood is going downhill because of this eyesore. I think it's basically they've known this a long time because when they had that dirt parking cars in the yard, they were advised then, I'm almost sure, that there was something wrong and they couldn't park cars in the yard, but they continue to do that. In recent times, I don't know, 6 or 8 months ago, there was a car in the back, an old Cadillac and an old truck. They were obviously inoperable. One of them was up on jacks for a number of months. And, you can see that from the street, too. Obviously, there are more families living there than probably permitted by the code, but certainly there are more cars there than are permitted by the code. So the decrease in value, the eyesore, the discouragement of prospective buyers, basically a slap in the face of law enforcement and the code by ignoring what they must know is the code, doing auto repairs there, and having so many people there, it's just unbearable to us, and we would like you to deny the request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bridges. Next speaker.
I'm Saber Longshore, and I've resided in that area in a subdivision since 1966. And I recall when this family first moved in there was like 1 car, and I'm in and out of that subdivision a lot. But in no time, the number of cars increased, and I think they're disrespecting our neighborhood and our community. And I don't think we can allow people to do that. And if you allow this variance to them, there'll be others who try to do the same thing. We want to keep East Cobb beautiful, and we want to be respectful to our neighbors. We hope that you will vote no to this. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else wishing to address LUP 2? Okay, not seeing and hearing any. Ms. Jackson, why don't you come back up and let me ask you a couple of questions here, please. Okay, confirm a couple of things for me. Number one, I want to be sure I understand how many folks live there on a full-time basis. Your husband, right?
My husband.
Yourself,
Myself.
2 sons,
2 sons.
2 sons, 1 daughter-in-law,
1 daughter-in-law.
2 adult grandchildren,
Right.
and then this child,
And,
this
and her
handicapped
husband and child.
Okay, so that's a total of 7 adults
And,
and
one-
then and the child.
and
Okay.
the child.
All right, just wanted to confirm that. Now, I've been out there several times. In fact, I have seen your house. I don't see a problem with the house and the yard. It appears to be well kept and neat. I haven't heard, and I did talk to code enforcement about this, I haven't heard of any complaints or know of any complaints about noise, that sort of thing. It all boils down to, as Mr. Bridges said, it's more the cars than it is the people. But because you have the people and they all work at different jobs, that's the problem. That's the conundrum, if you will. You and I have spoken several times about this. I know that you've added to your parking area, and you know
Yes,
your
we
cars
did.
have to be parked on a paved
Yes,
surface.
that was the reason for the extension of the driveway.
Right, and
When
we're
we
glad
were-
you did that.
When we were, but they never said that the number of cars. It was just that we couldn't park on the grass.
Okay.
So we extended the driveway. And I said, just this illness, the granddaughter was out, but it necessitated her coming back so we could help look after my great-grandson, who doesn't talk. He's 3. And he needs our help.
I
And
understand.
we're working on trying to eliminate. Some of our neighbors have asked, and we're planning to take them up on it, to bring one of our cars down to their place and park it. So we're working at trying to eliminate. I would just like
Are you
to
working
add-
toward getting some of the people out? Are they
Yeah.
able to rent an apartment or
Well,
a house?
my daughter-in-law, my granddaughter is hoping, the baby girl doesn't have a job. My daughter-in-law, like I said, she is totally disabled. She's on oxygen 24/7. She has doctor's appointment almost every week. I can't do it. Her youngest daughter is the one that takes her back and forth. She had a job. She had to quit her job so she could be where she could take her mother back and forth to appointments. Sometimes lasts 3 hours a day because of her irreversible lung condition. She has rheumatoid arthritis and a number of other conditions, but she's totally disabled. My son works. He has to work to try to support the youngest girl because she can't work, have to look after her mother. And it's just because of this. Like I said, we're working to try to eliminate some of those cars. If we have to, my neighbors offered to let us park one of them on her driveway. She
Are
only
there
has to.
any plans, short-term or long-term, either one,
Well,
to move some of the people out? Because
my
if people go, the cars are
granddaughter-
going to go.
Well, my granddaughter is hoping that we don't know if her son is going to talk or not and how long he's going to be in this special school. But they're planning to move back into them a place. If that may be short term, it could be long term.
6 months, a year?
She said it may be a year or so. Is what
Okay.
we were looking at.
Okay.
But who knows?
Well,
I don't know. My
you and I-
daughter-in-law is. Doctors have given up on her. We don't know how long she's going to live. You can't live on oxygen forever. That's a foreign object.
I
So
understand. You're
it's just a matter of how long. But this is just the circumstance that we're faced with today.
Okay.
Is trying to, help my daughter-in-law and my grandson.
What the county says, and you and I have talked about this, what the county ordinance says that you need 390 square feet in your house
Mhm.
for every adult that lives there. Now, the Cobb County records say you have 1,768 square feet. I actually think there's more than that there, but that's what's on the county records, the tax records.
Right.
That, if you do the math, 390 into 768, it says you have you're allowed almost 5 people. We need to work toward that 5. If you do that, that's going to eliminate the cars, and I know that they'd love to be out on their own. I know that they would.
I would love for
They're
them to be
fortunate
out
they
on their
have, parents that are willing to help them, and I know that you're struggling to keep your family together.
Exactly,
But the point
exactly.
that was made by Mr. Bridges is absolutely accurate. We try to be consistent with our rulings on all of these. We can't allow homes in residential areas to become boarding houses. That's
No.
never the intent of the law. The law is that we can't do that, and that's why we have this rule of 390 square feet per adult.
Mhm.
So we need to work toward that. Now, we're going to give you some time, I hope, to resolve the issue, but you need to work toward that. Any questions for Helen? I think that's it, Helen. I believe you've answered all of our questions, and we hope that things work out well for you. You can have a seat if you like.
Oh, thank you.
My recommendation is going to be to approve land use permit for 1 year only, 12 months, with the following conditions. We want to give this family 90 days to reduce the number of cars down to no more than 5. 90 days to get them down to 5. Now, you said you might can move 1 or 2 down to a neighbor's. That's fine. And hopefully within 12 months, you'll be able to reduce people, because if some of the people leave, the cars are going to go with them. We're going to give you 90 days to get the number of cars down to the level that the county thinks that it needs to be. You need to continue to maintain this property well. Park all the cars on a paved surface. Now, Mr. Bridges says he's seen 8 to 10 cars there from time to time. You need to guard against that. I'm not saying you can't have company. That's understandable from time to time. It's the cars that are there overnight that we're concerned with. And so we need to get that down to a manageable level. So all cars parked on a paved surface. Keep all the cars properly tagged. They must be tagged. And in general, just be a good neighbor, and then code enforcement won't have to come back and fuss at you. So we don't want to hear of any more complaints in this 90-day period. So let's work toward that, try to get the number of cars down, work long-term toward getting some of these folks out on their own. I know that's what you want to do. You just need to move it along, okay? So we don't have to have code enforcement back involved. So we'd like to see you do that. So that would be my recommendation, 90 days to reduce the number of cars to 5, 12 months to reduce the number of people, and can do both a lot sooner if you will. We'd be happy if you did that. Okay, that would be my motion. Can I get a second from someone? Second from Skip. Any further discussion or comments? Okay, let's vote on it then. All in favor of doing that for LUP 2? Okay, so Helen, you can do that. I know you can. Maybe, I noticed a couple of cars are pretty old cars. I know your husband has a truck he loves to drive from time to time. Maybe that's one you might consider getting rid of, because you do have another car for the two of you. Just a suggestion. Okay? Just be a good neighbor. We appreciate you coming in. Thank you, Mr. Bridges. John, what's next?
Yes, sir. LUP 3, Christina Marie and Rayford Clinton Kennedy Jr. request a land use permit for the purpose of allowing more adults and more vehicles than the county code permits in land lot 415 of the 16th district. Their property is located on the north side of Fawn Trail, south of Ebenezer Road. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant here for LUP 3, Christina Marie and Rayford Clinton Kennedy Jr.? Is there anyone here opposed to this case? Opposed or? Okay. Let the record show there are 5 people here in opposition, and the applicant is not present.
Madam Clerk, do we have a phone number? I think we do on the record for Ms. Kennedy. Can we put a phone call in? Just see if she's on her way or if she can get here quickly. We're going to go ahead and hear it, but if she's on her way, then we'll take that into account. Yeah. We'll go ahead and put that call in, but I think we do go ahead and hear this case. So
okay.
Why don't you go ahead and read it into the record for us? Oh, you have. I'm sorry. Those in opposition, how many did we have in opposition, by the way? 5? 5? Okay. Since we don't have the applicant here, why don't we go ahead and hear from the opposition, and let's hear what your concerns are if you want to come on up.
Good afternoon. My name is Greg Hicks. We live directly across from the property in question, and I got to tell you, it's disappointing to move in such a great neighborhood and look out and see a parking lot in front of you every day. There's anywhere on average from 6 cars, and I've seen them as many as 8 cars. We've witnessed them driving through the yard, parking in the street. This morning there were 3 cars in the street, one of them facing the opposite direction. Me and many of the neighbors, and my wife emailed a petition from 32 lines of folks that do not want this to happen. We really appreciate if you would deny this from happening.
Okay, Greg, thank you. Next speaker, please. We just heard, by the way, that this lady is at work and does not intend to come, so we'll just continue right on. Someone else wishing to speak to LUP 3? Or is that the only comment? Have you all been sworn in? Okay.
Hi, my name is Pam Watson, and I've lived on this street for 30 years. I mean, it was a nice, dead-end, quiet street, place you want to raise your children. And from what we understand, there aren't many that are related that live in that house. It was bought for college, for their kids when they're in college. So it's kind of become Campus Row instead of our nice, quiet little dead-end street. So we just kind of want to get back what we used to have. And we appreciate your considering that.
Okay. Thank you, Pam. Anyone else wishing to speak to LUP 3? Okay, not seeing and hearing any, we'll close this portion and turn it back over to Christy Trombetti.
Okay, thank you. I agree with the neighbors' comments. Fawn Trail is kind of a, if you weren't trying to find the street, you wouldn't notice it really. It's sort of a little oasis back there off of Ebenezer Road, and some of the properties have, they're basically estate lots for the most part, and it's a very nice road. This land use permit came to us as a result of a code enforcement complaint back in October, and at the time that the code enforcement officer visited the property, there was a daughter home who told him that there were 8 adults living in the house. When he went back to check on the property again a couple of days later, Miss Christine Kennedy was there and said that no, there were only 6 adults living in the house. So I had hoped to try to talk about that a little bit today and get a better understanding of exactly what their request is for. The application says they're asking for a maximum of 6, and then 5 cars. And as we heard in the previous case, sometimes it's the cars that cause the problem more so than the people. But I think in this case there were some noise issues associated with the complaint as well, so that might be people. Unfortunately, we can't talk to the Kennedys about it. I'm sorry they didn't think it was important enough to come be in front of us today. They'll have to make their presentation at the Board of Commissioners meeting, I guess. But at this time, I would like to make a recommendation that we deny Land Use Permit 3.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
A second.
Have a second from Galt. Any further discussion? Yep. John.
Y'all want to give them 30 days for code enforcement to go out there and check it after the DOC hearing?
Christie.
Honestly, I think that immediate enforcement would be fair because they've had this whole land use permit process to understand that it might happen. So they should be prepared for the outcome.
I would agree. This has been going on for quite some time, so it's not like we're catching them cold. Right. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion. So we're going to deny LUP 3, and hopefully she will come before the Board of Commissioners. This is exactly the point I was trying to make with the previous case. We don't want these homes to become boarding houses, and it looks like this may be student housing. A lot of unrelated people here. That's just not allowed. So. Okay, John, what's next?
Yes, sir. LUP 4, Jose Garcia requests a land use permit for the purpose of allowing more vehicles than the county code permits in land lot 277 of the 17th district. The property is located on the south side of Spring Valley Road, north of Frank Lane. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 4? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Good afternoon. My name is Ariana Sanchez Garcia, and I am Jose Garcia's granddaughter, and I'll be speaking on his behalf. So my grandfather has been living at his property for 20 years, and he's never had a complaint. So now he was in the violation of having more than 4 vehicles. and those 2 extra vehicles being 2 old school cars. So he was wondering if he could have like, we went through the land use permit, like all the requirements we completed with them, and also we got some of our neighbors to sign off the consent for it. And also those vehicles, they're insured, and they're also, the tag is up to date. And they're all also, those, like all of our vehicles are also parked in the driveway. They're not out in the road. I have pictures also of how they're parked. I don't know if you would like to see them.
Welcome to show.
I don't know if you can zoom in. Yeah. It's too dark. Do you want me to try my phone? As you can see, the driveway is pretty long, and they're like basically all the cars like are inside the driveway. And otra pregunta, jefe? Otra cosa? And that's it.
Are there other pictures? Is that the main one you want to show us?
I had another one. I don't know if you can see. The other one's too dark. It's too dark, yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. All right, anything else you want us to know? You have plenty of time left. How many people in the house? How many cars typically there? I mean, anything you can say that might help your case.
There's only 4 adults, including my grandpa, my grandma, my mother, and I.
Okay, all related.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, well, if that's all you got for us, thank you. You can have a seat if you will. This is in District 4. Mr. Porter, this is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Looking at this case, I do see there's a long code enforcement history here and a long dragged-out period of I'm going to go apply for a land use permit, then it doesn't get applied for, then code enforcement goes back a while later. So there's quite a history that way, which gives us a lot of concern. It's also apparent that cars have been pulling onto the grass when I was out at the property, and it looks like to some degree it's on the driveway, cars trying to pass each other, so they're pulling part way into the grass because they don't have enough room to get around the other car. So that's an issue. Obviously, there's been a number of code enforcement complaints filed, so it's bothering somebody. But looking at this, I wonder, and I'm just going to float this idea out there, they have 2 cars there that belong to people who don't live at the house. One belongs to uncle and one to a brother, I believe. If you want to, just so you can confirm what I'm saying, as I think we talked about this before.
Yes. The 2 extra classical vehicles, they're not actually my grandfather's. The one is my brother's, who has moved away, and also the other one is my uncle's, who he's like always out of town, so that's why he keeps it there. Well, obviously, I mean, if it's not approved, they'll have to take it to their place.
Okay, and that leaves you needing 1 additional vehicle above what the code allows, because the code allows 3, you currently have 6. And if we take out those 2, you'd need 1 additional.
Okay.
I'm wondering if you'd be, trying to think of how we could mitigate the problem a little bit. If we allowed you 1 additional vehicle, would you be able to pave the driveway and maybe make it just a little bit wider so that the vehicles could pass so they aren't driving on the grass?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Okay, and I haven't talked to everybody here to know whether that's something,
Okay.
the commission will entertain or not. It's just, one thought as to how maybe we can mitigate some of the problems that are occurring, where I can see the driveways getting broken down because driving off the edge of it and things like that. Does anybody else have any questions?
This has been going on for a while, and I know that you folks are aware of this. This began at least 13, 14 months ago, and I see in all of the reports that we get from code enforcement that repeatedly, as Galt said just a moment ago, you would say, I'm going to go in and take care of this and apply for a land use permit, and 30 days later, nothing happens. We'd come back, and you'd say, I'll be in there next month, and I'll take care of this, and nothing would happen. That happened numerous times, and several fines have been paid because of this. What assurances can you give us that you're going to take care of this? We can't continue doing this. You've got to take care of this.
Wait, wasn't there, that's why I applied for the, the land use permit.
Yeah, I know, but
Yes.
someone, it may not have been you, but someone at your location has been saying repeatedly for the last year, we're going to take care of this. We're going to apply for a land use permit,
Okay.
and it doesn't happen. And we go back and it just continues to happen. And you've paid several fines because of that already. $135 this past May, $405 this past October, $70 in October. It's costing you money.
Okay.
It's costing probably your
Okay,
dad
yeah.
money, but
Yes,
I'm just not convinced that you're serious about this, and we want you to know you got to take care of it.
Okay, so what are you advising for us to
We'll
do?
let Mr. Porter give you his
Okay.
direction on that.
All right.
Yeah, and and I want to hear a little bit more from the board before I make a motion as to whether we're going to allow you to have an additional vehicle or not.
Okay.
And that. So you can have a seat.
Okay.
And I'll see if anybody wants to comment to give me your input.
I think the idea of trying to work toward 4 cars is fair. The 2 that don't belong to anyone who lives in the house should be able to go fairly easily. These homes were built before garages and carports, 2-car garages and carports were more standard, so you don't have the parking 2 in a garage and 3 outside option that a lot of people do. So that's kind of that's exacerbating the situation, I guess. And I also like the idea of improving the driveway. I don't know if widening it is the answer or doing some kind of turnaround just so that you can come in and out more easily without tearing up the front yard. And especially with that being a creek, I guess, there's some kind of drainage easement or something. You don't really need dirt just washing down into that the way it looks like it is now. But I like the direction that Mr. Porter's trying to go, I think. I think it's a fair compromise.
Okay. I'll go ahead and make a motion then. I'm going to make a motion that we recommend approval of land use permit number 4 for 1 additional vehicle to be allowed outside for a total of 4 vehicles. And that to mitigate the concerns of having additional cars there, that the applicant repair the driveway and possibly widen it just slightly, or there's some extra parking up front. I think they're just having a problem squeezing a car by, just where you might need just a tiny bit more room so you don't have to put wheels in the grass. So just slight widening. I don't want to see anything dramatic to allow for the 4 cars to comfortably park and get in and out. So my motion is approve land use permit 4 for 4 cars and require repair and repavement of the driveway. Oh, okay. There's 2 things I should add, I guess, before anybody seconds. One is, let's give them 120 days to repair and repave the driveway from the Board of Commissioners' decision, and let's give them 60 days from the Board of Commissioners' decision to reduce to 4 cars.
You want code enforcement to go out and...
Yeah, have code enforcement check after the 60-day mark and after the 120-day mark.
Yeah, that sounds good. Okay, a motion.
For 12 months. Thank you, John.
Yeah.
And we'll try that for a year and see if we have any more problems. Okay.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second from Judy. Any other discussion? All in favor of the motion? Okay. Good luck, folks. Don't let us down now. We don't want to send code enforcement out there and have them come back and report something bad.
And come
Thank
back in
you.
2 weeks. Come back in 2 weeks.
Yeah, you still have to come back in 2 weeks for the Board of Commissioners hearing, okay? February 17th. Thank you. John?
Yes, sir. LUP 6, Dathan Johnson requests a land use permit for the purpose of a pet dealer in land lot 769 and 770 of the 19th District. The property is located on the east side of Shady Side Road, north of Hurt Road. Is the applicant present? The director of the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 6? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Good afternoon.
Thank you for your patience.
Yes.
Give us your name.
My name is Dathan Johnson. I'm the owner of the property located at 3319 Shady Side Road. Also today I have with me as a supporter my neighbor, Mr. Bob Korn. What brings us here today is we're in pursuant of pet dealer license, and in order for us to be awarded a license, we had to get a temporary land use permit. My property sits on 2.5 acres, in which 1.5 acres is fenced in. I also brought photos today to demonstrate, how we care for our property. We're vested in this property. We've been here now for 8 years. My family resides there. We do have animals there, but as you can see in the property here, it's more than enough space for them not to be a nuisance to anyone. We've never had any code violations. We've never had anybody to call about any problems or nuisances to the neighborhood. And we keep a pretty good relationship with those around us, so we respect their homes, their privacy, their lives as well. So we're just looking to have the opportunity to be given the pet dealer license, and in pursuant of doing that, we have to go step by step, which the first step would be for us to get a temporary land use permit, which is what brings us here today. I have some photos here on a flash drive that I can share for those who would like to actually get a look at the property. Okay. All right. So in the meantime, while he loads that up, I can let my neighbor come forth and speak for a second. He says it's going to take a few moments to get those photos up.
Hi, I'm Bob Korn. I live on the adjacent property, the one just south of him, the larger triangle. I've lived there since 1977, long before a lot of the land was developed. I've known Dathan since the day he moved in there, and I'm in support of what he wants to do. I think it's rare sometimes you get a neighbor who will come up there and tell you that they actually support something in this nature. The land use that is there, I believe this is probably the best thing for this use. And the reason being is that this is a fairly isolated area. As you can tell, there's a lot of wooded area, green space that's out there. Dathan has some kennels that he's put in there for a number of years and been using just for some of raising some animals. I can tell you as a pet owner that I've seen some of the best care in that area. So I'm endorsing this and recommending to the board that they approve this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Korn.
One thing, too, I failed to mention, I'm sorry, is that in reviewing some of the criteria that's required in a pet dealer, in a land use permit, is a concern about traffic and creating, additional traffic to the area. And one of the things that we do in terms of in the process of selling puppies is that we have them delivered by nanny service. So momentarily there was a photo there showing you that one being delivered here, and behind you this was in New York. Most of the dogs that we do sell, they go abroad. They really don't go local. This is more like an online thing, so we don't really even advertise to the local community. And we try to do our best to deal with customers one-on-one and deliver first-class service. And this is just one of the illustrations of such. It's trying to pull up additional photos that we have here on the flash drive, but it's giving us a problem here. 1 second.
Don't show those pictures to my wife. She'll be on your doorstep tomorrow morning. I know, it's cute.
Oh goodness, they're having a. It's not coming up. I'm totally sorry about that. But Mr. Porter's been out to my home and we talked. I don't know, like at least 45 minutes there, and he got a feel for what it's like on a normal day there, and in terms of the noise and also the property and how we have the property situated when we move there. We move there with having respect for our neighbors in mind. This is a community where people have been living there 20, 30 plus years. All of my neighbors have raised their children to adults, and so we knowing that coming into the neighborhood, we just wanted to be welcomed in, of course, but also not bring a problem with us. And like I said, June will make 8 years that we've been there, and thus far we haven't had any problems, and the neighbors have signed off. I even went so far as when I had Mr. Porter out, he kind of pointed out some properties that are not directly linked to me, but kind of back up to my property from a distance. But I also went there after the fact to speak to the residents there who also signed off. I've never, to be honest, in 8 years, and their backyards back up into mine, I've never even seen them before, so I don't think they care too much for coming outside. But nevertheless, they were in agreement and didn't have any problem with us moving forward with this. So I appreciate the time to be able to discuss this matter with you all. I'm sorry the pictures didn't come up. So, oh, 1 second.
Christy says, "Oh, I want to see them." It's been a long day. We're all kind of punchy up here. Okay.
Thought we were going to dinner. Thought we made our dinner reservation.
Okay, so
I think so, yeah.
So the first pictures you'll see here is the front of the property. I tried to catch a little bit of my neighbor's property as well as mine. So this is my property. As you can see here, there's nothing visible that represents any type of, business. On the next picture, you'll also see catching my. This is Mr. Corn's house. It kind of sits down in the corner there, but I just kind of want to illustrate, how close we are, and also where we're located. This is a street that comes by. It's basically traffic coming all day long. So just by design, I would not set anything up to whereas I'm having people coming to and from. It's hard enough for us to get in and out of that driveway, let alone someone who's not used to it. You can go to the next one. And this is also my other neighbor's house, who he couldn't be here today, but he did provide a letter directly to Mr. Porter, just stating his support. And again, if our homes mirror one another. He doesn't have a pet, but if you were to pull up, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between his and mine in terms of the upkeep and the care. They were built by the same person at the same time. And then these are just various pictures of puppies being delivered. As you can see, this is in an airport. And the next couple of ones, you can zoom through them, but they're all the same. I just wanted to give an illustration that this is something that we put in place before even coming for this particular issue. I think people prefer it that way, as well as, we just don't want to create any nuisances for anybody. So this is the best way that we found to be able to get these respective puppies into the hands of their new owners.
This is not fair. You need to stop that.
And this is going to give you a look at the property. This is right at where my kennels are situated, but just to give you an illustration of how far that is away from my home, in the distance there, that's my house. And in the far left there, you can see a glimmer, and that's Mr. Corn's home there. Again, and this one is just kind of catching my other neighbor's home. Just kind of want to be able to give you guys an idea of how far the dogs that are actually outside, how far they sit away from the property, and we kind of rotate them in and out. In another picture here, you'll see that we also have like an indoor little thing for them, and they kind of go to and from. But this is just the individual setup. As you can see, there's water there. There's lights back there. So there's direct shelter from the elements. The dogs are also on concrete. Those dog houses are they're referred to as canine condos. They're insulated. You can even put heat in them if you want. It just doesn't get that cold here in Georgia. But there are chew resistant, scratch resistant. The tops come off. Everything, you know, to make them a solid housing quarters for animal. Again, this is just showing another picture there of the kennels. And this is kind of like the walkway back to where they are. It's a heavily wooded lot. So there's nothing on either side of the fence. It's a privacy fence, 6-foot fence that runs all the way back into the property and encloses the dogs there. And this is just a closer kennel that we use. It's right outside the dog, a little shed that we have. So when we take some dogs that may be housed inside and we want to put them outside momentarily, or for a couple hours or whatever, we will put them there. And when he clicks into the next one, you'll be able to see the actual shed there. Oh, not that one. Okay, so this is when you come directly into our backyard. There's a little shed there that we house some dogs that, like, these are bulldogs, so they're brachycephalic, which basically means that in the summer months it gets so hot that it can be very sensitive to dogs of that particular breed. So that house there has AC. It also has heat, and so the little kennels that you see behind there is what we do when we have dogs that we keep in there. But we want them to have some outside time, so we'll take them and put them there. But those are the only kennels that are semi-close to the house. And then, as you can see, even on the landscaping there, the grass is fine. There's no dirt. It hasn't been trollicked over. We take really good pride in keeping our property up to spec. And like I said, we're vested in it, and we're also vested in providing the proper care for the animals that we do house on this property.
Okay, Dathan, you're out of time.
That's it.
Are you done?
Yes, sir.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, just for the record, anyone here opposed to LUP 6? Okay, not seeing and hearing any, it's back to this board. Galt?
Okay. Spent a good amount of time talking to Dathan. I appreciate the tour he gave me of everything. I kind of showed up at his house unannounced, and I can say I stood there talking to him out front for about 15 minutes and didn't hear one dog. I had no idea when we walked back there I'd see as many dogs as I did, and they were even quiet, slight bark, but quieted right down when we were back there. So, and it's really good to see that the neighbors are supportive and they aren't complaining about lots of noise, those kind of things. And even if you look on our map on our screen, there's a cul-de-sac just to the north of his property, and he went and those were the neighbors, yes, where he went and got those two neighbors to sign the petition as well, just out of, I told him I had concerns about those people, so he did that. One of the things we talked about is his driveway is kind of dangerous to get in and out of, and he doesn't really have a lot of parking. And he said, well, I don't really have people come to the house anyway, so he had no problem with a stipulation that says all dogs will be delivered off-site, no customers visit the property. We also talked about just limiting the number of dogs to 15 dogs, which is about what he has right now, so that it doesn't just grow and potentially become a problem. And, keeping the number of litters to 3 in a year, just so that we don't get too much activity going on, and maybe trying this out for a year. So unless somebody has questions or anything, I'll make a motion.
I just wanted to ask a question.
Sure.
I'm supportive, but how do we monitor the litters? How do we know?
That will be difficult. It will probably be, complaints from neighbors. So if we're getting complaints from neighbors, then we'll, then code enforcement will be out there and.
Now, we're not approving a puppy mill, are we?
I hope not. I think he takes good care of the property, the dogs and everything.
Can I ask him
And
one
that's-
question? How many litters a year do you have?
Yeah, Dathan, you need to come back up, please.
Nathan.
Well, just to kind of speak on that a little bit more, with a
Well,
puppy
no,
mill,
no. Just ask me, how many litters do you have?
well, so far I've only had one, and I don't
yeah.
have any pregnant animals at the
Oh,
moment.
okay. So you
No,
don't,
ma'am.
it's not a constant.
No, and that's what I was going to say. With a puppy mill, there's never a time where you'll go in and there won't be any puppies, and there'll be, definitely more than 15. For me, like right now, I don't even have 15. I only have what I'm able to care for myself. So it's my responsibility. So I don't want to have any dogs that are not being socialized or not being cared for properly. So with that in mind, like I was talking to Mr. Porter, that's reasonable for me. And the request, I said no more than 5. And
You'll have no more than 5 litters a year.
Yeah, that's what I put in the request. So I'd already started out with a limit on the amount that I even foresaw myself having within a year's time.
And what kind of dogs?
They're French bulldogs, they're English bulldogs,
the little
and
Frenchy, the
shorty
little bitty ones like
yes,
that.
ma'am, with
Aw.
the bad ears. Yes, ma'am. So they don't really have that many puppies anyway,
Yeah.
and it's a lot that goes into that, from cesareans to surgical insemination.
That's fine. You
Yes, ma'am.
explained. Thank you.
Yes.
I'm ready. Those things are so cute.
They are. Okay.
Biscuits and Bulldogs, that's the name of this. Okay.
Okay,
Go ahead,
I'll
Gil.
make my motion. I make motion regarding LUP-6 to recommend approval for 12 months, subject to all staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. All dogs to be delivered off-site, no customers visit the property. Maximum of 15 dogs on the property, and a maximum of 3 litters per year. And I think we could put this on the consent for the BOC. That's my motion.
We have a motion for approval. Do we have a second? Second from Mr. Trombetti. Any further discussion? All in favor? Okay, thank you, Dathan, very much. John, what's next?
Agenda,
Oh,
moving
no.
to other business.
Oh. We do have some additional business, so we're not quite through. We're going to invite Dana Johnson to come up. And we're going to talk about code amendments first. Dana, is that right?
Good.
You want to do code amendments first?
Yes, sir. The first item on the agenda for the other
Give us your
business
name for the
item.
record.
My name is Dana Johnson with Cobb County Community Development. I apologize, sir. And the first item will be in regard to recommendation on the changes to Section 134 being proposed for the Cobb County Code. As a matter of record, usually once-ish a year, we do code amendments where we are taking recommendations from Planning Commission, from the Board of Commissioners, and staff changes to bring forward to consideration to change the entire Cobb County Code. Based upon the dictates of the code, anything changes that occur in Section 134 must go through the Planning Commission for recommendation before they're brought forward with the Board of Commissioners. So that's what we're here to do. We've briefed you in detail at your last work session, and I would just like to go through and briefly remind people what is in the Section 134 codes being brought forward. First one is 134-1. There are 3 changes in this. This is the definition section. This includes a new definition for farm and garden supply store on page 24, establishing a new definition for a flea market, which matches the business license definition, also on page 24, and establishing a new definition for hotel suites on page 24. In addition, we are revising the definition for townhome dwelling units to clarify minimum building requirements so it's equal to that required for single-family residential. That's on pages 24 and 25. On 134, 121, A7E, this change is being removed from the Code Amendment package. On 134-121E1, this is clarification on the time frame required for rejection or deletion of zoning applications for when they can reapply for consideration. That'll be found on page 26 of your book. On 122.3, this change is being removed from the code amendment package as well, and 123A3 is being removed. 123B, this is a modification on actions by the Planning Commission regarding recommendations that can be made and the authorities granted regarding the holding of cases. This is found on page 27. On 162, this is an amendment to the R12 to allow applications for rezoning. That same is being done for RA4, which those are both on page 27. The clarification is occurring in the Suburban Condominium Code to clarify the types of residential uses that could occur there. On 162, this is allowing the RA6 for applications, and on 162, in addition, there is a clarification on the RSL regarding the age that tenants, the age of tenants, so that is conforming with fair housing law, page 27. On 168, this is a new code. The Board of Commissioners for consideration for the Board of Commissioners to apply stipulations to properties that are considered an undue burden on county resources. This is found on page 29. On 134-193, this is clarification on the outdoor storage. This is on page 29 through 42. This is occurring in Code Section 193, 194, 195, 196, 197, 198, 99, 200, 201, 201.1, 201.2, 201.3, 202, 203.2, 203.3, 204, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 210, 211, 213, 214, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 220, 221, 221.1, 222, 223, and 224. On 134-199 on page 31, we're amending the R12 again to allow applications for rezoning, as well as amending the I think I put that in twice. I don't need to do that. I apologize for that. 134-201.1 is an amendment to incorporate a maximum impervious surface in the PRD. On 201.3, this is a clarification on the type of homes allowed in the suburban condo district. 202 is a revision to allow RA6 to be used as an infill housing category in low and medium density residential districts. And then in the following categories, we're removing the definition for hotel suites out of each separate zoning category and moving it to that more master category we mentioned earlier. You'll find that in 215, 18, 220, 222, 223, 224, 225, 226, 227, and 228. 134-223, the OS code, we're allowing additional accessory uses in the OS category, and we are also removing group homes from being an allowable use, from being a use in the OS category. On 134-267, this is clarification that the height requirements are the same for fences and walls. For 134-271, we're establishing a maximum impervious surface for religious facilities so that they are being treated the same or similar to other types of assembly uses. And finally, 134-272, we're removing the stipulation requiring a SLUP for parking on top of a roof structure. On 134-228, we're altering the parking requirements of light automotive repair establishments to clarify that all on-site vehicles are to be placed in parking spaces that meet county parking requirements. 134-273 is a revision to the language regarding the fall zone for cell towers. 134-331 is additional language to prohibit additional wall signage through creative windows designs. That's on page 45. 316A3 is clarification that the zoning administrator can extend temporary signs for individuals impacted by county road projects. That's found on page 45. And on 372, this is alteration of sign permit requirements to clarify that drive-thru restaurants and car wash menu boards are regulated in the same manner. That's on page 46. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions, receive any comments, and ask that you please open a public hearing in regard to these changes.
Thank you, Dana. This is a public hearing for these code amendments, so at this time, if there's anyone wishing to give testimony on any of these particular code amendments, you can come forward at this time. You will be allowed 3 minutes for each speaker. Tell us your
Yes.
name, please.
Doug Davis, East Cobb Civic Association. Get them up there quick. I would like to talk about the zoning district amendments, R12, RA4, RA6, pages 27, 28, 31, 32, and 34. To better understand how reactivating these passive zoning districts, I've made comparison to active zoning districts, concentrating on lot size, units per acre, and maximum impervious surface. Since each development is unique, it's impossible to address every possible effect on every possible development. So what I have used, I've used the maximums and minimums per the code. R12 takes a 12,000 square foot development out of RA5, reduces the impervious from 40 to 30. Great, we have no problem, no objection. RA4 puts the zoning districts between RA5 and R12. Lot size is only 1,400 square feet more. I don't really understand why we need for 1,400 square feet, but it does reduce the acres, the maximum units per acres from 5 to 4. No problem. We have no objection. RA6. This is a zoning district. 800 square foot less. One more unit per acre and 5% more impervious surface than RA5. For this to become available for an infill development would be a mistake. Many infill developments already have major stormwater issues, and adding more impervious surface per acre on smaller lots will only add to the stormwater problems. Also, who would apply for RA5? You can go to RA6 and get 5% more impervious surface. In conclusion, no objection to R12, RA4. The ECCA is opposed to RA6 amendment. It can be too much on too little. Thank you very much. Try to do that fast.
You did good. Thank you, Doug.
Good evening, Commissioners and Mr. Chairman. My name is Jill Flam, and I'm here to present ECCA's additional comments on the code amendments. With regard to Section 134-123, Section B, page 27, we agree with the recommendation to delete deferral and add withdrawal with prejudice to the list of actions the Planning Commission can take. We, however, recommend that the next sentence concerning the number of times the Planning Commission can hold a case remain as currently written. We find that the limit on the number of holds encourages the applicant to come forward with a fleshed-out application to begin with rather than a back-of-the-napkin idea. With a limited amount of time that a petition can be held for more information, a fully formulated plan needs to be developed quickly and conversations with the surrounding community scheduled in a timely fashion. It also encourages the opposition to make time to attend these meetings and get organized, as they too cannot argue they have not had enough time to look at the case. The added next sentence also concerns us. How can the Board of Commissioners direct the Planning Commission to move a case forward if they have not heard the case yet? Will this require a full vote of the Board? How will the Commissioners who represent other districts be brought up to speed on the application without hearing the case? Will the opposition also have a chance to talk to the Commissioners? We recommend deleting this sentence until more specifics are available. With regard to Section 134-273, Item 3, page 45, antennas and towers over 35 feet in height, we have a lot of questions. Where is this breakpoint located? Are they standard for every tower? Is the breakpoint distance measured from the ground? And under what circumstances will this tower break? What happens to the antennas on the tower when the tower breaks? If it is a pine tree, what happens to the branches? We were not able to find any information on the internet concerning breakpoints. Before we allow towers to be moved closer to residential areas and public right-of-ways than the height of the tower plus 10%, we recommend further study of what can happen in these instances. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jill. Anyone else wishing to speak to the code amendments? Okay, Dana, you want to come back up? You want to address any and all of those, the number of times for a hold? And John, you may want to weigh in on this because I know you had some input into this.
It's the RA6 is the
Well,
one
we
that's
can do
out.
that first. I mean, we can jump around here.
I'll be happy to speak on the RA5 and RA6.
Let's do that first,
The only
then.
comment I would make on that is when you're talking about the difference between RA5 and RA6, you're talking about the difference between something in the MDR category and something in the HDR category. So an RA6 would be more appropriate in an HDR category where you're allowing over 5 units per acre, where the RA5 would be more appropriate in MDR where you're talking about 5 units per acre and under. That's the only comment I would make in regard to that.
Okay, Christie.
So some of the cases that we've seen in the last 12 months that became RM8 and then were put in a medium density category on the land use plan, even though they were more than 5 units an acre. It sounds like what you're saying is RA6 would be an option now instead of jumping from RA5 to RM8.
That's
we would
correct.
have this interim RA6, but would we still continue to amend the land use plan to show those areas as medium density, even though in fact they're being approved at more than 5 units an acre? I mean, that's...
Generally speaking, we will always bring back something where a decision is made to consider amending the future land use map to meet with the decision made. In many cases, I think the Planning Commission and the Board of Commissioners use excellent judgment and discretion in determining if a change in the future land use map is necessary to match the zoning decision that was made. So I don't think it will stop us coming back and asking for land use changes because of the density thresholds, but it does provide that kind of interim code that you could use when you find something that doesn't quite meet the scenarios for that particular piece of property.
Christie's right. We had so many cases in the last year, really the last 2 years, where we were, and applicants were forced to, they really wanted 5, and they were forced to jump to 8, and we let them do it. Adding RA6 was a suggestion that came to us from a couple of commissioners, in fact, to take a hard look at that. And so adding RA6, to me, seems to make sense to give us that midpoint that we can fall back on if we need to. John, you want to weigh in on that?
And I agree with everything you say, Mr. Chairman. Having the RA6, the RA4, and RA12 gives us different slices in between RA5 to R15. And in some cases you're going to need it, in some cases you won't need it. There is one difference though with the RA6 compared to the RA4 and R12, is RA6 is actually a live category. The board put that back in the code a couple of years ago, only to be used in regional activity centers. The RA4 and R12 are kind of suspended right now until the board puts it back into active service. And they have been using the RA6 on a couple of different occasions in the last year.
Okay. All right. Any other comments, questions? Okay. What about, let's just go ahead and jump to the one I mentioned first, the number of times that we can hold. John, I've heard you speak about this. You want to comment on that?
Mr. Chairman, that amendment was initiated by myself. In all the years I've been here, the issue with the holds has never been an issue for us. It's odd that the Planning Commission can continue a case forever, but they can only hold it twice. The intent of that was to give the Planning Commission more options. If they need to hold it 3 times to get the right plan, then they should be able to hold it 3 times. The second part of it, where the board can direct the Planning Commission to vote on a case and send it forward, I'm going to guess will probably never be used because the Planning Commission normally does not sit on a case just to sit on a case. If you're holding a case, there's good reason. But if the situation ever comes up that you're just sitting and sitting and sitting on a hold case, the board can direct the Planning Commission to vote on it and move it up the ladder.
That was going to be my comment. I'm glad you said that instead of me, but that was exactly my comment. I don't see them ever doing that.
That's right.
We're not going to just sit on a case forever. but it would be nice to be able to hold it that extra time if we need to.
That's correct.
So, quick question on that. How would the board direct us to move a case forward? Would they meet and vote, or would it come from the district commissioner? What's the process?
The board gives staff direction at zoning hearings on a regular basis, and it's usually a clerk's note. Say there's a case that's been held for 10 times, and the board of commissioners decides, enough of this, they can just take a straw vote, and the board can just direct the staff through a clerk's note to have the planning commission vote on it and send it up.
Okay. That makes sense.
Anyone else? Okay. What was the cell towers? Was that the next question that was raised? The break points on cell towers? Forgotten where that is now, but
That was dealing with the fall zone requirements
Fall
as it relates
zone.
to cell towers. The only thing I would add, sir, is that the fall zone, the break point of the cell tower is based on engineered drawings. Each tower is designed to have a point where if stresses were going to occur on a tower, where it would naturally break in order to make sure that it is falling in a manner where it's not causing harm to, it's not falling full height of a tower down, which could cause harm to neighboring property owners. So each tower is designed differently in regard to that. Depends on the height of the tower, depends on a lot of different how many co-locators are being designed for that particular facility. It's not it's not as easy to say X number of feet for each tower, because I don't think that's an appropriate manner when we're really talking about engineered designed structures.
so break points vary from tower to tower depending on their style and design.
And height.
And height, and I would assume that's true.
Isn't that something the marketplace would come into play?
Well, I'm not sure it's the marketplace so much as these installers and engineers who design these towers.
Drive the engineers to do what they do.
Yeah.
John, do you have anything you would add to that, sir?
As far as the breakpoint amendment, I think that came to the planning commission through a request from Commissioner Cupid, because I think there was a tower in South Cobb where they had designed it with a breakpoint, and the staff couldn't really make a recommendation based on a reasonable breakpoint. We had to use the entire height of the tower instead of using an engineered point where the tower would actually break and fall. And in talking to our consultant is 100% behind having breakpoints reduce the fall zone for a tower, because it makes sense, and it is engineered to break at a certain point at a certain time.
So did you talk to our consultant about this
I did.
particular, and he agreed this wording was appropriate?
That's right.
Okay. All right, anyone else? I do have one thing that I want to talk about, 134-168. That particular one generated the most conversation at our work session among the planning commissioners when we met a couple of weeks ago. It has to do with burdensome activities. I met with Deborah, county attorney, to talk about this, and she and I came up with some wording that we would like to read into the record. We're not going to. I do think we need to pass this on to the Board of Commissioners, but we had quite a few questions regarding this proposal and the intent behind it. I'm not sure we really understood what the intent behind it was. It wasn't clear to us. And more importantly, the potential effects that it might have on businesses or individuals that occupy a particular site that is in question. So we were really concerned about that. I know the BOC is seeking to establish a policy about burdensome activities, but the Planning Commission would like to encourage review of this particular one, 134-168, and be sure that we consider the following things. Number one, is it intended to apply to all residential and commercial properties? We couldn't tell from reading it. Are all the properties, or any properties, grandfathered in on this? That wasn't covered. And more importantly, have all the rights of the property owners been duly considered? We thought this was a due process consideration. The wording seems to be troublesome with regard to due process, and whether all due process considerations will be investigated fully before the BOC renders a decision about a quote-unquote burdensome activity. So I want to add that to the record. I think we'll pass it through, but we think that one needs a little work. Anything else from Commission?
I'll just comment on that one a little bit, because Commissioner Cupid's the one who had brought this motion forward, or this idea. And, when we were at the Planning Commission, we thought of them as code violation citations. And that we did talk about where it says 3 citations, maybe changing that to convictions, so that, because anybody can get citation doesn't mean that. But actually what she was looking at was police citations and police actions, where we have properties where the police are just having to go there over and over and over again because the property's not doing, in primarily commercial, not doing anything to deal with problems on their property. So it becomes the police's job to, keep going out to these properties over and over. And it can apply to some apartment complexes too. And that's why she really brought it forward. When I mentioned code enforcement, she said, I never even thought of code enforcement. So that's
I would
kind of
suggest-
where it started from. It may need some more work, and
Yeah,
she's
Dana,
perfectly fine with giving it more
I
work.
would think we need to work on that, and perhaps County Attorney's Office and you and the Board of Commissioners, in particular, Ms. Cupid, could work on this a little bit before it gets to the Board of Commissioners, so that we can have this refined a little bit. I'm just real uncomfortable with it as it's written. Okay, anybody else?
I make a motion that we approve the amendments as presented with the add-on of your comment.
Okay.
134.68. 168, yeah, 134, 168.
Okay, any further, I'm sorry, second?
I'll second for discussion. I just want to make sure, are we saying we're sending forward 134.68, or are we making that an exception and not sending it
No,
forward?
we're sending it forward.
Okay.
I would
Is
send
that-
it forward, but
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
before it gets to the BOC, y'all need to...
All of it's going forward.
And if it gets
Okay.
revised at the BOC level, Lisa can bring that up, but you guys need to talk about it before then. It's not at all clear as it
And
sits.
she'll have a better idea since
Yeah.
she wrote it up. Yeah.
Okay.
I think you can iron that out before the BOC hearing.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure I wasn't quite clear on what the motion was.
Yeah, I'm
so-
sorry. I thought I
Okay.
said as submitted. Maybe I
Yeah.
didn't.
I think it's almost like a clerk's note that you're
Yeah.
sort of
We can
passing
call it a
along.
clerk's note.
Right,
Okay.
exactly.
How I will interpret that is, on the next Board of Commissioners agenda, we'll be presenting the Planning Commission recommendations to the Board of Commissioners, at which point in time I would bring up the clerk's note based upon the comments that I have just heard today.
Okay, that would work.
Okay, Deborah and I came up with some of this wording. I can email it to you, or she can, and we can share that with the clerk.
I would appreciate that,
Okay,
sir.
I can do that. All right, we have a motion to approve the code amendments. We've talked about 134, 168 with that additional language. Any further discussion? Do we have a second? Did I get a second?
Yeah, I
Galt, second.
Galt.
Any further discussion? All right, all in favor? So we're going to send those forward. Thank you very much. We have one last thing to do. Dana, are you going to handle that as well, the Dobbins joint land use study?
Send it forward with no
Okay.
changes, really.
One last thing.
That
Gosh,
clerk-
there's nobody left but
Yeah.
us.
He said he could get you a copy of that.
You're a brave soul. Thank you for coming, all of you.
Other business item number 2, sorry, my name is Dana Johnson, again, Community Development. Other business agenda item number 2 is regarding a recommendation that we are asking for the Dobbins Air Reserve Base Joint Land Use Study. Just as I know we have provided a number of updates to the Planning Commission and to the Board of Commissioners as far as the status of this particular project. And I just, for the public that may be watching, I just want to briefly talk about what this study is about before we ask for a recommendation to be provided from the Planning Commission. But the JLIS is a collaborative process called the Joint Land Use Study. It's a collaborative effort between the City of Marietta, the City of Smyrna, Cobb County, and Dobbins Air Reserve Base to look at compatibility issues on base as it impacts people off the base, and decisions that are made off base and how that could impact military compatibility and military safety. It's very clear that this is not in and of itself a regulatory document. This is a guidebook. This is something that we can use for the Planning Commission and the Board of Commissioners to assist in making decisions, to make sure that everyone's making decisions in a collaborative fashion involving all parties involved. We really tried to be very specific in this, to be geographic specific, to not use blanket comments and blanket assumptions around the base. Because we're dealing with aircraft, and aircraft have different requirements through the FAA regarding height on their point of takeoff or point of their route, it was very clear that we had to delineate very specific geographic areas so we could make recommendations for future action as it relates to uses and other impacts as around the base for these particular these areas. We try to be very narrow in the way we focus the recommendations that came out of this. We've had a number of public meetings to get the public involved and get their input in this process. The last one was on January 22nd, where all of the recommendations were shown to the public, and we received some great community feedback from the about 50 people who showed up to attend. We have provided you the background report, which is kind of the data section that showed you how the recommendations came about, and then of course the actual JLIS report, which provides the military profile, the compatibility assessment, and the recommendations that we went through in detail. This just kind of shows the final area of the various areas that are going to be the various geographies that we'll be using. What you're seeing here are the different accident potential zones, the orange, red, and yellow boxes coming off the runway. Around that is the noise contour, and then kind of the purple area around that is what's called the BASH area, or bird airstrike hazard area. And this is just showing the approach departure areas for military planes as they're coming in and out of Dobbins Air Reserve Base. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions and ask if you would please consider a recommendation to move this forward to the Board of Commissioners.
Make a motion that we recommend passing to the Board of Commissioners the Dobbins Air Reserve Base Joint Land Use Study.
Can I get a second? For discussion, very quickly, you did a great job on this. It was well attended. All the meetings that we had were well attended. We love Dobbins. We support them, and it's very important that we work very closely with them on any zoning issues in particular that are close to the air base. That's what this was all about, and we were very successful in that. So thank you for a job well done. Yeah, we love them. All right, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor of passing this through to the Board of Commissioners for their consideration? 5-0. Thank you very much. We stand adjourned.